How to Avoid Assassination, Reincarnated as a Villainous Tyrant Prince from the Past. Volume 1, by Sanbin, translated by Shikaku, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. I was a mere villager. How did I end up reincarnated as a tyrant prince? Imagine this. You wake up one day to see a pure white ceiling above you and suddenly come to the realization that you have suddenly recalled the memories of your past life. Doesn't that happen often? Yeah, no, it most certainly does not. There's not even a 1 in 10,000 chance of that happening to someone obviously. But then, how the hell am I supposed to explain what I am experiencing right now? Out of nowhere, the memories of my past life began to rush and flow inside my head. And above all, the me of that life was not even a noble, let alone royalty. Just a simple villager. That said, perhaps that life was a far happier one than the one I have now. After all, I doubt I ever had to be stuck at the verge of life and death after getting poisoned in that life. Prince Rudolph has come back to his senses. Hurry! Someone hurry up and call the doctor. Ah man, why is everyone so loud? Perhaps because of the effect of the poison, I was unable to even speak up, let alone move my body or get up. I closed my eyes once again and began to ponder the situation I was currently in. Right. While attending a party at the Imperial Palace, I drank a cup of fruit juice that I received from one of the maids and then suddenly began to puke blood before losing my consciousness. I'd love to narrow down the culprit, but there were so many possible candidates that it was basically impossible. All that said, amongst them all the most likely candidates are my 3 elder brothers, the first Prince Frederick, the second Prince Oscar, and the third Prince Robin. This was almost certainly a ploy from one of those 3. Well, for me to die here was impossible anyway, and I should be able to live for at least another 10 years or so. Why am I so confident of that? Well, that's very simple. Because this place is the world of the past, specifically 300 years before my previous life. In my past life, I was just an ordinary villager that spent day to day working hard just to make ends meet. He was poor and boring man, but even that me had a book that he loved to read. It was a story that detailed the events of this era in the form of an epic poem called War Records of Wilhelm. It told the tale of how the great hero, Wilhelm von Svalier, destroyed the Baltic Empire, one of the great nations of the West, and then formed the country that past me lived in, the Svalier Kingdom. A childhood of slowly building strength while enduring the unreasonable demands and actions of the imperial family. A youth of having a romance with the Lady of Ice who never opened her heart to others. And then came the third and final act, the story of how he brought the Baltic Empire to ruin and then birthed the Svalier Kingdom. And as for why a mere villager treasured this book so much, that was because his first love really loved the romantic tale between Wilhelm and his lover, the Lady of Ice. That was it. A very simple reason. Basically, he wanted to attract the attention of his first love by finding a similar interest. He begged the priests in the church to teach him how to read, and then fully consumed the book many, many times, to the point where he could recite every word by heart from beginning till end, finally allowing him to have a decent conversation with that girl. But in the end, I was rejected, and that girl ended up marrying some traitor from the neighboring village. WL, who cares about my past life now? And so we come to the main villain of that story. The tyrant prince that forcibly stole that Lady of Ice from the hero Wilhelm and made her his queen. The one who committed so many evils that the words Emperor of Tyranny became his title the world knew him by. And in the end, his life ended by being assassinated by that very same noble lady. That's me, the 4th prince of the Baltic Empire. Rudolf Fuist Baltic. Well, if you're wondering just how evil I really became, to start with, when I turned 18, I had all 3 of my older brother assassinated, and then also murdered my own father, Karl Fuist Baltic, to usurp the throne. The time period where Rudolf ruled was recorded in history as the era of Red Winter, where the common people were always suffering and struggling, while he lived in the most lavish and extreme luxury. He didn't think even for a moment about the people suffering and dying every day, and even laughed about it like an evil villain. Or at least, that's how it was written in War Records of Wilhelm. But if I were to consider my current situation, I can't help but think that this was simply an unavoidable result. Rudolph's mother was of low social status and only became queen due to her youth and beauty, earning her the love of the emperor, who made her his mistress. Probably, even right at this moment, she was still using her body to put the emperor in a good mood. Ignoring me, her own son, who was on the verge of death from being poisoned. On the other hand, from the point of view of my 3 elder brothers, who had all inherited the most noble and esteemed blood from both their parents and were legitimate children, a bastard child like me was nothing more than a hindrance. After all, if even a bastard child like myself got recognized as a rightful prince, it was going to cause even more problems during succession. As a result, a poisoning like today had taken place. And so, before recalling my memories of past life, I was a child that was loved by no one, and only had enemies aiming for my life surrounding me. It was only natural that perpetual doubt and suspicion would take root in his heart, and out of desperation, he would end up becoming completely evil, arrogant, and defiant in the face of such adversity. But I can't let that happen from now on. If I leave things as is, 10 years from now, I would end up getting assassinated by the noble lady that I forced to become my queen. No, even if distanced myself from that noble lady, there could be many other possibilities that may appear as well that could result in my death. And besides, as long as my 3 older brothers are still alive, my life was always going to be in danger. Then the best thing I can do is to quickly escape from this imperial palace and gain true freedom. Then, Prince Rudolph, how are you feeling? I tried to answer the doctor who was taking my pulse, but my mouth struggled to form words. Part of it was, of course, that the poison had dulled my senses, slurring my words, but also my throat simply felt extremely dry. Far from full recovery. It's too early to say you're out of danger, so please continue to rest like this. Since it couldn't be helped, I signaled with my eyes to the doctor who was shaking his head. Behind the doctor were the servants who were standing there, observing me. I'm sure they were going to go out and report to the real culprits, my brothers and the queen, about my condition. The doctor and the servants exited the room, and once again I was alone in my room. Personally speaking, I preferred this a lot more. Ugh. It'll be fine, I know my own history. I won't make the foolish mistake of repeating it all once again. Now then, let us begin. The battle to escape away from this muddy, rotten, horrible imperial palace. The battle for my life. Chapter 2. First of all, let's start with exposing the frauds. Phew, finally, the numbness from my limbs is gone. As I opened my eyes, a week had passed since I recovered the memories of my previous life. I opened and clenched my palms to check the overall feeling of my body. No matter how much of an unwanted hindrance I may be, I suppose attacking me in sleep was still a bit much even for them, and even the servants did their job properly in helping me recover back to fitness. Well, after having the incident of me getting poisoned in public during a party at the palace, if I got attacked again, people would start doubting the authority and influence of the royal family in and of itself after all. From the conversations of the servants as well, the imperial household was looking for the culprit behind this assassination attempt, so if they did something careless now, they really would have gotten caught. That said, I'm sure they'll find some poor noble house that was already on the verge of getting destroyed and make them into a scapegoat for the incident. Well, whatever. Leaving that aside, I got up from my bed and walked towards an old-looking shelf. Well, almost all the furniture in my room was pretty old-looking though. I went close and opened one of the drawers to take out a shining gold coin that I kept hidden very safely inside. Inside this imperial palace where I had no allies, only one person had shown me some kindness. This coin was given to me by them. It's my treasure. That said, I was also very young back then, so I don't even remember who it actually was that gave it to me. All I remember is that it was a young girl, close to my own age, and nothing more. If I was lucky enough to meet her again, I'd like to thank her properly this time. It was only because I had this protective charm that I was able to survive here until now. Well, it is nothing more than a consolation for the mind of a child. I muttered and then chuckled to myself. But simply gripping that mere piece of consolation alone filled me up with strength and courage. All right, it's time to begin. I picked up the bell by bedside and rang it with a jolt. You called. Pardon the intrusion. The people who came inside the room were the maid chief Mrs. Tapple and another young maid. Normally, an even lower-class maid would be appointed as my servant, but I suppose, after getting poisoned and almost dying, the maid chief herself was appointed to take care of me for now it seemed. But Mrs. Tapple didn't seem to show me, the fourth prince, much respect as she glared at me as she curtly answered my call. On the other hand, the young maid looked afraid that I might lash out of anger or something. Forgive me, but I have finally recovered enough to move around, so prepare my clothes for me. Also, I am behind on my work, so bring me the set of ledgers of the Scorpion Palace. Hearing my words, both of them widened their eyes in shock. But acting like a tyrannical prince still felt a bit off to me. It would seem, because of fully recalling the memories of my previous life, even my personality had been warped and fused with my past one. Once I escape from this palace and become free, I wouldn't need to act like a haughty prince, so perhaps it's for the better. Yeah, let's go with that. As for Scorpion Palace, that's the palace where I currently am residing in. Frederick was in the Sagittarius, Oscar was in Aries, and Robin was in Taurus. Each of the princes had been provided a palace to manage alongside a budget to work with, and each of the princes had full responsibility over taking care of their own palaces. Of course, there were people like me who had thrown all that work on the shoulders of the attendants and servants, but there were also people like Frederick who just had to take care of all the details themselves, otherwise they wouldn't be satisfied. There's also Oscar who coordinates and cooperates with his subordinates as well. As you can tell, there are many ways to handle it. Well, Robin too was like me who had thrown all the responsibility to his caretakers and was busy playing around though. Your Highness Rudolph, forgive my impudence, but you had not paid any attention to your work and were mostly playing around until now. What could you possibly understand, even after seeing the ledgers and accounts? As expected, Mrs. Tapple tried to convince me against doing any kind of work. Of course she did. If I started checking things, I'll find out that she's been embezzling funds out of my living expenses from the Scorpion Palace after all. That is for me to decide, after I see it all. And if I don't understand, Mrs. Tapple, I'm sure you could explain it all to me, right? That's certainly true, but haha, if I pretend like I was asking her to teach me, she couldn't refuse me any longer. Now, she must be thinking that she could simply guide me away from noticing her embezzlements in the moment. Very well, now that that's settled, prepare my meal. Bring me some warm soup. Once I have had that, I'll begin my work. Understood. The two seemed to become calmer as they gave a bow and then were about to leave when, right, you, come over here. Yes. Hearing me call for her, the young maid's body froze up in place. She thought she had finally escaped from me, and now suddenly I had called out her directly. She really must be in deep stress. Well, before recalling my memories, I did torment and punish the servants whenever I felt like it after all. Thinking back now, even as a child I really was already doing things worthy of being called an evil tyrant, But that too will be of use to me now. What's your name? Yes, my name is Maya, Your Highness. I see. I wanted to make a request to you in secret, Maya, away from Mrs. Tapple's ears. A request to me. I approached closer to the girl and then whispered in her ear. There was always a chance that Mrs. Tapple was still outside the room trying to eavesdrop after all. Is it really okay to do something like that? Yes. Also, this should be obvious, but if you talk about this to anyone, you know what will happen, right? Why, yes, of course, Your Highness. The moment I grinned evilly while showing my teeth, Maya's face cramped with fear. Good, then I'll be counting on you. I will take my leave then. Maya gave a deep bow, and then flew out of the room as if desperately trying to run away. Now then, I wonder what kind of face will Mrs. Tapple make. In the first place, Mrs. Tapple was sent here by someone who was scheming for my downfall anyway. I know that for sure. She was simply going to be paying for her crimes. You reap what you sow after all. Just imagining the face Mrs. Tapple would make, as well as the expression of the people watching us would make when her embezzlements come to light, I began to snicker with glee. Chapter 3. This is too shoddy, even for a petty fraud. Are the ledgers still not here? Yes, I don't. I glanced at the maid that came in when I rang the bell, and questioned her while glaring, but the maid simply shrunk back in fear, unable to properly answer me. Almost 3 hours had passed since I asked for the ledgers, and they had still yet to arrive. Probably because they were currently desperately and frantically trying to alter and fabricate the ledgers to make them look normal. Fine, it can't be helped. I far from fully fit, but if I keep waiting here, it'll be night time by the time they brings the ledgers here. Hey you, take me to where Mrs. Tapple is currently at. Please wait a moment. Why should I wait for anyone? Enough chatter. Obey my orders and quickly take to where I want to go now. Yes. The maid resigned herself to the situation and took me to the room where Mrs. Tapple was currently in. Why, Your Highness? Hello there, you lot seem to be taking your time, so I decided to come here instead. Mrs. Tapple spoke up in surprise as a middle-aged man, probably the chamberlain, hurriedly stood in front of the ledgers on the table to cover and hide it. Looks like they were still in the middle of altering the ledgers. So, instead of bringing me the ledgers, what exactly have you people been doing here? That's why, of course, we couldn't simply present you with the books if they had some silly mistakes, Prince Rudolph. So we're making sure that they are as accurate and detailed as possible before we brought them to you. Indeed, that is the case. Your Highness, you gave us the noble duty of taking care of the maintenance of this Scorpion Palace. We couldn't allow any mistakes to happen, that's all. The audacity of these people to so boldly lie to my face like this. But I wonder if they'd have the guts to repeat that again once I'm done thoroughly looking through the records. I see. It would seem you two have been working very hard in my name, right? Of course, Your Highness. I see. Very well, then let me see the ledgers now. I picked up one of the ledgers at random from the table and began to glance through them. I may not look it, but in my previous life, the priest of our village would often appoint me as the person in charge of the accounting. A little ledger like this isn't something I'd have difficulty reading through. But I see. They've done pretty well to make sure that the numbers match up properly, making it seem like the money going in and out was very natural. I picked up some of the other ledgers and quickly flipped through them as well when, I found it. The one ledger I was looking for was indeed this one. It would seem by the looks of it, there are no problems that I can see of. But of course, we are working hard to manage things here as perfectly as possible. Mrs. Tapple put her hand on her chest and spoke with a proud expression. Dear, oh dear, if you've been embezzling funds so blatantly, at least try to act a little more modest. Then, allow me to ask this. In regards to the budget allotted to this palace, and the money spent on it are almost the same. In here, I see a decent amount of sum is being consistently used on furnishing, but what exactly is it being used on? Prince Rudolph, you really don't know. Listen to me very carefully. This is an imperial palace, so we must always maintain the place at a quality befitting of royalty at all times. She shrugged her shoulders and shook her head as she explained in a condescending manner. Of course, if we see even a little thing that may look like it'd harm the dignity of the imperial family, we get rid of it and instantly replace it with a brand new item. If anything, it's something that no amount of budget can fully keep up with. I see, so you're saying that you guys pay an extra amount of attention on the furniture in the palace, correct? Yes, indeed. This was beyond ridiculous at this point. I wonder if these two even realize that the entire reason I got suspicious of this embezzlement was because of the old, breaking furniture in my own bedroom. I'm tired of keeping up with this farce. It's time to end this for good. By the way, I happen to have another ledger here in my hands, though. Another ledger. The corners of my lips rose as I pulled out another ledger that I had kept hidden on me and showed it to them. Just the sight of it made them both gulp in fear. This is from exactly the same time period as the one I just checked, but in this one, there's lots of budget still left over. Almost half of it. That's certainly strange. The books here are the only real ones, and the one you have must be some fake one, my prince. Someone must be trying to trick Your Highness. With a grim expression, Mrs. Tapple spoke in a loud voice. Well, I had a feeling this woman would come with an excuse like this. That's why. Is what she says, but what do you think? I turned around and called out to someone behind the door to the room. Maya. The person who appeared was the young maid Maya. I don't even need to explain, I imagine, but to make sure I can trap Mrs. Tapple for good, I used Maya, the girl she brought with her when she came to visit me last time. From her fearful look, I had a feeling she'd quickly do anything I'd ask of her. That said, in the off chance she hadn't listened to my orders, I still wouldn't have cared that much regardless. So, Maya, this ledger you brought for me. Can you tell us all if it is real or not? Ooh, yes. Maya was shaking and then glanced between me and Mrs. Tapple, hesitating over how to respond. Maya, the book I brought for your highness is without a doubt a real ledger. Maya, yao. Aya's proof, you can check the seal of the Scorpion Palace stamped on it. Under my quiet threat, Maya lost her will to resist and quickly rattled out everything with a pale face. She put me and Mrs. Tapple on a scale and then decided to choose me. You, the maid over there, quickly bring over the guards. You understood. PL, please wait a moment, your highness. I was simply doing as this man here asked me to do. I had no choice. Why, you dare betray me here? You're the one who brought the idea up in the first place, Mrs. Tapple. As the maid ran out, the chamberlain and Mrs. Tapple began to engage in an unsightly squabble. Good, good, show me more of this pathetic sight of yours right in front of me. Soon, every single servant in the Scorpion Palace will realize that it might be their turn tomorrow on the chopping block. Chapter 4. Controlling a spy with a spy. Wah, let me go. Let go of me this instant, your highness. Prince, please forgive us, we beg of you. Mrs. Tapple and the chamberlain pleaded for mercy as the soldiers dragged them out of the room. Furthermore, all the servants in the palace had congregated here near the room after hearing the commotion and were observing the entire situation from the start. Now then, the noisy ones are gone now, so I can finally investigate the ledgers at ease. Who knows, I might find some other irregularities as well, after all. The moment I said that, all the servants quickly scattered away from in front of the room like baby spiders running from an enemy. It was only natural. They didn't want to suffer the same fate as Mrs. Tapple after all. Only myself and Maya remained inside the room. Still, I'm surprised you were able to secretly nab this ledger from under her nose, Maya. Yes. I spent a lot of time with Mrs. Tapple while in the palace, so I knew where this secret ledger was kept hidden as well after all. I see. I took a long, hard look at Maya and then gave a nod. Maya, well done. Thanks to your help, I was able to clean at least part of the rot that infects this place. Why, yes. Even though I thanked her with a smile, Maya still had a dark expression and looked dejected. Well, I suppose it's natural. I'm sure the other servants will deem her a traitor and will give a cold shoulder to her. I suppose I should follow it up and give her some support. Don't worry, you are going to be personal attendant from today onwards. And as such, you will also get a certain level of authority here as well. Me. Hearing my words, Maya raised her head back up in shock. Ahaha, I am quite firm, both when punishing people as well as rewarding them. You worked odd for my sake, so of course I will reward you in kind for it. But I'm just a maid. Is it really okay to give me such an important responsibility? Why not? I assume even you must be at least from a baron class family, right? In that case, there'll be no problems whatsoever. Indeed, even the servants and maids that worked in the imperial palace belonged to nobility. No commoners were allowed in here. In that case, she should have at least the basic amount of education. Otherwise, she would not have been allowed to work inside the palace. You understood. I will work hard so as to live up to your expectations, Prince Rudolph. Good, I have high hopes. Saying that, I handed over a gold brooch to her that I had prepared beforehand. This is, of course, the proof that you are my personal attendant. If you ever run into any kind of trouble inside the Scorpion Palace, simply show that and explain that you have been given the authority to act as my personal attendant. Thank you very much. Maya took the brooch with utmost respect and carefully attached it near her chest. Good, it suits you very well. Now then, as your first task, help me carry these ledgers to my room, will you? Certainly. And thus, me and Maya began to carry all the documents to my room. For now, after seeing the fate of Mrs. Tapple, I imagine the rest of the servants will not be staying cocky anymore and continue to commit such frauds. And I imagine their disrespectful attitude towards me will also quiet down. And so will the spying and intel gathering inside the Scorpion Palace. Just like the failed poisoning incident, whether it was from my 3 brothers or someone else I don't know, but people not only are attempting to kill me, some have also been keeping an eye on me out of fear and as a precaution. Although there were no noble families backing me, and I was just an arrogant prince running amok. There was no chance for me to become the next king logically thinking, so there'd be no reason to do such things. Of course, although I do believe that Mrs. Tapple was an observer sent by someone else, that was still mostly just my own hypothesis, and I had no proof of it. But even so, I am confident that there are other spies inside this palace as well. Hey, isn't that right? Prince Rudolph, did you say something? No, nothing at all. Maya turned around and asked me timidly, but I shook my head to deny it. Maya could only tilt her head in puzzlement, and then turned around again to continue walking. In truth, alongside exposing Mrs. Tapple, I also set up another trap as well. By ordering Maya to go and get the secret ledger, I wanted to check what kind of attitude she would take towards me. And sure enough, Maya did exactly what I thought she would. Without a shred of hesitation, she brought the secret ledger straight to me. Which means Maya was a spy sent by someone other than the person who had sent Mrs. Tapple. On top of that, judging by how quickly she found the secret ledger that Mrs. Tapple surely would have hidden with great secrecy, Maya was definitely a lot better trained as a spy than the old lady. Now that she has been provided with authority inside this Scorpion Palace, I wonder what would she do next. If possible, I'd be happy if she acted exactly as I'm hoping her to. While observing Maya's back, a sly grin appeared on my face. Chapter 5. Even I want to get engaged. A month had passed since Mrs. Tapple and the Chamberlain had been arrested. Deeming the case of embezzlement inside the Imperial Palace as something very serious, the Emperor ordered to directly and thoroughly investigate this incident. As a result, just like what I had noticed within my ledger, they found out that these people had been embezzling almost half of the budget of the Scorpion Palace. As for what it was used on, clear debts at the casino, buying jewelry, etc., pretty much all selfish needs as you'd expect. And thus, both Mrs. Tapple as well as the Chamberlain were given the capital punishment. And even the Earl household from which Mrs. Tapple hailed from were also severely punished for this. But I never thought that I'd be given a punishment for this incident as well. Yes, it was deemed that my management of the Scorpion was severely lacking. I was put under a 10-day house arrest because of it. Of course, it was merely a light punishment, and from what the others had been given, it might look like a slap on the wrist at best. But it would seem I still ended up hurting my father, the Emperor's impression of me. For someone like me, who was hoping to ask for some land in a faraway corner of the country and leave the Imperial Palace, this wasn't a good result. If I had to say, the one good thing to come out of this entire incident was that at least I was going to be a little more away from the succession battle. In the first place, knowing full well that becoming an emperor leads to my death, I want to avoid it at all costs. And perhaps my 3 brothers would be a little less wary of me because of this as well. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen. If anything, because I got rid of 2 spies at once, both Mrs. Tapple and the Chamberlain, they would only get more hostile and cautious towards me. Well, that was all still according to my plan for now, though. But still, I really hope that tomorrow comes faster. It was already the 10th day of my house arrest. Tomorrow, I'll be finally free again. While I enjoyed simply lazing around and relaxing, I also have a lot of important things that I want to get done as soon as possible. First of those is, I must ask for audience with the Emperor with my apology as an excuse. I picked up the bell and gave it a jolt to ring. Prince Rudolph, you called for me. Maya entered the room and timidly bowed. I imagine the maid that stays outside the room went and called her after hearing the bell. Having become my personal attendant, Maya must also be very busy managing the Scorpion Palace. Above all, in the space of the last month, suing her authority as my personal attendant, Maya replaced almost half of the staff working in this palace. I guess she quickly got rid of all the servants that served a master that was on the opposing faction of her own master. Of course, this is exactly what I was hoping she'd do, so I have done nothing but snicker to myself with glee from seeing things go exactly as I imagined. Even if it is full of enemies, the less enemies I have to face the better, right? Prince Rudolph. With a puzzled expression, Maya nervously called out to me again. Ah, my bad, I ended up getting lost in my thoughts. One of my few flaws. Right, forgive me, Maya. You see, I'd like to have an audience with the Emperor as soon as my house arrest is over. Would you mind putting in a request to His Majesty's Grand Chamberlain for me? Understood. I will do so as quickly as possible. I'm counting on you. Maya gave a bow again and then left the room. My utmost gratitude for granting me this audience, Your Majesty. Inside the private room of the Emperor of the Baltic Empire, Karl Fuist Baltic, I bowed my head exactly as I had been taught by my private tutor. I sent a quick glance to check the Emperor's mood, and while he continued to act calm, I could tell he was clearly a bit perplexed. Well, I suppose it's only natural. I had been acting like an impudent, arrogant brat for so long, and now suddenly I was showing such an admirable attitude out of nowhere. I have heard the details. You wish to apologize for the last incident, yes. Yes, due to my own lack of virtue, I ended up bringing harm to the imperial palace and to your authority. For that, I humbly ask for your forgiveness from the bottom of my heart. Once again, I bowed, even more deeply than before. Now then, I wonder if I was able to improve his impression of me even a bit. Foo, h. Suddenly, the Emperor began to laugh while holding down on his eyes. What happened? How should I take this kind of reaction? Sorry. In the first place, I was not really that angry at you for this incident. W8R really. In fact, the house arrest was mostly a show to sate the other noble houses. Of course, the crimes those servants committed were unforgivable, and I did end up destroying 2 whole noble houses after all, so I had to. I see. Even if he was the emperor, it was only by standing atop the support of other nobles that he could maintain his position. He couldn't just make light of those nobles, or else he'd lose his authority. In the end, this country was not a monolith. And so, you need not worry too much about this incident and continue to work hard. Yes, thank you very much. For now it seems, this issue has been solved with house arrest alone. But the real thing began from here onwards. Thankfully, the Emperor seems to be in good mood, so perhaps he'll accept my request after all. And so, if you'd oblige me, and I understand that perhaps this may be rude of me to ask when I came here to apologize, and I really do feel very sorry for asking this in such manner. Go on, ask what you want. The Emperor continued to smile and asked me to continue. Yes, my elder brothers, Frederick, Oscar, and Robin, all 3 of them were engaged to their partners when they turned 12 from what I understand. I am already 14 years old, and next year I will come of age as well. Considering the future, I feel like I too should be given the chance to settle down and prepare to start a family, or so I was thinking. Yes, the real reason I asked for this audience was because I wanted to get a fiancé. For someone like me who had 0 support or backing, this was the only way to get some kind of an ally. From the point of view of most nobles, even if I technically do have the right to imperial succession, I am still an illegitimate bastard and the 4th prince, someone not worth supporting or elevating at all. Also, there was one more merit from accepting an engagement. That was to completely sever any chance of getting involved with the noble lady that is destined to assassinate me 10 years from now. Lisbeth Falkrantz. Basically, if I can escape the main culprit behind my assassination, Aka Lisbeth, at the very least I should be able to avoid my destined death 10 years from now. Of course, I don't plan on stealing Lisbeth from Wilhelm in the very first place though, I was already moving different from recorded history. Perhaps there's a chance that because of that, other kinds of dangers may appear because of it. Then, I just have to avoid as much risk as possible from the very start to try and avoid it. I see that is certainly true. The Emperor pondered as he rubbed his chin. Seeing his reaction, I have a feeling he'll take this seriously and positively. Very well, I will spend some thought over Rudolph's betrothal. Thank you very much. I'll be in your care. I bowed my head one last time and stood up to leave the room when, Rudolph, do continue to be mindful of your position in the future as well. His words were indeed exactly what they sounded like. He was telling me to know my place, that I was just a bastard child of a mistress, and that I shouldn't have too much expectations as a prince. I already am fully aware of all that. I am someone that shouldn't have existed in the first place. I understand. I turned around to give a respectful bow once again, and then this time left the room for good. Chapter 6. First audience with my potential fiancé. Phew. With the audience with the Emperor finally finished, I returned to my room and exhaled a deep sigh. Having completed all my objectives, I should be happier, but somehow I didn't really have the energy for it, and I felt a pain in my chest. Bereft of any kind of motivation, I simply rolled around on my bed doing nothing. Knock, knock. Prince Rudolph, I have brought you some tea. Ah, thanks, just leave it there. Without even giving a glance to Maya, who entered the room after knocking, I turned over on my bed and showed only my back to her. Maya probably came here to pry into the details of my meeting with the Emperor, I imagine. Your Highness, did something happen with the Emperor perchance? See, pretending to be worried about me, she's very cleverly trying to question me. Nothing happened. The Emperor is as magnanimous and lenient as always. The talk went very smoothly. Giving a blunt response, I closed my eyes. Right now, I don't want to talk with Maya anymore. And yet, Maya, what's the meaning of this? Well, you seemed very tired, and my younger sister often does this for me, which helps me relax, so I thought. When I sharply questioned Maya, who started to gently massage my back, she quickly retracted her hands and bowed her head. Seriously, there's no need for such unnecessary acting. There's no need for you to do this. Also, how long do you plan to stay in my room? Your work here is done, leave. Forgive me, I will take my leave right away. Having sensed my ill mood, Maya quickly left the room in a panic. Seriously, how dare a damn spy try and act so gently towards me? I'm not going to let such acts deceive me and drop my guard around her, no matter what happens. I am not that easy to manipulate. I sent a glance towards the door through which she left, and once I confirmed that she was gone, I took out a gold coin, my charm, from my pocket and flicked it up in the air. That's right, the only person who ever showed me real kindness was just that girl alone in this whole world and no one else. Recalling her kindness, and I tightly clenched the piece of memorabilia she gave me in the palm of my hand, not even realizing or noticing that the door to my room was still slightly open. Prince Rudolph, please, just for today, just do as I say. Hold up. Maya forcefully sat me down and began to take my clothes off. I am a future tyrant, you know. The man who will one day be known as the Emperor of Cruelty, the great Rudolph Feuest Baldic, you know. And yet, you dare treat me like this. Not that the current me could ever say something like that, though. Or rather, over the past 1 month, hasn't Maya been getting a bit too chummy with me these days? These kinds of more forceful methods of hers are becoming more common, and recently I'm starting to even notice that carrots have made it back into my meals even though I hate them, and she even scolds me if I don't eat them. Because of that, even the other servants who had finally started to fear me again after I had dealt with Mrs. Tapple had started to giggle at me from afar as well. Do you understand, Prince Rudolph? You are supposed to meet the person who shall become your fiancé today, right? To make sure she makes a good impression of you, you must strive to look your very best today. Yuaku. It was indeed like Maya had said, but I was still not satisfied. In the end, I couldn't help but let Maya do whatever she wanted, and prepared to make sure I was ready to meet my fiancé candidate, but isn't this a bit too much? No such thing, all women love the scent of flowers. Then, if you wear the scent of jasmine flowers that lady loves so much, I'm sure you'll make her very happy. I tried to get out of the jasmine bath she had prepared for me, but she pushed me back in with a smile. Also, why the hell is Maya so strong, by the way? I have been watching you closely from the side as your personal attendant, Your Highness, but I seem to have noticed that you are not exactly very good at understanding the delicate sensibilities of women. And so, please allow me, a fellow woman, to take care of it all instead. Really? Yes. She snorted with her nose as she gave a strong nod, making it impossible for me to say anything further to Maya. It was true, even in my previous life my first love had rejected me. Recalling the sadness I experienced back then, I sunk myself into the bath up to the tip of my nose. And then, ew. Prince Rudolph, you look perfect. Reflected in the mirror was a version of me, produced by Maya's hard work, that was so unrecognizable even to myself that I ended up leaking a sound of admiration. Damn, I didn't think she could make me look this different. You foo-foo, when you properly comb your hair back, you are a proper handsome-looking man, Your Highness. I'm confident that even that lady would be instantly smitten by you as well. Really? Getting a barrage of compliments from Maya, I couldn't help but scratch my face out of embarrassment. In any case, I needed this engagement to work so that I can get some backing as well. I need to make sure that I don't get hated on our first meeting for that to happen. Speaking of which, this engagement candidate of mine, what kind of woman is she? To be honest, I hadn't heard anything about my potential fiancé until now. And all I had received was a letter that was delivered by a messenger from the emperor that my meeting with her was today, and nothing else. Maya, have you heard anything about what kind of person my betrothal candidate is? No, I have heard absolutely nothing. I see. Huh, I thought that as a spy, she may have gathered some info on her already, or maybe she knows and is just choosing not to tell me. If she did, she'd be a pretty shitty spy after all. Prince Rudolph, it's almost time. Very well, let us go. With Maya accompanying me, I headed to the entrance of the Scorpion Palace. The servants we passed on our way all kept glancing at me and started murmuring with each other, looking curious. I am already used to such gazes, so it's nothing special though. While I waited in front of the entrance, finally a soul carriage appeared and stopped right in front of me. The door opened, and the person who got out was a girl so beautiful, she seemed otherworldly to me. Silky smooth, glossy onyx-colored hair, and shining aquamarine eyes. Her face was like an exquisitely carved sculpture, and her soft light pink lips would catch anyone's eyes. It was as if she had appeared from a different world, and coupled with the color of her eyes, I could feel an odd icy coldness emanating off of her. Your Highness, Prince Rudolph. Ah, please, your hand, my lady. Hearing the whispers from Maya behind me brought me back to reality as I hurriedly stretched out my hand towards her to help her down the carriage. It is my honor to meet you, your grace. I am the eldest daughter of Marquis Falkrantz. I am called Lisbeth. As the girl elegantly curtsied and introduced herself, I couldn't help but breathe in from shock. After all, it's her, the woman who was destined to assassinate me 10 years from now, the Lady of Ice herself. Chapter 7. This is too cruel, no matter how you look at it. Ugh. At the garden terrace of the Scorpion Palace, while sitting opposite to my engagement candidate Lisbeth, my head was currently in complete and utter chaos. No, seriously, why the hell did my potential fiancé have to be that Lisbeth of all the people in the world? I get it, she's a young, noble girl of the same age as myself, and if I, a member of royalty, have to marry someone, they had to be of a certain status like a marquis-class family. I get that. I really do, but even so, this was just way too cruel, man. Is this world really telling me to just die? Prince Rudolph, how is the tea? The tea in my cup was still filled to the brim, and yet Maya asked that question. Her eyes were screaming, hurry up and start a conversation already, and putting pressure on me. No, how the hell am I supposed to start a casual conversation with the girl who's supposed to assassinate me in the future? Also, isn't Lisbeth supposed to have the future hero, Wilhelm, as her partner? Even if this is a political marriage, and I am indeed desperate for some backing, this is impossible for me. That said, I was the one who asked for a partner, so if I refused her now, I am bound to incur the wrath of the emperor. And I'd be lucky if all he does is disinherit me and deport me out of the country. Worst case, he might just also choose to have me killed and get rid of me for good. If that happens, I really won't be left with any other route to take other than becoming a tyrant as history foretold. And so, Lady Lisbeth, when you heard that you may become my fiancé, were you perhaps surprised? I squeezed out every bit of courage inside me and tried to start a conversation. How strange, I used to chat quite a lot with the first love of my previous life, so I thought I was pretty okay at conversing with girls, and yet, I ended up coming up with the most nonsense topic to start it off. Yes, when I heard about this from my father, I was truly surprised. To think someone like me would be chosen to become a fiancé candidate for Prince Rudolph. It is my greatest honor. Her actions seemed to imply a tinge of embarrassment, and yet, her expression was completely still, like she was wearing a mask that didn't move or change. I see. Perhaps it's too great of an honor, so maybe she wants to cancel our potential engagement instead. I'd wholeheartedly agree with that, to be honest, but if possible, could you be the one who delivers the rejection and refusal? I mean, after asking the emperor himself for this, I can't exactly tell him that I wasn't feeling it anymore, can I? Haha, I suppose you wouldn't want to get married to someone like me, right? In that case, you can speak to Lord Falkrantz and send a refusal through him so. No, I don't believe I implied that to be the case. The moment I tried to lead her towards suggesting her to reject me, Lisbeth instantly shot my idea down. But seeing her ice-cold aquamarine eyes, I couldn't help but feel that her words and feelings were on completely opposite sides. Perhaps I was too hasty and impatient, and maybe she's implying that I need to show a little more tact towards this situation. It's true, to cancel an engagement like this, you'd need a good amount of reason as well as arrangements to make it happen. Is that so? Well, that's good to hear. I put a hand on my chest and feigned relief. Anyway, I need to create a situation that make it easier for Lisbeth to ask for breaking the engagement, while also making sure that the Emperor doesn't find out about it. Then, let me start by talking some more about myself to let you know me better. From then on, I began to endlessly blabber about myself, and then continued on, towards outright bragging and boasting about myself. That said, there wasn't much I had done to boast, so I started exaggerating and outright mixing lies to continue on and on. I'm sure even Lisbeth already knows that I have been nothing but a miserable prince, so she should quite easily figure out that all these things are lies. Now with this, once news spreads that I am the kind of shitty person that can casually lie so much, she should be able to ask for breaking the engagement quite easily. And so, everyone in this Scorpion Palace are all always praising my name. Isn't that right, Maya? At this point, I asked for affirmation from Maya, who was standing behind me. Now Maya, show the most displeased and disgusted look you can make, and just refute all of it to my face. Please, okay. Yes, it is indeed all exactly as Prince Rudolph has said. Maya, I'm sure you have already heard this, Lady Lisbeth, but our prince single-handedly revealed a great series of frauds occurring inside this Scorpion Palace. And now, a fresh new wind has begun flowing through this imperial palace, all because of him. Getting a completely unexpected reaction, I ended up exclaiming her name in shock. Or rather, what new wind is she talking about? It's more like a storm of laughter from the servants in this palace, right? Prince Rudolph, you truly are a great gentleman, it seems. Well no, but With a dry smile, hearing the cold tone that delivered the freezing words of compliment from Lisbeth sent a chill down my spine. Damn you, Maya, how dare you betray me? Once this meeting is over, I'm definitely going to punish her for this. I don't think I'll be able to endure this atmosphere any longer, so I desperately began to think of ways to change it somehow. By the way, could you perhaps tell me more tales from your childhood instead, Prince Rudolph? With her cold expression still as it was, Lisbeth suddenly asked me that with upturned eyes. But as far as my childhood goes, I don't think I have any stories that could be told for the sake of anyone's enjoyment. No, perhaps from Lisbeth's point of view, those kinds of stories may bring her more pleasure more than anything. After all, she is being forced to have a potential engagement with me because of the Emperor's order, and is being made to go through this meeting with someone she clearly doesn't like. Hearing the painful stories of that guy's past might at least calm her frustrations. I'm sure that's why she asked to hear such stories from me, so that she could later retell her beloved Wilhelm these as funny stories. Fine, then I'll simply play along and tell all sorts of stories in the most hilarious manner possible. To the point that even she would forget her prim and proper ladylike manners and end up breaking into silly laughter. I jokingly put my hand on my chest and then gave a bow. And then, please do listen. They are nothing but humorous tales, some stupid, some pathetic. A comedy show that I call my childhood. Chapter 8. Why did it end up like this? I'm sure you already know, but I am a child born between the Emperor and a mistress. That is, a bastard. Normally, I wouldn't even be allowed to have any rights to succession to the throne. But making the Emperor disregard his own two queens and accepting all of his true love with her whole body, his favorite concubine, my mother, she made a wish to the Emperor. To make me, Rudolph, the fourth prince of the empire. The reason was simple. If she were to lose the love of the Emperor, she would lose all support and was destined to be thrown away. I was simply an insurance to make sure that she could continue to live inside the imperial palace. Such lowly and crude were both her and my own blood, which is why no one would ever acknowledge me. Anytime I passed someone, they'd look at me with scorn and disdain. All I'd be referred to as was a lowly concubine's child, a failure born of seduction, nothing but malicious gossip. Of course, even I understood that much. I was not someone that should have ever been born. Above all, after I was made the fourth prince, my mother the concubine began to act more haughtily and arrogantly inside the palace. No, she's like that even now would be the right wording. More arrogant and haughty than even two queens, as if she herself was the absolute power inside the imperial palace. And so, the negativity among the people in the palace began to grow and were funneled and targeted towards me, resulting in their gossips and ugly gazes switching to harassment and bullying. That said, even if rotten, I was still the fourth prince of the empire. They could only take their harassment so far. That is, they began to completely ignore me. No matter how many times I called them, people would never reply. When I tried to talk to anyone directly, they would turn their heads away. I was treated like I was nothing but air. No matter how hard I tried, no matter how much I worked hard, no matter how many good results I showed, no one would ever even look towards me. Not even my own father, the emperor, nor my very own mother. And so, I started doing things that would be impossible to ignore. I started throwing things at them, intentionally dropping my food plate on the floor to make a mess. But even then, the servants continued to simply clean it up silently. Such small things wouldn't change anything. In that case, I failed to understand what was the worth of me even staying alive, so I tried to kill myself. But I was unable to do even that. I was so afraid of it. My hands and legs shivered, and tears wouldn't stop coming out of my eyes. And all I could do was mutter, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." And then, I began to further question myself. Why should I be this sad? Why should I suffer like this? Whose fault is this? Who's the reason behind all this? And thus sprouted within me pure hatred. And from that day on, I lost the meaning of the word moderation. Until now, I had been doing mischief to attract attention, but now I didn't even need to think about the people around me, so I didn't need to be considerate about them either. If I didn't like something, just lash out violently. And if I don't like something, just blame it on everyone else around me. What will happen then? The people who had pretended I didn't even exist until now, suddenly the color of their eyes changed. Their scorn changed into fear and anger and outright hatred. But all it did was make me happier. After all, finally, people had started to look at me now. Even my 3 elder brothers, who didn't even look me in the eyes even once, began to notice me. Well, no, actually brother Robin would come and instigate me, call me the embarrassment of the empire. Dirty, rotten pig, even when everyone else ignored me, and would often curse and throw abuses at me to his heart's content, and would even order the servants to beat me up. But that was the same as acknowledging my existence. Even someone like me, who was lesser than air itself. That's why I was still happy. Every time he showed up, I'd laugh right here in this garden. I would be so happy that my tears would continue to flow endlessly. And that's the story of my childhood. Looking at Lisbeth, who continued to hear my tales silently, I joking said, "How was it?" "Pretty amusing, right?" It's been a while since I have thought of my past like this, so I really couldn't help but laugh. Because if I don't laugh at it, I might lose my mind. And after all that, you are correct. Just as you said, Prince Rudolph, it is indeed a ridiculous and stupid story. Lisbeth averted her eyes away from me and muttered without changing her expression. Ha ha ha, is she desperately trying to suppress her laughter right now? I imagine when she returns to the Falkrantz house, she'd talk about it all to Wilhelm and then laugh together at it all. After all, unlike myself, who was of such a lowly, dirty bloodline, those two were high-class nobles, only second to the imperial family itself. To watch garbage dance was nothing if a funny comedy show. Still upholding a self-deprecating smile, I put my hand inside my pocket and tightly gripped the gold coin that was always inside there. That alone was what kept my sanity in check. Oh dear, I ended up chatting for far too long, my apologies for that. Allow me to escort you back to the entrance now. Yes. As I stood up and reached out my hand towards Lisbeth. Clink! The gold coin from my pocket flew out and hit the marble tile. Instantly forgetting that Lisbeth was there, I leaped to quickly pick up the coin back again and quickly put it back inside my pocket. Phew, I need to make extra sure to not let it fall like that from now on. If someone inside the palace, worst case, if Robin found out about it, he would definitely try to take it away from me. Lord Rudolph, the coin you just dropped was nothing that concerns you. I spoke in a tone so low that I scared even myself. I turned my face away and took Lisbeth's hand before escorting her back towards the entrance. I imagine even Lisbeth realized that it was not a good idea to pry any further, as she too remained completely silent on our way to the entrance. Lady Lisbeth, I thank you for joining me today. Not at all, and goodbye. Lisbeth was still bowing in curtsy as the carriage door closed, and slowly began to trot away into the distance. Fu, looks like this engagement will end in failure, I imagine. While gazing at the carriage, I exhaled a deep sigh, and yet, why did it end up like this? The very next day came a letter of acceptance from the Falkrantz house, saying that Lisbeth had accepted the proposal to become my fiancée. Chapter 9. The Feelings of a Certain Lady of the Marquis House. Lisbeth Falkrantz's point of view. And that's all for the report. 3 days after the meeting with Prince Rudolph, my servant Maya was bowing in front of me after having given her full report. So then what kind of opinion did Prince Rudolph have of me after our meeting? Did he perchance say anything afterwards? Well, he did talk about you technically. Or rather, he continued to stare at the letter of your acceptance of the engagement with his neck perpetually at an inclined angle. What was that supposed to even mean? Was he happy about our engagement, or was he disappointed? I couldn't come to a conclusion. From my perspective, I believe he still feels you to be too distant from him. After all, Lady Lisbeth, you decided to act like that in front of him after all. WL, that simply couldn't be helped, okay. Against Maya, who showed her clear disdain towards my actions without showing a single change in expression, I ended up raising my voice involuntarily. But it really was true. She doesn't even understand just how excited I was to finally meet Prince Rudolph again. Ever since that day back when we met as mere children, I never stopped thinking about him. And so it was only natural that I would end up acting awkward and stiffen up from nervousness, right? Then, please listen to me clearly, okay? If things stay like this, Prince Rudolph is bound to misunderstand things completely. That would not be ideal. Finally, after 9 years, I have finally been able to reunite with again after all. Yes, I have known Prince Rudolph since we were only 5 years old. That day, Prince Rudolph was so adorable, sweet, yet also chivalrous. His straightforward amber-colored eyes that looked directly into my own, and his so gentle voice that could melt both body and soul, made me more happy than anything else in life. Prince Rudolph. If you love him that much, then can you please at least try to act a bit more amiable when you're actually with him as well? As he is right now, if he sees you like this, I'm sure he'll quickly forget the misunderstandings in his mind, and will surely come to deeply love you as well, Lady Lisbeth. Just when I finally recalled the image of Prince Rudolph from that day, Maya just had to bring me back to reality and ruin it for me. In the first place, Maya is my maid-cum-personal guard, and yet she really shows no tact, or rather, it really doesn't feel like she treats me like a servant should treat her master sometimes. Well, at this point, after all this time, it doesn't really bother me that much though. All that aside, it really was as you told me, Maya. The child from my past really was Prince Rudolph after all. Indeed. Both me and Maya nodded to each other. I recalled the gold coin that Prince Rudolph accidentally dropped on the floor. That was no doubt the very same gold coin that I gave to him on that day. Fufu, even now, remembering that innocent and pure smile he showed me when I showed him that coin, I feel blessed. It was perfection. It was the absolute best. Perfection incarnate. Lady Lisbeth, you seem to be making quite the slovenly expression again, it seems. Hearing Maya point it out, I quickly covered my face with my hands out of embarrassment. This is bad. Whenever I start thinking about Prince Rudolph, I lose all control over my expression for some reason. Even though I am a proud daughter of the great Falkrantz family, the very symbol of this empire's military might. Anyway, it seems it really was the right decision to have you infiltrate the imperial palace, Maya. In the first place, Maya had been sent into the palace 3 months ago with 2 missions: to observe and monitor the infamous Prince Rudolph, as well as search for the person that I truly loved. There were other servants from our Falkrantz family that had already infiltrated the place at the behest of my father, but since that incident happened, I also sent Maya, a person who I trusted the most, on my own personal request as well. Soon after Maya entered the palace, the poison assassination attempt happened, and while the culprits had been found and executed, it was very obvious that the real culprits were still at large. To quickly put a lid on this incident, the imperial household must have quickly done all this and covered the truth up. Which means the real culprit was someone that high up and influential that they couldn't be punished publicly. That's why, although it was only after the assassination attempt that I finally got to see Prince Rudolph's true appearance, Fufu, as you'd expect, You simply cannot just believe every rumor that come to your ear. The Prince Rudolph I met personally was a little jokey and occasionally put on some airs, but other than that, he always talked with me with the utmost sincerity. And above all, his amber eyes were as warm as they were on that day. However, to think Prince Rudolph was able to endure that kind of horrible treatment for so long without ever warping because of it. During their meeting, I got to hear the stories from Prince Rudolph's past. It was so utterly absurd, unreasonable, irrational, and so devoid of any grace, that I was filled with so much rage that I wanted to instantly find all those people and deliver judgment upon their sins. Even if those people were high-ranking nobles, I would not care. And also, I am no longer the little girl I was on that day. Maya, is Prince Rudolph still being made to suffer the same kind of painful treatment even now? No, I already reported it as such, but ever since the incident with Mrs. Tapple and the Chamberlain, there are no more people who would dare disrespect Prince Rudolph to his face. And besides, the ones that would have done so have been already removed from the palace under my authority as his personal attendant. She put her hand on her chest and spoke so with pride in her voice. Especially, the way she emphasized the words personal attendant really irritated me a little. I too would like to be someone special to Prince Rudolph as well. Maya, do continue to support and assist Prince Rudolph like this with all your ability, understand. As you wish, my lady. I Maya Brandt swear it on my life. Maya bowed in a dignified manner once again. By the way, what should we do with that person? What else? They tried to play games with me of all people. We will show them what it means to turn the Falkrantz family into your enemy. Understood. Maya gave a smirk and then disappeared into the shadows. But still, it's incredible how a mere ducal family can get this cocky just because they have some royal blood flowing in their veins. I imagine they are simply desperate to have the backing of the Falkrantz family, but this simply won't be due. After all, my very being exists solely for Prince Rudolph's sake, and him alone. Once again, thinking and recalling his face, I couldn't help but break into a smile. Chapter 10. How unfortunate must I be to have an older brother this foolish. I feel so depressed. A week had passed since my meeting with Lisbeth, and I was currently dragging my feet slowly as I made my way to the Emperor's room. Of course, it was to report that I had indeed succeeded in getting engaged to Lisbeth. I mean, he was the one who set this all up, so I assume he already knows it all. So why do I need to go and report this once again? Or that was how I was complaining in my head, but since I personally asked him to find an engagement partner for me, I need to give him my gratitude alongside the report as well. Resigning myself to it all, I was walking without an attendant, or rather, without Maya, and I was about to turn the corner through the passage when, thunk, wah, I collided into someone and fell on my back. It's my fault for not paying attention, but who did I even owe? To think the dirty pig would show his face here. Ah geez, I really am unlucky today. Of all the people, it was the third prince, Robin. Brother Robin, a pleasant day to yo, GH. As I tried to give curtsy while standing up, a shock ran through my side. One of Robin's 2 attendants had decided to kick me, it seems. Even though it's our first time meeting ever since I was poisoned, we're already back to this. Or rather, how undisciplined are his attendants? I mean, I still am the 4th prince, you know? Well, whatever. To make an example and show that things won't go as they did in the past, I need to return the favor at least a little. What's the meaning of this? Meaning, you ask, phew fun. Looks like the poison also rotted your brain to the level of cattle, eh? Hey, don't you think so too? When I glared at them, Robin snorted like a spoilt brat and spoke to his 2 attendants. The 2 attendants, of course, also snickered and agreed, "It is exactly as you say, my prince. And you are as keen as ever, it is impressive." Typical sycophants, sucking up to his every word. Of course, this attitude was considered vital to be successful inside the imperial palace, but it was still embarrassing to watch. At least, no matter how much they raise him up on a pedestal, Robin had no great future waiting for him. What do I mean, you ask? Well, according to the written history, even though he did end up assassinated by me, in truth, Robin had already been overthrown and was fallen prince already. About 3 years from now, under the orders of the emperor, he would lead a large army under his banner to the northern regions to suppress and subjugate an armed group of a different ethnicity. only to suffer crushing defeat by their hands, and would end up running back to save his life, while abandoning his subordinates and army. Because of that, Robin would have his right to succession revoked, and would be given the rank of Earl out of pity and get sent to some remote place in the sticks for the rest of his life. That said, because there could always be people who could use his bloodline to rally a force behind him in the future, I still had him assassinated to avoid any kind of problems in the future. You damn pig, how dare you act like this in front of Prince Robin, huh? It is inexcusable. In place of the prince, I'll deliver punishment upon you. Goo. Won the physically strong attendants, got more and more cocky, and started to punch and kick at me even more. My oh my, I'm still a prince, and this is still the imperial palace, you know. If you cause this kind of trouble, it could be the capital punishment. Well, not really though. That's how much I had been ignored inside the palace, and no one would bother reporting something like this to anyone. That's why I'd have to personally bring up this complaint to the emperor, but haha, this is all so stupid. It precisely because of that he'll be suffering from a lot of pain in the very near future. Oh wow man, you really punched me hard, huh? Now my face is all bruised up though. HMPH, you look better this way, no? Don't you think so, Prince Robin? Hahaha, agreed. I see, my face looks better like this, eh? Unfortunately, I am never going to see your face ever again though. Well, I hope you guys are done now. But oh yeah, I will have to properly explain why I was late to my meeting with the emperor though. Too late, buddy. I am going to tell this all to him, you know? That it was because of one of Robin's attendants attacking me that I was late. And of course, I had proof right here on my very face itself. Wow, wait. If you meet father like this, do you know what will happen? That's something I'll think about after I have told the emperor everything. I hope you're not thinking of stopping me here or dragging me away either. I mean, look over there. When I pointed to the end of the corridor, a middle-aged servant, the Grand Chamberlain that always stood beside the emperor, was heading this way. Well, if I become this late, it was only natural that he'd come to check. Prince Rudolph. My deepest apologies. I was subjected to this outrageous assault from Brother Robin's servant and could not make it within the promised time. I made a deep bow towards the Grand Chamberlain, but I knew that the corners of my mouth were upturned like the crescent moon. The emperor is waiting. Let us head there with haste. Yes, of course. Leaving the pale-faced Robin and his two attendants there, I followed after the Grand Chamberlain and headed to the room where the emperor awaited. Chapter 11, Why is she here? Fumu, that certainly sounds like quite the disaster. My humblest and deepest apologies for arriving so late. Hearing the story from the Grand Chamberlain, the emperor scratched his chin, while I took the knee and bowed my head with utmost sincerity. Even if it was because of Robin and his lackeys, the fact remained that I was late. So rather than hide behind an excuse, I deemed it better to properly apologize regardless. But more so than that. Yufufu, Your Majesty, why don't leave this thing for later, and have some nice tea with me instead? Why was my mother here right now? Disregarding the fact that this woman just referred to her own child as that thing. Why the hell is this woman dressed so obscenely in front of her own 14-year-old son, and is still buttering up to the emperor without even a tinge of shame? Utterly disgusting. Now, just wait a while, Beatrice. Once I have listened to all that Rudolph has to say, I'll soon accompany you wherever you want to go. As if he was pacifying his pet cat, the emperor made a wry smile and gently caressed through my mother's silver hair, making her pout, but still stepped back obediently. As you'd expect of the emperor's favorite concubine, she knows exactly when to quit as well. Watching it all made me want to puke on the floor, though. So, your report was about your successful engagement with the young lady of the Falkrantz family, yes. Indeed. Thanks to your consideration, Your Majesty, I have made a vow to marry Lady Lisbeth. Once again, thank you very much for your help with this matter. Good. Be sure to properly treasure this Lisbeth girl, okay? Just like I do. Oh my. The emperor wrapped his hand around my mother's waist, making her happily jump back into his arms. Well then, I will take my leave. I gave another respectful bow and then left the room. As I left, I could hear my mother flirtatious voice behind my back, oh, Maya, and also Lady Lisbeth. Prince Rudolph, pardon me for a moment. ASWAI. For some reason, right outside the room, Maya was there, and Lisbeth, who happened to be with her, approached close to me, and then began to pat around my face. Wait. Why and how is Lisbeth here in the Imperial Palace right now? Prince Rudolph, let us quickly return to your room for now. We need to treat your wounds with haste. Why? She forcefully pulled on my arm, and just like that I was dragged back to my room by Lisbeth. Ow, Esso, why are you here today? As I underwent the treatment by Lisbeth's hands inside my room at the Scorpion Palace, I cautiously questioned her. Well, isn't that obvious? It is to come and meet my fiancé, Prince Rudolph, of course. That aside, I wish to ask you a question as well. How did you end up with such injuries, Prince Rudolph? Getting questioned that cut straight to the core of the matter, I ended up hesitating over how to reply. It would be easy to explain Robin's acts of violence, and if I do so, perhaps she would get disillusioned with me and maybe even cancel her engagement. No, I doubt she'd go that far. Both the Emperor and the Falkrantz family have officially agreed to this engagement. Basically, it was a contract between the country and a noble family. To null the engagement over such a petty manner would harm the pride and dignity of both parties. It was not something that could be so easily done. And above all, the fact that the fourth prince had been physically hurt by a mere servant would be a serious matter in and of itself. What I'm saying is, it was my own pitiful self-pride that made me hesitate over telling the truth to her. Even more so considering she was both my fiancée, as well as my future enemy that would one day assassinate me. Very well, if you do not wish to answer, I will not ask any further. Her expression remained as unchanging as always, and she stared at me with her cold gaze. But within her aquamarine eyes, for some reason it felt like I could sense both anger and sadness. That should be enough. Thank you very much. I gave my honest thanks to Lisbeth, who went out of her way to treat my injuries. Speaking of which, she seemed really adept with all this. This may come as a little rude perhaps, but, Lady Lisbeth, are you perhaps used to treating injuries like these? Yes. As you may already know, the Falkrantz family is the very symbol of the military might of the Baltic Empire. To get hurt during training is an everyday matter for our kind. Does that include you as well, Lady Lisbeth? Of course. Since I was 5 years old, I have been trained in the way of the spear day in day out. I see. As expected of the Lady of Ice that would one day assassinate me. She was really used to battles, huh? Damn, it seems more and more that I might never win against her, you know. What do I do? However, to see Prince Rudolph get hurt like this only makes me more and more worried about your safety, as your fiancé, of course. And thus, I will make it a habit to come see you every day from here onwards. Hold up a minute. Why did it end up like this? There's no need for that. Today was just a coincidence, that's all, right? Maya. I quickly turned to Maya, who was standing beside her for some assistance. Please, I beg of you, just match my story. Today may have been a coincidence, but we don't know when you might be faced with a similar problem again. As your personal attendant, I am quite worried as well. Maya. Damn you, Maya, you dare betray me here of all times. That's true. Even if a similar problem were to happen again, if I am by your side, Prince Rudolph, I wouldn't let anyone even raise a single hand at you. As I thought, it would be best to come here every day and stay beside you for as much time as possible. No. I would feel bad for making you put up with all this trouble just for my sake. What are you even talking about? There is nothing more important in the world than your safety, Prince Rudolph. Lisbeth put her hand on her chest and gazed directly at me with her icy eyes. Even though you're fated to assassinate me in the future, what are you even talking about? Is what I wanted to retort, but it seemed like I didn't have much of choice right here. Then, I'll be in your care, I guess. By all means, leave it all to me. With a dignified expression, Lisbeth elegantly curtsied, and in contrast to her, I could only show a wry smile at best. Chapter 12, Visiting Wife Lisbeth. Today, Robin's 2 servants were promptly executed. Their offense, of course, the fact that they attacked the 4th prince. Because of that, Robin was also put in a month-long house arrest as punishment for not controlling his servants properly as their master. As for the noble families that these attendants belonged to, of course, they were also destroyed completely. Even if I was a good-for-nothing bastard, if I were to appear in audience with the emperor with a swollen face like that, A result like this was only bound to happen. The fact that they got so cocky that they couldn't even predict such a scenario, well, I could only call them stupid for that, and nothing less. All that said, the fact remained that such violence against me was normally ignored, and that was how the Imperial Palace had always been for me personally. But even so, I am desperate to find a way to live beyond the 10-year time limit that I seem to have as per history. I am not going to just stand there and allow them all to do whatever they want to me. From here onwards as well, if someone appears that tries to do something similar to me, I will ruthlessly find a way to eliminate them. And yet, Prince Rudolph, the weather's fine today once again as well, don't you think? Why am I currently having a leisurely walk through the garden alone with the Lady of Ice, the woman destined to assassinate me? Or rather, for my survival, staying as far away as possible from Lisbeth should be the priority, and yet, I'm trapped by being engaged to her now as well. Furthermore, there's that too, you know. Both me and Lisbeth literally just came back from watching the public execution of Robin's 2 attendants. I'm shocked by the nerves on this girl to be acting like this already. But now that we're officially engaged, it's basically impossible to now annul our betrothal. In that case, I have no choice but to get on best terms possible with her and make good relations with her as much as possible, just so I don't get assassinated later in the future. Lovers, forget that. Even friends might be too much, but if I can at least get to a level where we can normally greet each other when passing by, surely she wouldn't think of killing me out of a sense of guilt, right? I sure hope so. Please, I beg that to be the case. As I pondered inside my head like I was praying, outside I smiled to get as favorable of an impression as possible with her. By the way, when we both turn 15, we'll be officially adults, but Prince Rudolph, what are your plans when that happens? Gazing at me with her aquamarine eyes, Lisbeth questioned me in a monotonous tone. It would seem she wants to confirm the life path I wish to take. In the Baltic Empire, children of the royalty and the nobility usually take admission into the Imperial Academy that was established by the Emperor from 2 generations ago. My 3 elder brothers all enrolled in here as well, and while Frederick will graduate next year, Oscar and Robin will still be in the academy at that time. However, enrolling there is not a compulsory requirement. For example, if the head of a family loses their life in accident, the heir would have no time to be attending school. And even for the royals, there are exceptions where they are required to uphold their duty in case of emergencies. That said, of course, I plan to get myself enrolled in the Imperial Academy. I have no reason not to after all. I shrugged my shoulders and replied to Lisbeth. As you'd expect, in the current situations, it'd be impossible for the 4th Prince of the Empire to simply skip school. In that case, we can be together all the time from next year. Looking back ahead, Lisbeth muttered words that seemed to lack any kind of emotion. But, for some reason, I ended up getting a bit curious. Lady Lisbeth, if I may ask a question. Yes, what is it? Well, I have only heard rumors at best, but, from what I understand, you have been quite close with the son of the Duke's Failure house since childhood, right? Yes, both the hero Wilhelm and Lisbeth should have some sort of connection at this point, already according to the story. As per the war records of Wilhelm that I read in my previous life, Lisbeth and him met when they were young, and it was memories from that time that would lead to the blossoming of the romance between them in the future, or at least that's what was written. To be engaged to me, to spend her day-to-day life with me, should be quite painful to her, I assume. And yet, why was Lisbeth beside me today again? Wait. You, Lady Lisbeth. Ugh. Since the day I first met her, have I ever seen her so openly show her clear displeasure with a frown? Yeah, I don't think I have. Her expression remained unchanged, and while she would often stare at me with these cold eyes of hers, she's never so openly shown her emotions before. See, could it be that I brought up something that has possibly offended you? Not knowing what it was that made Lisbeth angry, I could only talk while flustered. Just when I thought I was starting to somewhat get along with Lisbeth, I managed to instantly ruin it all in an instant. No, it is in no way your fault, Prince Rudolph. However, forgive me, but may I ask you to please avoid talking about that thing in front of me if possible? Sure. By that thing, I have to assume that Lisbeth is talking about Wilhelm, right? But why did she hate talking about him so much? Could it be that? Is she perhaps in the middle of fight with him right now? Or perhaps, maybe our engagement was part of Wilhelm's plan as well, and she always planned to assassinate me. Nah, that's a bit much to be believable. After all, I am just the fourth prince with no power or backing to my name. Now more than ever, Lisbeth's true motives and her relationship with him became more and more confusing to me. Or rather, there were a bunch of chapters dedicated to Lisbeth in the war records of Wilhelm as well, but these current developments are way too strange. Could it be that by revealing the frauds of Mrs. Tapple and the rest, and then asking for a betrothal of my own, I have severely changed the course of history already? No, just hold on a minute. It's way too early to be coming to such conclusions already. This could just be a small irregularity, and in the grand scheme of things, I don't think my actions have caused such a ripple yet, and history may still follow its predetermined path. In the end, while I was indeed curious, I spent the rest of the day trying my best to improve Lisbeth's soured mood. Chapter 13. I got invited to a birthday party. 3 months after my engagement to Lisbeth had been decided. Once again, today I was having a nice tea with Lisbeth in the garden of the Scorpion Palace. At first my dear fiancée seemed to show no emotion on her face, and would stare at me with a cold gaze making me feel like I was lying on a bed of needles, but now, yeah, she's still the same, emotionless as always. And yet, as you'd expect of the Lady of Ice that was so extolled upon in the war records of Wilhelm, she was indeed a top-class beauty. I feel like she'd be a lot cuter if she could at least show a little bit of a smile though. Prince Rudolph, you seem to be somewhat out of sorts, but is something the matter? And no, well, I was simply deep in thought so. Is that so? That's not good, now's not the time to be dazing about. In these 3 months, even I have somewhat learnt how to discern between Lisbeth's different moods, and right now, she seems to be outing her lips, just a little showing that she is sulking a bit. Now that I properly think about it, until now no one would even interact with, or even when they did, it would be like Robin who only focused on showing his disdain for me. But now, I have both Lisbeth and Maya constantly interacting with me. Well, those two people being the woman that would assassinate me in the future and someone's spy is, well, how do I say this, very much like me, if I say so myself. And now you seem to be laughing at something. What is it? Sorry, it's nothing. Lisbeth seemed to be getting more and more pouty with every, so I reflexively straightened myself in attention. I should properly concentrate on her for now. This sweet is quite delicious as well, so please, try tasting it as well. In an attempt to fix her mood, even if by a little, I put some colorful macaroons and shortcakes on a plate and presented it to Lisbeth. Moo. She seemed to take the plate looking somewhat dissatisfied, but seeing her pick a couple and bring it to her mouth, it seemed like her mood did get better after all. Thank God. Looks like you're finally getting used to dealing with Lady Lisbeth as well, Prince Rudolph. Could you not whisper something like that in my ear right now, Maya? I'm probably making a very strange expression right now, I'm sure. By the way, today, I happen to have a request to make to Prince Rudolph. A request to me, you say? Seeing Lisbeth speak as if she had resolved herself for something, I ended up bracing myself as well. I'm sure her request is probably not something simple. Yes, to tell you the truth, a week from now, I happen to my birthday so. Your birthday? Well, turns out it was not something as crazy as I was expecting, but basically she wants me to celebrate her birthday, right? What do? Could I even arrange a satisfactory present for her in a week's time? But considering our betrothal is basically set in stone now, and considering I need to do my utmost to maintain good relations with her, this birthday might actually be a good chance. That is, of course, if I don't end up completely messing tea all up. And so, I would like to have the prince attend my birthday party as my fiancé if possible. With upturned eyes, Lisbeth took a peek at my face. Unlike her usual dignified look, her aquamarine eyes showed a tinge of anxiousness. But I'll be honest, the gap between her usual cold look and this current look was so big that my heart started beating fast suddenly. Well, if you're okay with it, I'd be more than happy to. Thank you so much. Lisbeth gave a bow, and her eyes shone with jubilance. Completely charmed by this Lisbeth, I was also struck with a sense of unease. Why was she this happy? After all, according to the war records of Wilhelm, Lisbeth rejected the advances of Tyrant Rudolph at every step and never opened her heart to her. In truth, I almost felt a little pity towards Rudolph, who was willing to give her the entire empire just to receive her love and yet failed. And yet, the girl in front of me was clearly trying her best to open her heart towards me. At first, the only impression I got was her cold attitude, but the more I've come to know her, I'm starting to realize that she's just kinda awkward, that's all. And that only served to perplex me even further. Then, I'll be looking forward to it, a week from now. Yes, I'll be in your care as well. As I helped HR up into her carriage, Lisbeth asked and confirmed the promise with me once again. I could really feel no ill intent from this girl from any of her actions at this point. Soon, the carriage with Lisbeth in it disappeared into the distance. Maya. Yes. Sorry, but I need to acquire all the items I'm about to tell you right now. Without fail. Understood, my lord. Having already guessed my intentions, Maya gave a deep bow. And thus a week passed, and Lisbeth's birthday party arrived in a flash. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Standing with a daunting pose at the front gate of the Falkrantz mansion, I was greeted by Lisbeth's father, Marquis Douglas Falkrantz. Chapter 14. The entry of the history's great hero. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Standing with a daunting pose at the front gate of the Falkrantz mansion, I was greeted by Lisbeth's father, Marquis Douglas Falkrantz. Okay, I'm scared. The ways he's staring at me, those are the eyes of a man looking at his enemy. Not to mention, this is the man hailed as the Empire's strongest general and feared as the Obsidian War God, because of his jet black hair, the striking feature of the family that are infamous as the very symbol of the Baltic Empire's military might. The pressure was on a whole different level. If I had at least Maya beside me, I'd have some sort of mental support, but coming to a party of my fiancé with another woman beside me wouldn't be a great look either, so she stayed back home. All that aside, isn't it about time, he finally escorted me into the mansion already. A bunch of other guests have been watching our staring competition from the side with a curious gaze for quite some time now. Just then, "Dear, why are you, oh my, Prince Rudolph? Thank you so much for coming here today." A lady with flaxen hair came to call the Marquis, and then curtsied as soon as she noticed my presence. Judging by her looks and face, she was probably Lisbeth's mother. "Rudolph Fuist Baldic, thank you for inviting me today. I am Lisbeth's mother, Teresa Falkrantz. My deepest honor to finally meet you face to face, Your Highness." Seeing me bow with my hand to my chest, Lady Falkrantz curtsied once again, this time introducing herself. Until now, I had only attended the parties in the Imperial Palace, and even there, I was no more than a wallflower, so it was my first time meeting either of the couple. Now, please come inside. My dear daughter Lisbeth has been eagerly waiting for your arrival, my prince. Thank you very much. Urged on by the lady, I stepped into the mansion, but the Marquis continued to silently glare at me without saying a single word. But it would seem, as far as this family goes, the initiative lay in the hands of the lady of the house instead. "Lisbeth, Prince Rudolph has arrived, my dear." Shouting in a loud voice, Lady Falkrantz energetically flung the doors open. How do I say this? Military families really are the lively type, huh? Seeing Lisbeth in her pale blue dress that matched her eyes, I unconsciously ended up gulping air. I mean, I always knew that she was pretty, but today she's looking exceptionally beautiful. Prince Rudolph, once again, my deepest thanks for coming here today. Yes. Likewise, thank you for inviting me today. Finally returning to my senses upon her words, I quickly gave a bow in a panic. You foo-foo, until the party starts, you two just relax together, okay? Thank you very much. Lady Falkrantz left the room, leaving me and Lisbeth alone together. This is troubling. What do I even talk about? Damn it, we overlapped. Please, you go ahead first, Lady Lisbeth. No, please, you first, Your Highness. This is no good. We are going to be stuck like this forever. I resolved myself and then spoke up. Well, Lady Lisbeth, you look very pretty today. Oh, that makes me very happy to hear. Is the girl in front of me really that Lisbeth? Her beauty was divine, and while her expression remained unchanging, her cheeks blushed upon my compliments, and seeing her like this, I simply could not imagine this girl ever even thinking of assassinating me. And above all, she was supposed to be Wilhelm's partner. Is this really okay? When that thought crossed my mind, suddenly, I felt a prick in my chest. All right. To celebrate your birthday, I have brought some presents for you as well, Lady Lisbeth. As if to try and ignore the pain in my chest, I brought out a small box that I was carrying on me and handed it over to Lisbeth. May I open it now? Of course. Then, slowly, Lisbeth opened the box. It's beautiful. Inside the box was a ring embedded with a gem the same pale blue color as her eyes. In the War Chronicles of Wilhelm, after Lisbeth assassinated me and was about to take her own life, Wilhelm stopped her and then proposed to her with this very ring. That's why, in order to avoid that fate, I used the excessive funds left over from revealing Mrs. Tapple's frauds and embezzlement to arrange this ring. And seeing her aquamarine eyes lovingly admire that ring, my chest began to ache even more. Why would you look at it with such eyes? I'm not Wilhelm, I'm just a tyrant. Prince Rudolph, thank you very much. Really, genuinely, this is the greatest gift I have ever received in my life. I mean it. She gripped the ring tightly in her hands, and in her own awkward way tried convey her true feelings, her happiness. Well, since it is a ring after all, allow me. I took Lisbeth's left hand, and then gently slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Does it suit me? Of course it does. There is no woman in the whole world that it would suit more. Hearing her nervous question, I smiled and replied with a sly grin. Even if it is just for today, I want her to be my partner and not Wilhelm's, that's fine, right? To finally escort her to the main hall, I gently took her hand in my own. It was at that moment. Knock, knock. Lisbeth. A young man with blazing red hair and amber eyes entered the room. Of course, I knew exactly who that man was. Yes, he was indeed the protagonist of the story that I read so many times in my previous life. The man that birthed the Svallier kingdom. Wilhelm von Svallier. Chapter 15. This is quite different from history, though. Lisbeth. A young man with blazing red hair and amber eyes entered the room. Of course, I knew exactly who that man was. Yes, he was indeed the protagonist of the story that I read so many times in my previous life. The man that birthed the Svallier kingdom. Wilhelm von Svallier. As I thought, he was connected to Lisbeth after all. If not, she wouldn't know where Lisbeth's room was, and above all, he wouldn't dare come inside her room so casually either. In the end, our engagement was nothing but forced upon her due to the Emperor's orders, and she possibly just playing all with me as a joke, I guess. However, why are you at our mansion, and how dare you enter my room without even waiting for my permission? Lisbeth frowned and sent a death glare towards Wilhelm. Her expression made it seem like she was actually furious and full of hate. What's the matter, Lisbeth? These past few months you didn't reply to any of my letters, and when you finally did it was simply never show your face to me again, just that. Of course, I got worried and came here. Oh, so you do seem to understand then. Immediately leave this place. In contrast to Wilhelm, who seemed to be making a worried expression, Lisbeth was curt and to the point. Weren't these two supposed to be madly in love? But right now, it feels more like Lisbeth sees Wilhelm as her enemy instead, though. Wait a moment. Weren't you and me connected through fate since we were children? Then why? You and me. Connected by fate? Please, don't make me laugh. I do not recall being acquainted with a conman that excels only in falsehoods. I feel like I'm starting to understand the situation a bit more. Looks like this guy tried to deceive Lisbeth. All I can think of is that Wilhelm probably had an affair behind her back or something. As per history, he certainly had a bunch of concubines as well. And even in the war records of Wilhelm, there were a bunch of episodes about him laying hands on different women every time he went to the front lines as well. Anyway, today my dear fiancé, Prince Rudolph is here as well. I've had enough of your farce, so disappear out of my sights immediately. Wait, what do you mean fiancé? Did you not hear? 3 months ago, I got engaged. Unlike a man like yourself, I have chosen the far more sincere and honest Prince Rudolph instead. Can you not drag me into this if possible? Wilhelm's suddenly glaring at me with hate because of this now. And above all, when I sent my servant to you with that letter, you received that as well, right? The reward for defiling my precious memory. Her precious memory was probably the same as the one that was written about in the war records of Wilhelm as well. After I attempted to hurt Lisbeth in the garden of the imperial palace, Wilhelm protected her from me, after which she gave him a brooch, and then exchanged a promise with each other to meet again. Thinking now, let alone having a memory of doing anything like that to her, I don't even recall ever even meeting her before our engagement meeting. I think, in order to further glorify the relationship between Wilhelm and Lisbeth, the history tellers of the future made that stuff up. What a nuisance for me to be treated as such an utter villain, however. Foo-foo, even now, I feel like laughing just thinking about it. After handing you the letter, my servant asked you about what I had handed you on that day, correct? But after thinking for a long, long while, the answer you decided upon was a brooch of all things. Ugh. Lisbeth simply chuckled to herself, as if mocking him, making Wilhelm bite his lip as it seemed to have hit a sore spot. But the episode of the war records of Wilhelm, by the looks of it, was indeed nothing more than a fabrication and nothing more. That said, judging by her excessive anger and derision towards him, I felt like the episode itself wasn't a lie in and of itself, I think. Could it be that her memory in fact involved someone else and not Wilhelm in that case? And it seems that memory is truly precious to Lisbeth. Of course, I could totally empathize with her. I knew that feeling all too well as well, after all, because I too have a similar memory, and that memory alone has helped me maintain my sanity until now. While staring at Lisbeth, I put my hand in my pocket and tightly gripped the gold coin inside of it. It was then, if you seem to have failed to understand the letter, then allow me to speak plainly and directly. Get out of my sights and never show yourself in front of me ever again. I will take my leave for now. Also, here, a present for your birthday. I do not need it. When Wilhelm tried to hand her the present, she simply waved her hand and rejected it. Hit with that, Wilhelm simply turned to angrily glare at me again, and then quietly left the room. Prince Rudolph, my deepest apologies for making you endure this farce. Saying that, Lisbeth gave a deep and sincere bow apologetically. In her cold yet dignified aquamarine eyes, I could see that behind her anger towards Wilhelm, there was also a tinge of anxiety as well. Chapter 16, The Past of the Marquis Daughter. Prince Rudolph, my deepest apologies for making you endure this farce. Saying that, Lisbeth gave a deep and sincere bow apologetically. In her cold yet dignified aquamarine eyes, I could see that behind her anger towards Wilhelm, there was also a tinge of anxiety as well. It's fine, however, is this okay? Of course. A scumbag like him, just seeing him or hearing his voice, both only bring me displeasure and nothing else. Seeing the way she treated Wilhelm, I nervously questioned her, but from the looks of it, Lisbeth seems to genuinely hate that man from the bottom of her heart. Raising my head back up, just as I was about to speak again, we ended up overlapping once again. Ah, Lady Lisbeth, please speak first. Oh no, Prince Rudolph, by all means you first. And no, I wasn't going to say anything important per se, so please, Lady Lisbeth, you may speak first. This exchange continued for a couple times, before Lady Lisbeth finally agreed to go first. Well, after hearing my conversation with that man just now, Prince Rudolph, what are your thoughts about it? Did you recall something, perhaps? Showing a tinge of anxiety in her usually calm and dignified expression, Lisbeth looked at me. The color of her eyes, her expression, it all seemed faintly familiar to me. A face someone only showed when they really didn't want the person in front of them to dislike them. When I was young, hoping to want my family, no, anyone to just look at me, to not hate me, I would always try and judge the expression on the face of the people around, and the face I made when doing that was exactly this kind of expression. It was like looking into a mirror to my own past. That's why. Let's see, to be honest, I don't even know who that was. I guess he was an acquaintance of yours, but seeing the way you two interacted, it felt more like watching a bug bothering you, or at least that was the impression I got. In a somewhat joking manner, I replied so. I have no idea what happened between Wilhelm and her, but it was clear that Lisbeth hated that man. Now that she was my fiancée, all I need to do was to keep my relationship with her a smooth one so that I could avoid my own assassination. No, that's not it. I just didn't want to see her make that kind of expression. Haha, even though she's supposed to the woman that kills me, why did I end up thinking that way? Even I think that it's pretty stupid. Prince Rudolph, you really haven't changed even one bit. Wait. She suddenly grabbed my hand, and then a single tear went down her face. Seeing her like that, I could help but suddenly fall into a panic. Sniff, I knew it, you are indeed my destined partner, and certainly not that man. Lady Lisbeth. Lisbeth stared directly at me with moist aquamarine eyes, but I couldn't help but be curious. As per history, it was Wilhelm that was supposed to Lisbeth's destined partner, and I was the man that tried to tear them apart, the villain, the tyrant, and nothing more. However, she boldly claimed me to be her destined partner instead. And she treated Wilhelm with animosity. No, it was pretty much outright hatred towards him. Lady Lisbeth, just what exactly happened between you and that man? As I wiped the tears off her face with a handkerchief, I decided to ask what was on my mind. To be honest, there was one more thing I wanted to ask of her, but that can wait for now. Because until I get this answer first, I will be unable to understand the difference between her attitude over the last 3 months and what I know of her from history. Very well, will you listen to my story? The story of a stupid woman that was fooled by that glib scumbag, Wilhelm von Svalier, and let him defile her most precious memory. Saying that, Lisbeth tightly gripped her hands and then slowly began to talk. It was 9 years ago from now, back when I was just 5 years old. I had arrived at the imperial palace alongside my father, and while he was busty talking to other nobles, I was staring out of a window out of sheer boredom, when I suddenly noticed a beautiful garden where my favorite jasmine flowers bloomed. It had me completely captivated. Looking back at my father, it seemed like his talks would go on for a while longer still. And so, I secretly left his side and made my way towards the garden. However, the palace was far too wide for the little me, and I soon lost my way. Then, I could simply ask someone to lead me there, but if any other adult found me, I would surely be scolded for running around the palace on my own. While trying my best to not be overcome with both unease and loneliness, I continued to go around in circles in the corridors when suddenly, "Hey, who are you? This is the imperial palace, you know." When I turned to look, a blonde boy with 2 servants beside him was pointing towards me and shouted, You, how dare you infiltrate the palace? For your sins, I will personally cut you to pieces. Hey, you lot, go and quickly capture that girl." Wada, yes. Hearing the orders of the boy, the 2 attendants were also bewildered. Fearing the situation, I quickly turned tail and ran as fast as I could. Hey, wait. It's all because you fools were dilly-dallying around. Yes. The 2 attendants finally began a chase after me. If it was like this, I would surely be caught very soon. But I could do nothing else but run, and I kept going from one corridor to another, and upon turning one corner. Over here. Kaya. Suddenly my hand was pulled, and I got dragged inside a room. SHHH, you're being chased, right? Putting his finger on his lips, a young boy grinned at me. His silver shone brightly, and in contrast, his amber-colored eyes were soft and full of warmth, and I simply could not take my eyes away from that boy. Chapter 17. Because you looked at me. SHHH. You're being chased, right? Putting his finger on his lips, a young boy grinned at me. His silver shone brightly, and in contrast, his amber-colored eyes were soft and full of warmth, and I simply could not take my eyes away from that boy. After all, he was just so utterly lovely and adorable to look at. It'll be fine. No one will ever come here. Okay. While I felt something was off about his phrasing, I figured he was probably just trying to cheer me up, that's all. After that, we 2 stayed still inside that room for some time. So, where were you actually trying to go? AC, actually. I told him the honest truth. That I was looking for the jasmine-filled garden that I saw from the window, but got lost on the way. And when I told, then I can take you there. Really, thanks. I followed the young boy and headed towards that garden. I even remember chatting a bunch with that boy on the way as well. That said, I feel like it was just me talking a bunch of things one-sidedly, though. I think I just wanted a way to relieve myself of my anxiousness. And so, I decided to basically take advantage of that boy's kindness. And yet, I think this is the first time I have talked with someone so much. The boy was just genuinely happy, and showed me a truly adorable smile that could melt anyone's heart. His expression was so bright, I felt like I would get sucked into it. And then, woo-wow. Seeing the bed of jasmine flowers spread across the garden, I couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "Can I take one of these jasmine flowers?" Of course, there's so many of them here after all. Yay! Getting permission from the boy, I quickly plucked one of the jasmine flowers from a nearby bed. It smelled so nice, and even now I could vividly recall its sweet scent. It was at that moment. Hurry and hide now. Eh. The boy quickly pushed me into a bush, completely bewildering me with his actions. But I soon realized the reason behind his actions. HMPH, why did you think it was okay for a dirty, disgusting pig like you to enter this garden, huh? Ew. The person who appeared was the same golden-haired boy and his 2 adult attendants. The very same that chased me around. Well, whatever, I'm feeling awfully kind today. By the way, Piggy, did you see a young girl about your size anywhere around here? I have not. Damn, you really are as worthless as your mother, huh? As I thought, I really should get rid of people like you. Hey, you two, hurry up and beat this pig up and make him cry. But your highness. Can you not hear him? Why orders now? I realized that the blonde-haired boy was probably a prince of this empire. Unable to defy his orders, the attendants forcibly grabbed the young boy. Og. And then they began to punch and kick the poor child. Even though he was just a small kid the same size as myself, I could not forgive it. I could not bear to watch it. I wanted to leap out and save that boy right that instant. But I was afraid and was unable to do anything but remain hidden inside the bushes while cupping my own ears. However, grin. The young boy looked in my direction and then smiled. He must have been hurting so much. He must have been in so much pain, but even so. It was at that moment I truly learnt of my own weakness. HMPH enough, we're leaving. Yes. Was it guilt? The 2 attendants looked terribly depressed and followed after that horrible prince who looked all too satisfied and finally left the garden. Are you okay? In a panic, I rushed out and spoke to the boy. Yeah, I'm used to it, so don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing the words spoken by the boy as he showed a bitter smile, tears began to flow out of my eyes. I mean, it was understandable, right? It was clear that this young boy was being put through such horrible acts regularly. Hey, are you crying for my sake? Oh, of course I am. Anyone would. I see, I'm really happy this is the first time anyone has done that. Muttering that, soon tears began to flow out of the boy's eyes as well. His wet amber eyes were so pretty, I was completely mesmerized. I wanted to return the favor to this boy for the kindness he showed me today. I decided that in my mind. Thinking of what I could even give to him, I desperately searched through the pockets of my dress. When suddenly, what I found was a gold coin, one that had been created long before even the founding of the Baltic Empire. Whenever the first Falkrantz family head achieved great military achievements, he always had this coin on his person, or so the story went. And so it became a custom for people of the Falkrantz family to always carry a similar coin on them at all times like a protective charm. But I'll give this to you. I knew my father would scold me for this, but regardless, I handed over this charm to the boy. I had nothing better on me that would be worth giving anyway. Are you sure? While looking at the faces of the coin with interest, the boy nervously asked me that. I simply nodded silently. Woo, this is my first time getting a present from someone. Not to mention, something so pretty. I and my family, they say that if you have this coin on you, your dreams will come true. So, if there is a wish you want to make, I'm sure it'll come true too. Really? But my one true wish already came true though. What was it? The boy seemed to scratch his face in embarrassment, but I wanted to know the meaning behind his words, so I asked him further. And when I did, you looked at me after all. Chapter 18. The woman destined to kill me is the woman of my destiny. After that, I was found by the servants of the imperial palace, who came to find me under the orders of my father, and I was taken away from the garden, leaving the young boy behind, who quickly hid away upon seeing the servants appear. Wait. I asked to hear the story behind Lisbeth and Wilhelm, but what was that? The woman in front of me was supposed to be the person who would assassinate me 9 years from now. History itself was proof of that fact. That's why there was no way. The girl from that day simply could not be Lisbeth. Hoping to refute her words, I put my hand inside my pocket and gripped the gold coin in there and just shook my head. But in truth, I also wanted to cling on to those words as well. After that, I was scolded terribly by my father, and I received another gold coin similar to the one I gave the boy from him. Lisbeth slowly opened her palm. There lay a gold coin the exact same as the one in my hand right now. With the exact same pattern as the one that girl, the only person to actually look at me, gave me on that day. There was no way of refuting it anymore. Holding the same gold coin as myself and knowing the details of that day as well. There were only two people in the whole world. Prince Rudolph, finally, we meet again. While looking at the tears flowing down Lisbeth's aquamarine eyes, tears began to flood out of my own eyes as well. Whenever I was in pain, when I was sad, in my darkest hours, on my worst days, when my mind seemed like it would distort with madness, when I was at the absolute verge of breaking apart. Every single time, the only thing that saved me was that one sole memory and this one gold coin in my hand. That's why I was able to remain as myself. I cried, until no sound came out of my throat any longer. I cried my eyes out. I never cried, even when I was punched and kicked by Robin. I never cried, even when my family, the attendants, and every single human ignored me and ostracized me. But today I was crying, because today I finally met her again, the one single girl that actually looked at me. My prince. Lisbeth gently wiped my tears with a handkerchief after I had bawled my eyes out completely. Even though she herself was dripping with tears as well. Thank you, I'm fine now. Giving my thanks, and as a show of it as well, I began to wipe her tears instead. Sniff, thank you very much. Lady Lisbeth, will you, look at this. My one and only treasure that I had never shown to anyone. I pulled out the gold coin that she gave me from my pocket. Yes, that is indeed the gold coin that I gave you on that day. Thanks to this gold coin, thanks to that one memory with you, I was able to keep being myself. That's why, holding back the tears that seemed like they'd start flowing again, I breathed in and then spoke. Thank you, for saving me, for looking at me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. With a smile that wouldn't lose to the one I showed her on that day, I gave my heartfelt gratitude to Lisbeth. And when I did, Prince Rudolph, oh Prince Rudolph, I wanted to meet you again so much, I wanted to see you again for so long. Me too, I should be the one saying that. All this time, I just wanted to be with you again. I strongly embraced Lisbeth as she jumped into my arms. And then, we began to cry on each other's shoulders once more. I suppose it was unavoidable because of the joy I feel right now, but seriously, I can't seem to get a hold of my emotions now. Finally calming down a bit, I started to feel a bit embarrassed of our current situation and gave a wry smile. But if I let go of her hand right now, it felt like I would lose this miraculous meeting forever, so I just couldn't let go of her. Foo-foo, over the last 3 months, I did manage to get a control over my heart at least. As I thought, you always knew that it was me, huh? Yes. Well, do you promise not to get angry over what I'm about to tell you? With a slightly anxious expression, Lisbeth raised her head from my chest and looked at me in the eye. Looking down at her crystal-clear eyes, I could only nod. In truth, according to Lisbeth, her spies that had infiltrated the imperial castle had been searching for the boy from that day, Akami, for quite some time it seems, hoping to find clues about my whereabouts as all they had was the fact that I was in the palace. Of course, Lisbeth, who was still a child herself, didn't have spies of her own, so she asked her father, the Marquis, and then pleaded his subordinates to look for me alongside their actual mission. That's why their subordinates could never even imagine that I would happen to the boy she met on that day, and were unable to find any other clues. Well, I was the 4th prince and also a bastard child. From the point of view of the subordinates, I was basically a no mark to them. Feeling that things were getting nowhere, Lisbeth made her resolve about half a year ago, and decided to send her very own trusted maid/bodyguard that had been with her since childhood, Maya, to infiltrate the palace and hold up. Wait, Maya was your spy. Oh, forgive me, please. I suddenly exclaimed out of shock, making Lisbeth shrink her body from guilt. Chapter 19, The Lies of the Hero. Wait, Maya was your spy. Oh, forgive me, please. I suddenly exclaimed out of shock, making Lisbeth shrink her body from guilt. And no, well, I always knew that Maya was someone's spy, but I didn't think she was actually Lisbeth's of all people. And so, Maya happened to see Prince Rudolph gazing at the gold coin while inside your room, and we finally started to wonder if Your Highness was indeed the boy I met on that day. I see. And here I thought she had been definitely sent here by one of the three princes, or one of the queens, or something. But that does explain why Maya suddenly started to act so differently with me. A bit too familiar in my opinion, though. As I thought, you are angry after all, right? Ahaha, I'm surprised, yes, but well, I wouldn't say that I'm angry per se. If anything, I should be thanking you. If not for you searching so desperately for me, even after all these years, perhaps we would have never even met again. Thank God. Lisbeth showed a genuinely relieved expression as she exhaled. Allow me to return to the topic at hand. So the moment where I confirmed for sure that you were indeed the boy from that day was when we met for our engagement meeting. To be specific, it was when you accidentally dropped a certain gold coin from your pocket. Now that you mention it, I see, I thought I had instantly recovered it and hid it from her, but it seems Lisbeth definitely saw it. I thought of bringing it up right there and then, but Your Highness, you had been in my thoughts for such a long time that, well, I ended up freezing up from nervousness and struggled to bring it up or even talk properly with you. Honestly, I really was being such an unsociable girl, wasn't I? Seeing Lisbeth say that in timid manner, I ended up leaking out a strange noise myself. And here I was, so utterly certain that she was totally in love with Wilhelm, and actually hated me for forcing her into this marriage, but to think the situation was the exact opposite of what I had imagined. But, I'm so happy. To think the girl who had been my emotional support all this time had in fact continued to think of me so fondly even after 9 years had passed. That alone made the insides of my chest feel so warm. What happened? Fufu, forgive me. It's just, you said the same thing and made the same face as when I gave you the gold coin on that day so. Lisbeth blushed and showed a heart-melting smile, looking directly at me just like that day. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but break into a smile as well. Wait just a minute. In that case, Will, that guy who just burst into your room just now, what is your relationship with that guy then? That's right. In the war records of Wilhelm, Lisbeth and him had been bound to each other due to the events that occurred during their childhood. But the memory of her childhood that Lisbeth cherishes so much is about me, not him. Can reality and recorded history really be that different? It seems impossible, but that in and of itself is a proof of just how much of a fool I really was. Lady Lisbeth, 1 year ago at a certain party, I met that man, Wilhelm, that is. With a sullen expression, Lisbeth struggled to get the words out. Apparently, in that party 1 year ago, Wilhelm proclaimed this to Lisbeth with a wide smile. Finally, we meet, the woman of my destiny. He said that. Of course, Lisbeth didn't believe him instantly and thought he was suspicious. But then, Wilhelm continued that day. I still remember the time we met in the Imperial Palace, which made her think that maybe he really was him. And above all, Wilhelm too had amber-colored eyes similar to my own. Of course, he didn't have the silver hair I remembered that you possess, Prince Rudolph, so I didn't instantly believe him. However, my desire to meet you was so strong that it ended up clouding my eyes and judgment. I deluded myself into believing that he was indeed the person I was looking for. From that day onwards, I started meeting with Wilhelm. That said, it wasn't much. Only once a month, we would have tea together here in our mansion. I continued to listen to Lisbeth, but things still weren't adding up for me. Of course, it's not that I didn't believe her words. My doubts were more towards why Wilhelm tried to pretend to be the person that met Lisbeth during her childhood. But every time I talked to that man, I couldn't help but feel this sense of unease. Every time I brought up the talk of the gold coin, he would always evade the topic and would never answer properly to me. That, too, was something I didn't understand. If he was feigning to be me, why would he not know of the gold coin as well? Speaking of. In the war records of Wilhelm, didn't the episode about their meeting say that she gave him a brooch instead? But the reality was that Lisbeth gave me an antique gold coin that was in circulation before the formation of this empire. Meaning, while he knew that me and Lisbeth met that day, but he didn't know the item she gave me. Lady Lisbeth, did you ever talk about our meeting to anyone else before? Maya is the only one that knew. Then, is there a chance that perhaps your talk was overheard perhaps? That is almost impossible. If there was someone who had, Maya would have certainly sensed their presence beforehand, I'm sure. Putting aside the fact that I just heard some incredible info on Maya's skills, in that case, how did Wilhelm get this half-assed info about our meeting. Yeah, I have no idea. And so, after finding out that the person I met that day was Prince Rudolph, I sent Maya with a letter to cut off our relations, while also sending one more test to make sure for good this time. A question asking what was it that I gave him on that day. Ugh. And the answer he came to, after thinking a lot, was a brooch. And that was when I knew for sure that that man had been deceiving me. After telling everything, Lisbeth bit her lip in frustration. Chapter 20. The party begins and my resolve. And so, after finding out that the person I met that day was Prince Rudolph, I sent Maya with a letter to cut off our relations while also sending one more test to make sure for good this time. A question asking what was it that I gave him on that day. Ugh. And the answer he came to, after thinking a lot, was a brooch. And that was when I knew for sure that that man had been deceiving me. After telling everything, Lisbeth bit her lip in frustration. I see, Wilhelm tried to use our shared memory to try and get close to Lisbeth. As for why, that was fairly obvious. That man probably wanted to have the military might of the Falkrantz family in his own hands. After all, even in the war records of Wilhelm, after my assassination, he took the help from the noble families with the Falkrantz family at their head, and completely destroyed what remained of the Baltic Empire. No, perhaps even my assassination through Lisbeth's hands was also a scheme enacted by Wilhelm as well. Foo-foo, what a foolish woman I am. I suppose it's only natural for even Prince Rudolph to be so completely lost for words, huh? Saying that, Lisbeth laughed self-deprecatingly. Oh dear, because I ended up drifting into my own thoughts, I seem to have ended up making her misunderstand something. Anyway, I can think about all this stuff afterwards. Right now. That's not true at all. It is all that man's fault, for trying to trample over this memory of ours that you have cherished so deeply and for so long. Lady Lisbeth, you are no fool in my eyes. I grabbed her slender and delicate hand, and then smiled at her. That's right, Wilhelm's the bad guy here. Lisbeth was just a victim. Not to mention, to have seen through his lies and having managed to actually find me, Lisbeth was indeed not foolish at all. Prince Rudolph, come, let's just forget about that kind of man. Today's your birthday party after all. Yes. Her sadness was blown away instantly, and Lisbeth showed a bright smile that resembled a blooming flower, just like the smile she showed while in that jasmine flower garden. It was then, knock knock. Lisbeth, all the guests have arrived. Oh my, was I interrupting something? Mother, seeing mine and Lisbeth's hands intertwined with each other, her mother laughed happily. Seeing her suddenly exclaim in a loud voice to try and hide her embarrassment, she looked so adorable that I too ended up laughing. Moo, Prince Rudolph, not you two. Sorry, come on, let us go then. My most precious and dear fiancé. I knelt in front of the pouting Lisbeth and once again offered her my hand. Yes, I'll be in your care. My most precious and dear fiancé. Lady Lisbeth, many happy returns for the day. Thank you very much. Lisbeth replied politely to each and every congratulatory message from all the sons and daughters of the various noble families that came to greet her. As you would expect of the Falkrantz family, the top dogs of the Baltic Empire's military, the number of invitees was incredible. Well, almost half of them are here only to talk with Marquis, or are nobles hoping to try and curry favor with him though. Also, it would seem that alas, my betrothal with Lisbeth had not yet been made public by the looks of it. I don't know what the Emperor is planning, but I'm sure he has a reason to not reveal that yet. At first, I wanted to stay as far away as possible from Lisbeth, and I was even hoping to find a way to annul our engagement, but Lady Lisbeth, you truly are the most beautiful of them all. Is that so? Ah, damn it, that son of a noble, isn't he acting a bit too familiar with her? If only our engagement had been public, insects like him wouldn't have dared buzzing around her. My only salvation was that Lisbeth gave them all her absolute zero freezing stare and continued to smoothly deal with them. By the way, I was standing to the side as a mere wallflower, observing Lisbeth constantly, but what is there a problem with that? I did get to escort Lisbeth as the fourth prince, but until our betrothal remains a secret, this is all I can do for now. But, smile. Every once in a while, Lisbeth would look towards me and send a smile my way. When we met, all I could think of was how to get away from her, but now that I know the truth, All I can think of now is how much I want to stay by her side at all times. But my thoughts also began to drift towards a certain direction. My very existence is nothing but a hindrance to this empire. Was it really okay for me to be married to Lisbeth? Even Marquis Falkrantz's attitude towards me when I arrived here was that of clear derision and prejudice. Even her mother, while she was welcoming on the surface, who knows what she was actually thinking in her mind? What should I do? Of course, I did not want to be separated from her. She is the only one to acknowledge my existence, the only one that looks directly at me. Should I really become the tyrant that history wrote about after all? Such dark thoughts began to flow through my head. No, this isn't good. What if after I became a tyrant, Lisbeth were to grow disillusioned of me, and were to start hating me? What would I ever do? I shook my head and quickly made those thoughts disappear from my mind. This wasn't the way. I needed to figure out a method to stay alongside Lisbeth forever. It's fine. If it's me, I can do this. That's right, I know this world's and the Baltic Empire's history very well. Then, I simply need to use my knowledge and change that history, and turn it into a simple, modest one where I can see her smile and stay by her side happily forever. Chapter 21. A dance together. Honestly, it was such a pain. Having finally finished greeting all the invitees, Lisbeth came walking towards me with a tired look. Well, I'm happy that you came back to my side, but even now, I ended up showing an unnecessary consideration towards Lisbeth. I wanted to be with her so much, but there was a chance that it would end up giving her some bad experiences as well. However, Prince Rudolph, do you not wish to be with me, your fiancé? As if. Seeing her tearful expression, I quickly refuted it in a panic. I simply wanted to not cause her problems, but even more than that, I didn't want to make her sad. Then why? As you may already know, I am not exactly very well liked in this country, so hey. Prince Rudolph. As I tried to grind the words out of my teeth and averted my eyes away from her, Lisbeth grabbed my head with her both hands and forcibly made me look directly at her. Those fools who don't even look at the real you and only judge you by the relationship between the emperor and your mother. You need not trouble yourself over their worthless opinions. Also, Lisbeth brought her face closer to mine, close enough that the tip of our noses were basically touching. You are always looking at me, no? What worth is there in the gazes or acknowledgement of the rest of the rabble for me anyway? Saying that, she grinned at me. Ahaha, as expected of the woman who assassinated me in the future, she's so harsh. Or rather, she really doesn't hold back her feelings, huh? Thank you for saying that. Of course. Her feelings made me so happy that I could only give her my honest words of gratitude. It was right then. The music has begun playing. That it has indeed. As if urging people to start dancing, the song resounded inside the hall. Today, Lisbeth was the leading actress, of course. Until she doesn't begin to dance, the rest of guests won't start either. Prince Rudolph, will you not invite me to dance with you? Her aquamarine eyes glittered, as Lisbeth stared directly at me. Forgive me, but in truth, I never really learnt how to dance. I do technically have the memories of my previous life as well, so while I do have basic education, when it comes to dancing, someone like me who has always been isolated in the palace would have no way of even knowing where to start. Above all, there's no other woman anywhere that'd be interested in dancing with me other than Lisbeth. In my previous life, I did dance during a village festival, though that wasn't really what I'd count as a formal dance. Foo-foo, in that case, I'll get to be your first ever partner then, correct? Wah! She forcefully pulled my arm and dragged me to the center of the hall. Prince Rudolph, I'll take the lead, so just relax. At this point, I can't run away anymore. If I did, it'd be terribly rude to the girl who finally chose me to dance with. And also, to finally have a dance with your highness, it's like a dream come true. I get to dance with Lisbeth, who looked so incredibly happy. This was a dream-like situation for me to, come and match my step, okay? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Focusing down on my feet, I tried to match the rhythm as she hummed it. The last thing I want to do is to accidentally step on her pretty feet. My prince, it's basic manners to look at the face of your partner when dancing, Oh, come on. Lisbeth rebuked me, making me groan pathetically. But when I raised my face, I saw her smiling teasingly at me. I guess I just have to work extra hard to not step on her feet while also continuously looking straight at her as well. And so, somehow, I managed to finish without stepping on her feet. Hands entwined with hers, I gave a deep bow. The gazes directed at me from the surroundings were the same as always, full of scorn, just like in the palace. But even so, Foo, Prince Rudolph, you were simply marvelous. If I get to see Lisbeth looks this happy, I guess I could try dancing again in the future as well. Although, I'll need to practice a lot more for next time. As we left the center of the hall, a bunch of other guests finally began to move in to replace us and started dancing. As expected of the people who did this regularly, they were all pretty good at it. While I was lost in my carefree thoughts, Angu, Prince Rudolph, you must eat properly as well, okay? Suddenly, a piece of food attached to a fork was thrust towards my mouth, making me jump in surprise. How do I say this? Well, was Lisbeth always this caring and service-minded? But well. Choo, yeah, that's tasty. Glad to hear that. Seeing my relish the food, Lisbeth also smiled vividly. Ahaha, this is certainly my first time having dinner with someone. I can't help but enjoy it greatly. Yeah, the girl from that day, to think that just having her by my side would make me this happy. Foo, your highness, veggies are next. Can we stick to meat if possible? No, we may not. You must maintain proper balance in your diet. Even such silly little interactions for me were like a dream coming true. Furthermore, it was fact that she was doing this all for my sake, so of course it made me incredibly happy. It was at that moment, Prince Rudolph, may I have a moment of your time? Marquis Falkrantz came up to me and spoke with a stern expression. Chapter 22, Resolve and Feelings. Prince Rudolph, may I have a moment of your time? Marquis Falkrantz came up to me and spoke with a stern expression. I had a sudden sense of unease hit me. Father, His Highness Rudolph is currently celebrating with me. If you have business with him, it can wait for another day. Mew. Faced with Lisbeth's chilly voice and cold glare, even the Marquis was lost for words. I imagine that even she suspects that whatever the Marquis wants from me is not going to be a very nice thing. But even so, very well. Prince Rudolph. I know Lisbeth refused her for my sake, but that will only delay the inevitable, and I'd need to talk to him one day regardless. And also, he is still Lisbeth's father. Then I have to properly face him and talk with him, all so that I can continue to remain Lisbeth's fiancé, if nothing else. Then, please follow me. Of course. I will of course come with you as well in that case. As I followed after the Marquis, Lisbeth continued to grip onto my hand, showing no intention of letting me go. Her feelings only made me even more happier. And thus, Prince Rudolph, may I ask to have a bout with you? After reaching an empty training hall, the Marquis said that to me. Do I have to accept this? In the first place, Marquis Falkrantz was basically the symbol of the Baltic Empire's military might. He was literally made of muscle. Even a light swing with a wooden sword with his hand will severely injure me. Father. Lisbeth, you be quiet. But this is. Faced with the Marquis' stern words, even Lisbeth couldn't argue any further. I see, I guess Himarukis doesn't approve of me as her fiancé after all. I imagine the Emperor basically forced him to get Lisbeth engaged to me. Not even a Marquis and the leader of the Empire's army could go against his Emperor's orders, I suppose. In that case, sure, go ahead, I'll be in your care. Prince Rudolph, you mustn't. Father is known to be the greatest warrior in the entire empire. And knowing his personality, he will most certainly not hold back either. So, she grabbed my arm and desperately tried to explain. Yeah, I know everything she says is true, and I could also tell she was really worried about me. But even so, I have no choice but to accept this bout. All so that the Marquis may acknowledge me. Come, let us begin. Thank you very much. I took the wooden sword, and then took a stance with my sword aimed at the Marquis, but man, I don't really see any chance of winning. Or rather, the pressure he's giving off is really no joke. Furthermore, Lisbeth stood to the side watching over us, gulping from the tension. It seems even she understood that there was no point in trying to stop us anymore. Your Highness, you may attack me whenever, wherever and however you want. Let's see, yes, if your sword manages to even graze my body, I will consider it as your win. Adahaha. I see. He's confident that someone like me could never even scratch him, no matter how hard I struggle it seems. Well, He was absolutely correct as well, so I could only smile wryly. Well, now that it's come to this, I just need to harden my resolve and rush at him with everything. Who knows, maybe I will manage to at least touch him, even if it's by a stroke of luck. I lowered my waist and let my weight on my legs. Here I come. And then, I kicked off the ground with force and charged at the Marquis. Just to be clear, I have not received any kind of training with the sword. But since nobody would teach me either, I would secretly watch the knights during the practice and try and imitate their movements. Basically, it's all self-taught. Furthermore, I was but a villager in my previous life, so the very concept of fighting was far away from me. That's why, my hand was struck with force, and the wooden sword in my hand dropped to the ground. Oh wow, looks like the Marquis really has no plans on holding back, huh? Again. His expression remained unchanging as the Marquis spoke with a cold tone. I quickly picked up the wooden sword and then, yeah. With loud warcry, I swung the sword at the Marquis. But every swing was deflected, averted, parried by the Marquis, and the edge of my sword never even managed to get close to scratching him. Next. Goofa. Again. How many times had this been repeated by now? Before I realized, my body was in tatters and I could barely stand with the support of my wooden sword at this point. On the other hand, the Marquis was simply standing there, continuously glaring at me coldly with the tip of sword aimed at my forehead. Of course, not even a drop of sweat could be seen on him, let alone any disarray in his breathing. Is that it? The words that came out of his mouth made me unconsciously glare right back at him. Those words were ones I had heard far too many times in my life, until now. Words that declared that they had no expectations of me, words that forsook my very existence. Wanting to shut his annoying mouth, I let myself fall to rage and rushed recklessly at him. Not paying any heed to any sword form or stance, I just blindly charged like an animal. All the regret I felt, the pain, the sadness, the frustrations, everything. I put all my dark and gloomy feelings into my sword and swung them at the Marquis. And yet, whack, gazha. I was the one who got hit and was crushed like a frog who just got stepped on. The anguish made it hard to even breathe properly, and I began to drool from my mouth. Do you really think you can protect my beloved daughter with just that much? Wahaha, who's protecting who, did he say? Right, I was fighting the Marquis to have him acknowledge me as Lisbeth's fiancée, wasn't I? To think I forgot something that important, I really am hopeless. Prince Rudolph. Lisbeth, who had been watching until now, began to run towards me. However, stay back. But if you keep this up. She complained, hoping to stop me. But that won't do, Lisbeth, that simply won't do. I must continue to struggle and fight against my own destiny in hopes that I don't end up a tyrant once again. And that's not all. There was also the poisoning attempt that failed just a couple months ago. I don't know when and where my life might come in danger. Until now, things were still close to history, so I was relaxed, but now with my betrothal to Lisbeth, history will surely begin to change, and so the chances of me dying even before that history might also change. If that is to be the case, then I would surely bring danger to Lisbeth, who would be by my side as well. Who'd protect her then? Only I could. That's why I must win against the Marquis. I forced my hurting body to stand back up as I roared loudly, all so that I can get one back on the Marquis. But this time, I won't let myself be swept away in my emotions. This is different. This is my resolve to protect Lisbeth no matter what happens. Compared to when we began this bout, my body's movements were in a far, far worse state. However, this time my resolve was different. My feelings were different. Come, try and avoid this if you can. And when you try, I'll get one hit on you, even if we end up stabbing each other. I put all my strength into my body and then launched my thrust. But it was far too slow, so slow that even a child might be able to avoid it. A pathetic stab indeed, and yet, this is my loss, it seems. I did it. The tip of my sword touched the Marquis, and seeing him proclaim his own defeat with a smile, I lost consciousness instantly. Chapter 23. Sleeping together with my beloved partner. Lisbeth Falkrant's point of view. Prince Rudolph. As soon as father proclaimed his loss, I quickly ran towards Prince Rudolph, who seemed to collapse onto the ground. Moo moo, why does he always have to be so reckless? It was like this on that day as well. Even as those servants of that horrible prince continued to beat you up, you didn't falter, you didn't break. All so that you could protect me. Seriously, you really are an unbelievable partner. As I hugged the still smiling prince, I muttered quietly to myself. A gentleman who would always put his body on the line for my sake. So, father, what good reason did you have to take things this far? In a voice so cold that I shocked even myself, I questioned my father. Even if he was my father, how dare he hurt my Prince Rudolph like this? It was unforgivable. Mew, I will admit, I went too far. However, considering the position Prince Rudolph is in, I needed to see with my own eyes if he truly was a man capable enough to entrust my beloved daughter to or not. It was my duty as a father. Even so, although father spoke so with a dignified manner, I still glared at him. Above all else, to use me as an excuse like that, I was not going to accept that. Ever since that day, I too had made my resolve to protect that boy, to protect Prince Rudolph. No, that's not all. At first, I did intend to simply test him. However, at some point, I simply ended up getting fired up as a simple warrior as well. What's that supposed to mean? Having exchanged blows with him, I became well aware that Prince Rudolph is a diamond in the rough. Of course, his swordplay and body movements were that of an amateur. But more so than that, I felt a strong potential hiding deep within His Highness. Saying that, father smiled. He was not the type for flattery, so I have to believe he truly means it. Above all, father was always extremely strict when it came to martial arts. He would never lie about something like this. And I also know that when he does find people with potential, he goes way over the top to train them as well. I too was one of those people who have suffered because of that after all. But that's why I can't help but pity the prince. Whether it be his raw spirit that he struck me with, or it be his natural talent as a king, he has both and yet. Father, too, was one of the most powerful nobles in the Baltic Empire. Of course, he already knew everything about Prince Rudolph's heritage, how he was treated in the palace, and how others saw him as. Cuckoo, I guess I can't just sit on the sidelines and watch anymore, huh? After all, this matter now concerns both my precious daughter and my son now after all. Father, be sure to properly treat Prince Rudolph's wounds. Saying that, father left the training hall. But father, he really acknowledged His Highness after all. Not just that, he even referred to him as his son as well. That was what made me the happiest. That said, I'm still not going to forgive you for doing this to my prince though. Seeing my father's back walk off into the distance, I muttered to myself with resentment. And that's all done. After bringing Prince Rudolph to my room, I went about treating the wounds he had received. He had a bunch of bruises all across his body and face, and they were all swollen. Thankfully, his bones seemed to be all right still. Sue. Prince Rudolph. I'm sure it must have hurt and pained so much, and yet he was sleeping quite peacefully. Seriously, he's so lovely. As I continued to admire His Highness' face, I ended up reaching out my hand and gently caressing his cheek. Foo, it was so soft and smooth, I could do it forever. Right then. That was close. I almost woke him up accidentally. Of course, part of me did want to wake him up just so I could look into his amber eyes once again, but I didn't often get the chance to see him sleeping like this after all. I must use this chance to enjoy this scene as much as possible until I've had my fill. And so, in the meantime, I should make a list of all the things I want to do with Prince Rudolph instead. Yep, that's what I'll do. First is a lap pillow. Making sure that I don't wake him up, I slowly and gently picked up his head and lay it on my lap. His Highness seems to have relaxed a bit more, I think. I wonder if he felt more comfortable while in my lap. That would certainly make me happy if that was the case. After spending some time caressing through Prince Rudolph's silver hair, it's time I finally moved on to the next step. Yes, I want to sleep beside him. I really wanted to kiss him, but that would certainly be too much. Not to mention, well, if possible, I'd like him to initiate the kiss, but that's beside the point. Anyway, before he wakes up, I should quickly get this experience as well. I gently put His Highness' head back down again and then lay down right beside him. Maybe a little closer. I slowly sidle up near him, until finally, I was close enough to feel his sleeping breathe on my face. This is too much. Wait, mother. Oh my, guess I was found out. Of all the things, at some point my mother had begun to quietly peek through the door into my room. Moo. Just go away already. You foo, I guess I will. Grinning and giggling, mother closed the door of my room again. Getting seen was a fatal mistake, but this is my mother we're talking about. I'm sure she's still standing right in front of the door. It would seem my chance to finally sleep beside the prince has gone up in a puff. My shoulders dropped at that realization, and I bitterly stared towards the door of my room. Chapter 24, The Hero Appears Again, Prince Rudolph. When I finally regained consciousness and opened my eyes, the first thing that entered my view was Lisbeth's pretty face looking down at me with worry. And then came a soft, fluffy feeling from under my head. Lady Lisbeth, just where am I exactly? You mustn't move just yet. After your match with father, you lost consciousness, remember? That's right. To get myself acknowledged as Lisbeth's fiancé, I had a bout with Marquis Falkrantz and actually won. I'm sure the Marquis pretty much took pity on me in the end, but a win's a win in my book. And judging by the expression he had at the end there, I'm sure he did indeed acknowledge me, I think. That's why, now I can meet with Lisbeth without hesitation from now on. Well, I was already meeting her almost daily in the Imperial Palace though, but let's ignore that for now. So, what happened with Lord Falkrantz after that? You do not need to care or worry about what that man thinks at this point. The moment I asked about the Marquis, Lisbeth pouted and turned her face away. It would seem she's still quite angry at him. But she was angry because of her feelings for me, so I couldn't help but feel happy about it. That's why. Lady Lisbeth, thank you. Why yes. I grabbed her slender arm and spoke my words of gratitude, making her cheeks blush and show a smile again. Now then, I think it's time I got back up. When I finally raised my aching body back up, I finally realized the position I was in until now. Was I getting a lap pillow from Lisbeth just now? My deepest apologies. Now aware of the reality, I unconsciously prostrated myself in front of her in a panic. Even if she was my fiancée and the girl from that day, it's only been merely a few hours since our relationship became like this. Even if she chose to do this, I still felt that I was simply getting too ahead of myself. However, Lisbeth clearly looked pretty sullen. And it's not because I got the lap pillow, but instead because I suddenly jumped away and apologized like this. Is that why she's angry? I think. It would seem that my body is still not in a condition to move yet. Forgive me, Lady Lisbeth, but could you, lend me the comfort of your lap for a little while longer? Why, yes. Lisbeth's expression did a full 180 and showed a brilliant smile once again. Looks like I got the correct answer after all. Is it really okay? Foo, of course it is. I once again lay down my head on her lap and smiled wryly, seeing Lisbeth in high spirits once again. I think that really is enough for now. I see. After another 15 minutes had passed with me getting the lap pillow, I finally decided to raise my body back up, making Lisbeth's shoulders drop in disappointment. Of course, I would love to just rest on her lap for the rest of my life, but today was still her birthday party. It wouldn't be great for the guest of honor to be absent for all the time. And so, now then, Lady Lisbeth, it's time for you to return to the hall. Until the party is over, I'll stay inside somewhere and wait for you. It's why you're not coming back with me. Hearing my words, Lisbeth looked terribly shocked. Yes. As you can see, I can hardly go out again with a face like this now, can I? I would only end up causing problems to both you and the Marquis. Saying that, I gave a bitter smile. God only knows what all gossips the guests would come up with if they saw me like this, and even Lisbeth would get weird gazes if she stayed beside me. If there are people who will say things, it is them that should be made to leave instead. Your Highness, you need not worry about anyone else. Even so, I would prefer if everyone gave you their blessings on your birthday instead. That would make me the happiest as well. Indeed, because I could never even hope to receive such blessings ever in my life. In that case, at least my fiancé, no, my future wife would most likely have to suffer the same fate in the future. That's why, while our engagement is not yet public, I want to her enjoy and receive all the blessings and happiness while she still can. If possible, I don't want her to suffer the same pain I did. This party will be over soon, so please wait for me here, okay? Recognizing that I wasn't going to budge this time around, Lisbeth said that with a serious expression, and then went back to the hall. To be honest, I wanted her to simply enjoy the rest of the day without fretting too much over me, but I also know that she wouldn't budge on that part either. Ahaha, we might surprisingly similar in that regard, it seems. Considering I am the tyrant that tried to tear her away from the hero, and she was lady that assassinated said tyrant, it was quite the amusing revelation. But still, yeah. I'm glad I recovered the memories of my previous life and started on this path to change history. Thanks to that, I was able to protect the memories of that precious day and was able to meet Lisbeth once again as well. That's why. I believe Lady Lisbeth clearly told you to not show your face here ever again, and yet you've shamelessly decided to show up, huh? Ugh. There's no point glaring at me like that, Wilhelm von Svalier. Now nothing could tear us apart anymore. Chapter 25, The Hero's Suggestion. Hey, did you not hear me? You're going to ruin her happy mood once again, so hurry up and show yourself out of the door already, will you? Wilhelm continued to glare at me silently, so I tried to instigate him once more. But this man, he was definitely going to get involved with us in the future as well. His amber eyes clearly showed his intent. I won't let this end like this. I could sense it clearly. Ah, by the way, I haven't heard much about you from Lisbeth, so name yourself, who the hell are you? I spoke cockily, showing that he wasn't even worth my attention. Some might say that there was need in trying to instigate his enmity even further, but I personally felt that now was the best time to do so. After all, in his eyes, I was already an enemy, an obstacle on his way. Just to be clear, technically, I am a direct relative of yours as well, Your Highness. A relative, which means you are calling yourself an imperial. If it's a lie, that's basically Lise Majest, you know. I speak no lies. I am the second son of the Duke Svalier household, Wilhelm von Svalier. Second son. In the history books, Wilhelm was the eldest son, and inherited the seat of the family head at 18 years of age, and quickly took the path of warfare. I have never heard of this man having any older brothers, though. Well, whatever. Now's not the time to be worrying about that. Regardless, I know nothing about you, and neither do I have any business with you. Quickly disappear from my sights. Although in reality, let alone not knowing, in truth I even knew exactly at what age he would die in the future as well. A slovenly man that was never chaste nor loyal to any woman. When I thought of it that way, it made me even more angry. Haha, just because you weren't able to match up at all with the Marquis, doesn't mean you have to take it out on me like this, you know. Oh, he was watching my bout with the Marquis from somewhere. Looks like he's a lot sneakier than I thought. Maybe that's how he found out about that day as well. If Lisbeth only told Maya about that day, then he would normally have no way of knowing about it unless he heard about it from Maya. But that was impossible, which meant that it's more likely that he was there. On that day 9 years ago, in the Imperial Palace as well. To be clear, I do have something I wanted to talk to you about, Prince Rudolph. It was only some time ago that you were almost poisoned, weren't you? That does not concern you in any way or form. Now, just hear me out. You are in a position where you have no allies in the Imperial Palace, to the point where your life can be targeted as well. I mean, they even call you a dirty pig, over there, correct? Looks like he was trying to instigate me and make me angry as well. But how unfortunate. I am not the type to lose my temper over something that trivial. The days where I would harbor such emotions were no long behind me. And so, if you would yield Lisbeth to me instead, I promise our Svalier family shall back you with our full strength. Of course, if you wish to escape that imperial palace that is nothing but a den of demons and ghouls, and wish to live a safe and peaceful life, we would help you achieve that as well. Ugh. What do you say? It's not a bad offer in my honest opinion. Mine and Lisbeth's engagement was decided upon by the Emperor himself. What you ask is an impossibility, no matter the conditions. You don't have to worry about that part. I will know, our Svalier household will of course smooth things over in that case, I promise. Just where is his confidence coming from? Could it be that just like he had been keeping tabs on me and Lisbeth, he's been doing it with the Emperor as well and has a grasp on some kind of weakness of him? In any case, no matter what he says, my answer was already set in stone. I refuse. I have no intention of ever letting go of Lady Lisbeth. You will regret that, you know. Regret, impossible. If anything, if I let someone like you have Lady Lisbeth, that would be far more painful than having my entire body getting torn to shreds. Faced with Wilhelm, who was clearly irritated that things hadn't gone his way, I simply laughed scornfully. That aside, I'm surprised you had the gall to suggest that to me. After trying to deceive her, now you're talking about Lady Lisbeth like she's a thing now. I'm honestly disgusted by how low you can stoop honestly. Ugh. That said, while I could understand his greed of wanting to have the military might of Falkrant's family behind him, why was he so fixated with Lisbeth specifically? From what I could tell, it's clearly not because he loves her or anything like that, but, well, are you done with your talk? The exit's that way. I await the day we meet next time, you damn dirty pig. Oi, your true thoughts are leaking. Are you okay? Wilhelm clicked his tongue loudly and finally disappeared from my sights. But still, looks like history books aren't worth shit these days. In the war records of Wilhelm, while he was indeed portrayed as a loose maw when it came to women, he was still presented as more of a heroic person. And yet the real one was like that, oh. Lady Lisbeth. Foo-foo, you found me it seems. Noticing the figure of a certain lady taking a peek at me from the small gap of the door, I called out to her. At which point, Lisbeth showed herself with her tongue sticking out as she walked to my side. Did you perhaps see all that? Yes, from around the part where you said you're going to ruin her happy mood once again, so hurry up and show yourself out of the door already, will you? Actually, isn't that basically from the very beginning? However, each and every single word you said made me so happy that I honestly couldn't handle it any further. In that sense, even that man may have turned out to be at least a little useful, I suppose. Ahaha. Seeing Lisbeth show a truly satisfied smile, I ended up leaking a wry laugh. Chapter 26, See you tomorrow. Prince Rudolph, you're going back already. Holding my hand, Lisbeth made a lonely-looking expression. Lisbeth's birthday party had safely come to an end, and the guests were already on their way back home. Other than the members of the Falkrantz family, I was the only one who was still here. I had originally planned to return a lot earlier, but both Lisbeth and her mother, Lady Falkrantz, stopped me from doing so. And above all else, I too wanted to stay by Lisbeth's side, if only for a little while longer as well. But can you even blame me for feeling that way? I finally got to reunite with the girl from that fateful day 9 years ago, and there was still so much I wanted to talk to her about. To be honest, I just wanted to remain here and talk lots and lots more with her. Lady Lisbeth, thank you so much. Today was a day I don't think I will ever forget throughout my life. The feeling is mutual. After all, the boy from that day, you, have finally recognized me today. Ahaha, it was only because you told me directly, though. Foo-foo, I suppose so. We looked at each other and then smiled. If only this moment could go on forever. Now then, as much as I regret to part with you, it's time I return back. Prince Rudolph, please take care. I got on the carriage, and as I looked outside the window after sitting down, I saw Lisbeth wave her hand at me. I too returned the wave as well. Lady Lisbeth, tomorrow as well, I'll be waiting for you at the Scorpion Palace. Why, yes, of course. The carriage slowly began to move, and then passed through the Falkrantz mansion gates. Until I couldn't see the figure of Lisbeth waving at me, I continued to look at her. Phew, by the way, how long are you planning to stay that way? After I returned home, Maya prostrated before me, and I was still baffled over why she was acting like this. Under the orders of Lady Lisbeth, I had been observing and spying on you, my prince. No amount of apologies can be enough while asking for forgiveness. Unlike the usual Maya, she spoke in a much more monotonous tone and sounded more matter-of-fact yet also detached. Probably this was her original real self, as Lisbeth's maid-slash-guard that is. Haya, seriously, fine, it can't be helped. Maya, why your highness? I knelt in front of the prostrating Maya and imitated her pose myself. Thanks to you observing me and noticing my one and only treasure, I was able to reunite with the one girl that is more important and more precious to me than anyone in the whole world. For that, I give you my utmost thanks. That's my prince, please stop this right now. No amount of gratitude I give you is enough. Thanks to meeting Lisbeth, thanks to recognizing the girl from that day, you cannot even imagine how much I have been saved. How happy I have become. I spoke the honest truth, my true feelings to Maya. If not for Maya, I would have become the tyrant from the history books, would have missed Lisbeth due to Wilhelm's lies, and then would have spiraled straight towards my destiny of being killed by her hands. It was likely that I was headed towards such a tragic end. That's why, Maya, if you are okay with it, I would like you to continue working by my side as my personal attendant. As the person who connected me and Lisbeth once more, I wouldn't want anyone else by my side. Ah, really? Are you truly okay with that? Of course, and I have already gotten Lady Lisbeth's permission in that regard as well. Saying that, I took Maya's hand and grinned. Understood. Maya Brandt, with my body and soul on the line, will continue to serve both Prince Rudolph and Lady Lisbeth in every way possible. Good. But I would prefer if you could continue to act with me like you used to before. The more relaxed and easy to talk to Maya from yesterday and before was definitely more calming for me too. The Maya right now is, how do I put this, she has a bit more brutal atmosphere to her. Understood. Then I'll continue to act as before then, and on that note, change your clothes quickly and go take a bath already. Maya showed her usual smile and began to forcibly take off my clothes. And no, well, I was the one who asked for the old Maya, but I do wish she'd show a bit more restraint, or rather, be a bit more considerate though. While being manhandled by her, I could only smile wryly. Chapter 27, to think I'd attain such happiness. Foo-foo, the Jasmines are pretty today as well no. The day after the birthday party, as promised, Lisbeth arrived at the Scorpion Palace, and was currently having tea with me in the garden. In her white, slender ring finger was a ring with a light blue gem embedded on it, the gift I gave her yesterday. Lady Lisbeth, you must be delighted to receive such a fantastic present from Prince Rudolph, the person you had feelings for so long. I am indeed. With this, finally one weight has been lifted off my shoulders. After all, since your engagement was decided, all Lady Lisbeth did after every meeting with the prince was to come crying to me, again and again. What a bother that was. Maya. Seeing the interactions between Maya and Lisbeth, I could only give a strained laugh. By the way, you two seem, well, quite close, but have you two always been like this? More or less, yes. Even though I'm supposed to be her master, I wish she'd show at least a little bit more regard for me though. What are you even saying, m'lady? Have you forgot just how much trouble you have brought on my head over the years? Like that time when you were 9 years old when you wet th. Just what are you saying out loud? Oh, Lisbeth, she was wetting the bed even at 9 years old, Prince Rudolph, what Maya just said was a lie, complete nonsense, utter falsehoods. But it's not though, there's even more, like the time when you were 10 and… Stop it already. Lisbeth desperately sealed Maya's mouth, who was about to expose her even further. I suppose when a master and servant relation has existed for so long, your dark secrets are also much more likely to get exposed. I should be careful too. However, seeing those two like this, I couldn't help but laugh because it was so enjoyable to watch. Even if this may only be temporary, to think such peaceful days would come to my life. I could have never even hoped to imagine it. Prince Rudolph, you don't need to laugh that much. Sorry. Seeing Lisbeth pout like that, I could only smile wryly and apologize. So, Prince Rudolph, what do you plan on doing from here onwards? Unlike before, Lisbeth spoke with a very serious expression on her face. By here onwards, she's almost certainly talking about what I, the bastard fourth prince, will do within this imperial palace. It is, frankly speaking, painful to talk about this with Lady Lisbeth, but the entire reason why I asked the emperor for a fiancé was because I hoped to get some backing from an influential noble family. Yes, to me, who had no allies here, the fastest way to gain supporters was to bind myself in a pact of marriage with a young lady of a noble family. Even if rotten, I was still the fourth prince, so even at worst, so I figured I would still get a count or an earl household as a partner, and I would also manage to distance myself with the lady destined to assassinate me, Aka Lisbeth. Thinking back now, what would have happened if my partner had not been Lisbeth? Just the thought alone was terrifying. Prince Rudolph, you mustn't think that way. It is only natural to come with such strategies to protect yourself. And furthermore, for you to ask the emperor for an engagement was a stroke of good luck for me as well. Because of my request, coincidentally, no, miraculously, I was indeed able to get betrothed to Lisbeth, but… Foo-foo, actually. Smiling, Lisbeth began to speak. The moment she got the report from Maya that she had seen me with the gold coin that Lisbeth gave on that day, she was apparently already thinking of ways to set up a meeting with me. Even if she wanted to use mere coincidence as an excuse to run into me, in the first place, Lisbeth didn't really have any reason to come to the Imperial Palace, and she couldn't use any parties as a pretense as well because of the failed poisoning attempt that happened recently. And while she was fretting over what to do, the next report from Maya arrived. And that was that I had requested the Emperor to search for a fiancé for me. In a panic, Lisbeth quickly convinced her father, Marquis Falkrantz, and named herself a candidate. According to Maya's whispers, she used her mother, the only person who the Marquis was always unable to refuse, to get her way. And so, I was able to meet Prince Rudolph, and that's how we reached to this point. So that's how it was. Maya had seen me with the coin, and she obviously knew about my meeting with the Emperor as well. I suppose it's only natural that Lisbeth would learn of it all as well. However, thank you for asking for an engagement with me. Thanks to you, today I have achieved such happiness. I took Lisbeth's hand, and once again spoke my honest words of gratitude. Even more so, now that I have learned that it was no pure miracle, but had an even more incredible reason behind our meeting and engagement. Today I know that my life was in fact quite a happy one indeed. Your Highness as well, thank you so much for accepting me. Thanks to you, I too have achieved such great happiness. Our eyes met each other's, and we smiled, relishing this sublime happiness that couldn't be achieved even with some simple miracle. Could you two please do all this when I am not around if possible? Hearing Maya clear her throat as she glared at us both, we could only break into a wry smile. Chapter 28, Because You Look at Me. Allow me to return to the topic. After getting a backing through an engagement, my next move was going to be. Before I continued, I looked around the surrounding area, as if making sure that no one was listening in from somewhere. Your Highness, please be at ease. I have made sure to remove every single such insolent person who would dare listen in on you from the premises of the Scorpion Palace, barring one of course. Seeing my behavior, Maya seemed to have already guessed what I was worried about and instantly bowed, as she informed me of all that. In the first place, Maya had already replaced over half of the servants in this palace the moment she became my personal attendant. And of course, I gave her that position in the very hopes that she'd do something like that. All that said, I was only intending to narrow down the enemies right around me, but instead, I ended up getting protected by my greatest ally. A happy miscalculation, to say the least. However, what I was about to say was something I wanted my enemies to hear, though. What should I do? Is something the matter? No, just thinking over how to properly explain what I'm about to tell you to. Lisbeth tilted her head to the side, seemingly confused by my statement. Regardless, this was something I had to tell both Maya and Lisbeth beforehand no matter what, so I should start there first. To be frank, I was thinking of joining hands with one of the three princes actually. The moment she heard it, Lisbeth made a complicated expression. Knowing full well how and what the three princes think of me, especially Robin, who she saw on that day, I imagine Lisbeth would be quite against it. Just think carefully for a moment. Until now, I had absolutely no power of my own, and I would have been instantly rejected if I asked to join hands. However, even if it may not be public yet, I'm sure those three already know that I am engaged to you, Lisbeth. Okay. Which means this is how those three will probably think. To become the next emperor, I want to gain the support of the Falkrantz family that has the strongest army in the empire. Correct. Yes, until now, Marquis Falkrantz had remained unaligned to any of the factions and remained neutral. But with my engagement to Lisbeth, he has suddenly become a vital cornerstone in the battle for the succession. Probably, even before now, all three of the factions have probably been winking suggestively towards the Marquis to bring him to their side already. If either of them gain his support, the balance was bound to tilt in their favor, and they would gain huge advantage in the future battles. I see, meaning, to join hands with you, Prince Rudolph, has now suddenly become a quick path to becoming the next emperor, right? Of course, in the end, much would still depend on the decisions of the current emperor, His Majesty Karl, but when choosing the crown prince, even he would be unable to ignore the whispers of Lord Marquis Falkrantz. Certainly, that may be the case from the point of view of the three princes, but at the same time, that would also further expose you to even greater dangers, Prince Rudolph. Maya, who had remained silent until now, pointed that out with a sharp gaze aimed at me. I know that, but that is exactly why I want to spread the word that I'm looking to join hands with whoever might guarantee my safety. Oh, so that's why you were hoping to see if there was a spy listening in on us inside the Scorpion Palace earlier. As expected of Lisbeth, she caught on to it very quickly. Yes, I wanted this conversation to leak out to those three, or rather to any of the spies working for those three. By doing that, they would get a good grasp on my personal goals, and I wouldn't even have to make a move, and they'd come to contact me themselves. But of course, the choice over who to pick would lie with me in the end. However, that still would not guarantee your safety, Prince Rudolph. Considering the incidents that have occurred until now, I'm sure there are certain princes that won't be able to join hands with you, even if they want to, right? Ahaha, Maya, you're worried about elder brother Robin. Well, no one's listening, so I guess I can drop the honorific. You're talking about Robin, right? Don't worry about him. And why is that? I mean, think about it. If something happens to me, that will instantly make them into an enemy in Marquis Falkrance's eyes. The man called Robin was an arrogant bastard, fully abusing his power and authority as the third prince, but, in reality, he was just a coward. He had zero confidence in himself, and that's why he always made a point to show his superiority over me, an even lower existence than him. A man like that could never even dare to directly antagonize a man like Marquis Falkrance. Foo-foo, that's certainly true. That man is also a fool and nothing more, just like Wilhelm. Although his house arrest was only 1 month long, he seems to have understood his status and is acting quite docile for now. Saying that, Lisbeth snickered. I of course already know that she's a truly gentle and lovely woman, but even then, this cold, icy smile still seemed to suit her very well. I wonder why I feel that way. It wasn't aimed at me, and it was fact that it was pretty, and yet I felt a cold sweat on my back. I finally understand your plan, Prince Rudolph. I'll work on my end to get this info out there properly. You can do that, Maya. Of course I can. In fact, I would say that spreading rumors might very well be my area of expertise even. Maya put her hand on her chest and proclaimed proudly, making me tremble a little. Does that mean that if she wanted to, she could completely ruin my reputation very easily? Well, my reputation is already rock bottom, so I guess it doesn't matter. Then Maya, I'll leave this to you. Your wish is my command. Now then, I've said all that I wanted to tell these two. Then all that's left is to enjoy the remaining time having tea with Lisbeth. Prince Rudolph. Cough. Why, yes. The moment I brought the tea to my lips, Lisbeth's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she called my name. What's the matter now? I asked of what your next plan of action was, Your Highness, but I still have yet to hear the most important part. That being, from what you have told me, you seem to obviously have no interest in the crown. That's fine, of course, however. I would like to know, what are your plans for your future? My future, was it? I suppose as my fiancée, she has every right to be curious about it. As you have already realized, I certainly do not covet the throne at all. And to be honest, both this title as the fourth prince, as well as the noble blood that flows in me, they are nothing but hindrances to my life. That's why, if I could get some small land in some remote border region, and can live the rest of my life peacefully there, wouldn't that be the best, at least? That's what was in my mind when I recovered from the poison. And now, has it changed? Timidly she asked, as she looked directly at my face. Indeed, it's different now. Now, I have a woman I want to protect no matter what. Even if I get my wish and get some small territory on the border, I'm sure that one day, someone will appear hoping to use my royal blood and me by extension, and at the same time, there will be other people who will fear such a situation happening as well. And so, that isn't enough anymore. It simply isn't good enough. That's right. No matter how much I run, this blood and status that I was born with will forever haunt me like a curse, and I will be allowed no respite from it. That is why. I need more power. No matter what evil may approach us, I want the power to fight back. Both for the woman I hold dear, and also for the man that said woman holds dear, myself that is. I looked straight into Lisbeth's aquamarine eyes, and spoke clearly. Having resolved to struggle against everything, I proclaimed my resolve. Fufu, as I thought, you are still the same as that day, a gentleman, strong beyond belief. Lisbeth's expression relaxed and looked at me gently. But if I really was as strong as she said, then it was all because of her in the first place. All because on that fateful day, you looked at me, and even now you continue to look at me. Chapter 29. The Emperor's Cruel True Intentions. Douglas Falkrant's point of view. Phew. Early morning, 3 days after the birthday of my beloved daughter Lisbeth. After practicing 1,000 swings with a sword 5 times heavier than the usual, I exhaled deeply. 35 years since I first began this training regimen as a child, I had yet to miss a day of practice, and my day simply couldn't begin until I had done this. Fufu, good work as always. Teresa, thank you. Taking the towel from my wife Teresa, I wiped the sweat off my body. This too was yet another thing that had remained a constant part of my mornings ever since the day I married her. I really want to start training Prince Rudolph as quickly as possible. My oh my, you two have sure gotten quite attached to His Highness very quickly, eh? Picking up on my mutterings, Teresa laughed happily. Yes, I want to take the raw ore that is Prince Rudolph and polish him into a true shining gem. The talent he showed me on that day when we had our bout after leaving the party. But still, Lisbeth certainly has an eye for men. When she suddenly told me I want to get engaged to Prince Rudolph, I thought she had lost her mind. I agree. Even if it was set up by the Emperor, there was the problem with his bloodline, and the horrible reputation he has inside the imperial palace. And now that very Prince Rudolph was supposed to get engaged to my beloved daughter. And above all, he was even poisoned just a while ago as well. Which means Lisbeth would come under similar danger as well. That's why I was thinking of politely refusing the offer. But, Father, please accept the engagement offer with Prince Rudolph. When Lisbeth said that to me, her expression was filled with both happiness and resolve, as if she had been waiting for this moment all this time. I tried to convince her otherwise, but she showed no signs of changing her mind. I wondered where she got this stubbornness from, but was instantly hit with a "she got it from you," from Teresa. It made me quite sad, to be honest. With Teresa also trying to convince, we finally decided to at least let her meet him and then make the final decision, but the day she returned after meeting the prince, there is no doubt, Prince Rudolph is indeed the man of my destiny, and no one else. That's what she started saying, so even I couldn't help but get curious. She wasn't even the type to show too much emotion normally, so seeing Lisbeth so happy like this certainly made me a little lonely as a father as well. Even Maya, who had infiltrated into the imperial palace, only had praises for Prince Rudolph when I asked for her opinion. And it's true, after recovering from the poisoning attempt, the prince revealed the frauds and embezzlements occurring within the palace, and almost seemed like a different person at times, but even so, I couldn't trust him so easily. But even then, I couldn't simply refuse the request of my adorable daughter either. And thus, to ascertain Prince Rudolph's true nature, I asked for a bout with him and finally came to understand. His wish to be together with Lisbeth. His resolve to protect Lisbeth. And that was what shined the brightest, far more than even his natural talent hidden within. No, perhaps the strength of his heart is also part of Prince Rudolph's talents as well. Upon realizing that, I could only admire the keen eye of my daughter who had seen through his true self and had fallen in love with him. Dear, it's about time. Oh, it's already this late. Urged by Teresa, I left the training ground and began to get ready. As the next thing on my agenda was to have an audience with the Emperor. I needed to make a certain request in regards to Prince Rudolph with him. Your Imperial Majesty, my utmost gratitude for granting me this audience at such a short notice. In the audience chamber, I knelt in front of the Emperor. Enough with the formalities, so what is it that you want? Yes, as you already know, both Prince Rudolph and my daughter Lisbeth are already 14 years old. Next year, both of them will enter the Imperial Academy. Until that time, so as to further improve the relations between them, I was hoping to take the prince as a ward in our Falkrantz house. After hearing the reports from Maya, I understand that Prince Rudolph was not in a very favorable position inside the Imperial Palace. Then, until their enrollment into the academy, if I can keep him safe at our home, he should be able to avoid any further problems for the time being. Above all, If I have a full year with him, I could thoroughly train him and build his skills up as well. Just imagining the growth he will make, I almost broke into a smile even while kneeling. I must refuse. May I ask why? Why, of course. Rudolph is still a prince of this Baltic empire. I couldn't have him freeload in the home of my retainer. And also, if my beloved were to be separated from her son, I'm sure Beatrice would be quite sad indeed. Hearing his words, I could only grind my teeth. That vixen never even bothered to look at the face of her son even once and was too busy drowning in pleasure with the emperor, and you're telling me she'd feel sad. But if the emperor wouldn't agree to this request, then I have a backup plan as well. Understood. Then, as an alternate plan, I would like you to at least allow Lisbeth to stay beside the prince instead. And of course, as protection for my daughter, I'd like permission to send a couple of my men inside the palace as well if possible. Perhaps he wasn't expecting me to instantly return with a different suggestion, as the emperor seemed to groan. To be honest, I would prefer to not have Lisbeth stay inside a place like this palace as well, but I couldn't just sacrifice Prince Rudolph, my future son, either. And also, perhaps it's not my place to say this, but Lisbeth is very strong. Even inside this palace, she won't get nervous. All that's left is for me to personally commute here daily for Prince Rudolph's training's sake as well. Your Majesty, it can't be helped. I guess even he couldn't come up with any more excuses as the Emperor finally gave his reluctant approval. Still, it really did go all as Teresa expected. To have predicted all of this beforehand, I really am blessed with the best kind of wife. Then, I'll make preparations immediately. Also, and allow me to change the topic a little, but just the other day, I actually had the chance to have a bout with Prince Rudolph as well. Oh. His interest was seemingly piqued, as he leaned forward to hear more. Perhaps the Emperor does have at least a little bit of affection for Prince Rudolph after all. To face the man known to be the best in the Empire, an honor I'm sure, but surely that was too reckless for Rudolph, no. Far from it. Of course, I assume the prince has had no teaching when it comes to the sword, as his swordplay and defensive arts were certainly amateurish. However, with the correct coaching, I'm confident that he has the talent to one day surpass even myself. I decided to heartily compliment Prince Rudolph while in front of the Emperor. There were no lies in my words, but there was something I was curious about. Even someone only slightly trained in the martial arts would have instantly recognized the prince's genius at a single glance, yet no one did. Why? The fact made me feel a sense of intense unease. It was then. I know. What? Rudolph's talent, I have known about it from the very beginning, is what I'm saying. What does that even mean? If you knew about his talents, then shouldn't it be natural to have helped him grow it? Nurture it proactively? That would be profitable for the imperial household as well. But to not do so even while knowing all that, could it be? Your Highness, I will take my leave here then. Suddenly, I was hit with the intense urge to leave this place instantly, so I cut the conversation short and bowed as I turned to leave. Ha, Lord Falkrantz. As for the thing with your daughter, you owe me one for that, okay. I didn't even turn to look at him upon hearing his words, and simply left the audience chamber with quick steps. Shit. Enraged, I slammed my fist into the palace's wall. The place I hit sunk in a little from the impact, but who even cares about that right now? Then all this time, Prince Rudolph had been persecuted on purpose. I of course always knew that he wasn't very well liked inside the palace due to the status of his mother. But I didn't think that even his own father would continue to ignore his own son. The Emperor himself was a part of it all. To ignore Prince Rudolph, who was blessed with such talents, intentionally create an environment where he would always be scorned and despised by his surroundings. If that's how it's going to be, then I have a couple ideas of my own as well. In that case, I'll change it all and make it so that these people will never be able to act like that with Prince Rudolph ever again. I will make them regret everything they did to him. Gazing back at the door of the audience chamber, I muttered this to myself. Chapter 30. Living together? I didn't hear anything about this. What is this? 10 days after the day, I had my tea with Lisbeth and renewed my resolve, seeing the complete remodeling of the Scorpion Palace happening right in front of my eyes. I could only just stand there bewildered. I don't recall giving any such order though, when suddenly, Prince Rudolph, good morning. You woke up early today it seems. Good morning, Maya. With everything outside my room being so noisy and all, anyone would wake up. So, I'd be very happy if you could explain what is any of this. Unfortunately, I cannot answer. Oh, you do remember that I'm the master of the Scorpion Palace, right? I feel like these days my position and Maya's seems to have been reversed, but that's just my imagination, right? God, I hope so. That aside, now that you are up so early for once, let's get the preparations done as soon as possible. Yes, let's do that first. Wait. Maya pushed me back into my room, so I decided to change my clothes, though. She wouldn't let me do even that by myself. Maya. What is it? Why am I in the bath so early in the morning? Isn't it obvious? If you are to meet Lady Lisbeth, you are to always look prim and proper, of course. I do meet Lisbeth every day, but I haven't gone through this much preparation since the day I met her for the first time, though, so why today especially? You foo-foo. I'm sure Lady Lisbeth will be completely smitten when she sees you today, Your Highness. Why, you think? I tilted my head in confusion, but in the end, I did what Maya wanted always. Well, if it makes Lisbeth happy, I suppose there's no harm in it. And so, after soaking myself in the bath, I then changed into the clothes Maya had prepared in advance for me. These weren't my usual clothes either, and the getup was close to party wear instead. Yeah, isn't this a bit too much? As expected of Prince Rudolph, Lady Lisbeth will surely be all over you with love, I'm confident. Why, you think so? I tilted my head again, and then looked into the mirror. Well, if it makes Lisbeth happy, I suppose there's no harm in it. Part 2. Then, let's go to the dining hall for breakfast, shall we? Prince Rudolph, today, the breakfast will be a little late than usual. Yeah. I didn't think even that would get postponed. Wait, why though? Anyway, let's head to the entrance hall first. Entrance. Okay, wait, did I have plans to go outside in the morning today? Or rather, the only time I go outside is when I go to the Falkrantz mansion, but I don't recall making such a promise with Lisbeth for today though. I'm sure that would make Lady Lisbeth very happy as well. Why, you think? I tilt my head and then headed to the entrance hall. Well, if it makes Lisbeth happy, I suppose there's no harm in it. Part 3. It was then, wait, that carriage is. Passing through the front gates, a single carriage was heading towards us. The insignia on the carriage was, it was very clearly a carriage from Falkrantz family. But it's rare for Lisbeth to come so early in the morning though. Normally, she'd come around 3 p.m. or so. Wait. What's going on? I inadvertently pointed towards the carriage and screamed. That's because, now that I see it clearly, there's a bunch of other Falkrantz carriages following right behind it as well. But, to my shock, all the carriages were indeed headed right this way, and the carriage at the front of the line stopped right in front of me. Prince Rudolph, good morning. Yeah, good morning. I was still completely perplexed, as I gave my hand to help the brightly smiling Lisbeth step down from the carriage. Well, so what's with all the other carriages? Did you perhaps not hear it from Maya? As I timidly asked, Lisbeth made a confused expression. What's this about? In a panic, I turned to Maya and she just averted her eyes. Seeing as how she was trying to suppress her laughter from how her shoulders were trembling, it would seem this was indeed a premeditated crime. Seriously, Maya, you. No, but seriously, can someone explain to me what's actually going on though? Guessing instantly that it was all Maya's doing, Lisbeth simply sighed. And I, in turn, asked her to explain once again. From today, until a year from now, when we enroll into the Imperial Academy, it has been decided that I will be living together with you, right here in the Scorpion Palace, Prince Rudolph. The shock was so big, I couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Chapter 31. I hate carrots. From today, until a year from now, when we enroll into the Imperial Academy, it has been decided that I will be living together with you, right here in the Scorpion Palace, Prince Rudolph. The shock was so big, I couldn't help but exclaim loudly. But when did that happen? And why? And no, have we made the proper preparations to get ready for Lady Lisbeth's arrival? Your Highness, please calm down. As I slipped into complete panic, Lisbeth gently grabbed my hand. Thanks to that, I was able to regain part of my calmness. So, how did this arrangement happen again? Well, and thus, Lisbeth began to explain the events that led to this current situation. Apparently, this was in part consideration from the Marquis to help me and Lisbeth get to know each other better. And in fact, he even asked the emperor to take me to his home first as well. However, that request was refused as letting a prince stay in a retainer's home was a bit much. So instead, it was decided that they'd let Lisbeth stay with me here in the Scorpion Palace instead. No, but seriously, these people should consider telling me all that earlier as well. Well, Maya said that I will explain everything to His Highness, so don't bother, which in hindsight I did think was suspicious. I see. Both me and Lisbeth turned and glared at Maya, but the person herself seemed to take it on without any care and continued to rapid-fire orders at the servants instead. Well, am I a bother to you? Lisbeth peered at my face, as she asked with anxiety hidden in her voice. As if, to live with you, Lady Lisbeth, might as well be the happiest thing that has happened in my life. But if I had known, I would have liked to welcome you in a grander fashion. To not even get the chance to prepare is certainly a regret. My prince, fear not. Your humble servant Maya has already made sure that preparations are absolutely perfect. Maya, who had at some point appeared right beside us, put her hand on her chest and bowed as she spoke. No, seriously, why are you acting so proud? If anything, I should be punishing you for lacking behind on your reporting duties. Wait, no, intentionally not reporting something is even beyond that no. Anyway, to have you come here to stay is like a dream come true. Likewise. To know that I will get to stay by your side all day, Prince Rudolph, my heart hasn't stopped beating faster since. Yeah, I'll leave punishing Maya for later. Lady Lisbeth, welcome to the Scorpion Palace. I knelt down in front of Lady Lisbeth and took her slender white hand and lay a kiss on the back of her palm. Foo-foo, to get to have a meal together with Prince Rudolph is such a treat. Me and Lisbeth sat down side by side and took our late breakfast. Thanks to Maya, it had been one shock after another, but this was definitely the right call on her part. Thanks to her, I get to see a happy Lisbeth, and I get to satisfy not just my stomach but my heart as well. However, Your Highness, you must eat the carrots as well, okay? Lady Lisbeth, please say that louder. His Highness always finds the exact moment when I'm not paying attention and quickly hides the carrots away just to avoid eating them. Shit. I didn't think I'd have to deal with two sets of eyes watching me now. For whatever reason, whether it be as Rudolph in this life or my previous life, I just utterly hated eating carrots. In any case, I'll need to immediately come up with a better plan over how to deal with the carrot problem, it seems. By the way, Lady Lisbeth, you've been coming to the palace every day, but have you had the chance to visit any other places inside the Imperial Palace as a whole? No, unfortunately not. If we leave Scorpion Palace aside, the only other place I know is that place from that day, and that's all. Then, once breakfast is done, I'll show you around. You are going to be living here for a whole year. It's better to know your way around the place after all. To make sure she stays away from the three princes, especially Robin in the Taurus Palace, I need her to know the layout of the entire palace very well. I'm sure he definitely tried to pick a fight with Lisbeth as well, and it was him that was at fault for all the bad memories from that day as well. Yes, thank you very much. I'll be in your care, Your Highness. Same here. And thus, our breakfast was finished, and we began to take a stroll around the palace. With the Emperor's abode, the Zodiac Palace, in the center, including my Scorpion Palace, there are a total of 12 palaces that make up the entire Imperial Palace. Currently, 7 of those palaces are in control of the 4 princes including myself, and the 2 queens respectively, and the other 5 under the Emperor's direct control that are managed by Mother, Beatrice. That said, the ones under the Emperor are basically only getting the bare minimum maintenance, and at most some nights will occasionally make rounds around them, but otherwise, there's no one living there. However, this is one the palaces directly under the Emperor's control. The Virgo, come, follow me. Why, yes. I took Lisbeth's hand and continued into the Virgo. Ah, yes, this is the place. The garden where I first met you on that day. Indeed, the garden from that day was located in the Virgo Palace. Although it was still maintained, there were no flowers growing here anymore, and it felt quite dreary. But the scene from that day, when the jasmines were in full bloom, was something that I had never forgotten. Then I should also make a note to myself to remember Lisbeth the same way forever as well. Foo-foo, from today and forevermore, I will be able to come here together with you. Of course, I too am very happy that I was able to come here again with you by my side. Lisbeth gently lay her head on my shoulder. Her warmth made me so happy that I simply stood there, unmoving, continuing to gaze at the garden with her, when suddenly, HMPH, to think I'd run into the dirty little pig, here of all places. The person who appeared was the one I wanted to see the least today, the third Prince Robin. Chapter 32. Imagine falling for your younger brother's fiancée. HMPH, to think I'd run into the dirty little pig, here of all places. The person who appeared was the one I wanted to see the least today, the third Prince Robin. As always, Robin was with two of his attendants, and since the incident from a few days ago, the attendants seemed extremely uncomfortable to see me. Well, if they were made to hit me again on Robin's orders, they could be made to suffer the same fate as their predecessors after all. From their perspective, they'd rather stay as far away as possible from me, I'm sure. Leaving that aside, why the hell was Robin here in the Virgo Palace? Ever since that day, I have come here alone many a times, but I never ran into him even once. Regardless, Robin was incessantly chasing after Lisbeth even on that day, so who knows how he'd react now. And so, I decided to position myself in front of her in order to hide Lisbeth behind me. Could it be the woman behind you is this so-called fiancée of yours? Ahahaha. By the looks of it, your fiancée must be really ugly if you're actually trying to hide her from me. Don't you guys think so too? Yes, of course. Having the conversation suddenly swung towards them, Robin's attendants gave a half-hearted response. But perhaps he didn't like their lack of enthusiasm, as Robin decided to kick one of them to the side for it. Being this guy's attendant must be the worst job in this world. That said, these attendants must also be from the faction of noble families supporting Robin, so they have no choice but to endure this treatment. If they didn't like it, they could always leave and try and join a different prince's faction instead. But the fact they don't do so means that staying with Robin was convenient for them as well. Hey, you damn pig, I'll be the judge myself, so show me the woman you're hiding behind you. I refuse. What did you say? You dirty pig, how dare you act so impertinent with me? Why should I? I don't care if you badmouth me, but she is my precious, dear fiancée and the noble daughter of the esteemed Falkrantz household. You have no right to even look at her, elder brother. You bastard. You're just running your mouth today. Enraged, he lunged to punch at me. Last time, he made his attendants hit me, and they got the death penalty for it, but if he hits me directly, it'll only be seen as a quarrel between brothers and nothing more, so he could avoid punishment, of course. I'm shocked his empty head actually managed to think of that. That said, if a bastard like me hit him back, the emperor was one thing, but Robin's mother, the first queen, would definitely punish. No, she'd straight erase me. I'm already hated enough by her because of my mother, after all. Above all, even Lisbeth might get dragged into that mess. Thinking all that, I simply closed my eyes and waited for Robin's fist to arrive, but this place is the Virgo Palace, under the direct control of the emperor himself. I don't believe such actions are very fitting. When my eyes opened again, I saw Lisbeth's slender hand that had stopped and grabbed Robin's punch. And no, wait, what are you doing? Forgive me for the late introduction. I'm the eldest daughter of the Falkrantz house and Prince Rudolph's fiancée, Lisbeth. She slowly let go of Robin's fist, and then curtsied in a dignified manner. Her every movement so elegant, I was completely charmed yet again, but more than that. This guy, Robin, he's just frozen in place with his mouth half open. Surely not right. He didn't just instantly fall in love with Lisbeth's beauty, right? Prince Rudolph, I believe it's about time we returned. Yes. Lisbeth urged me to leave this place, and so I took her hand and we began to leave the garden when... Wow, wait, hey, you know, Lisbeth, why would you get engaged with some pig like Rudolph? I fail to understand what you're implying. It's exactly as I said. This guy is just some dirty pig, not someone worthy of staying beside someone like you, Lisbeth. Surely there are better men that befit your beauty more than him. Wow, seriously, just stop. This guy really just fell head over heels for her, huh? Even though he already has a fiancée, to say something like that to his younger brother's fiancée, how utterly disgusting. Oh, and who exactly are these better men that you seem to be talking about, Prince Robin? Chuckling, Lisbeth asked, but her aquamarine eyes were not laughing at all. They were cold enough that one could freeze to death from just a glance. If she looked at me like that, I don't think I'd be able to handle it honestly. Why, of course. It should be a man from legitimate royalty to stand by your side, like Brother Frederick or me. This guy really went there. Also, he even completely skipped Oscar, who was the son of the second queen as well. This is painful to watch in a completely different sense now. Foo-foo, what a funny thing to say. Not only do I, of course, already have a fiancé in Prince Rudolph, aren't all the princes, including yourself, already engaged as well? Is that it? When I become an emperor, of course I can take a couple more concubines. Now this is what we call a jaw-dropping statement. Unless I go the tyrant route, I have no chance of being the emperor, of course, but Robin, who was just a third prince, his chances were also basically zero. In any case, I already have the world's loveliest gentleman by my side in Prince Rudolph. Unfortunately, I have no interest in these better men that you speak of, Prince Robin. Saying that, Lisbeth intentionally leaned close to me and nestled into my chest. Thanks to that, my heartbeat instantly shot up as well. Then, allow us to leave this time. Have a good day. Wait. Ignoring Robin, who reached out his hand as he tried to call her to stop. This time, finally, me and Lisbeth left the Virgo Palace for good. Chapter 33, If there was hole, I want to hide in it. La Lady Lisbeth, forgive me. After returning back to the Scorpion Palace, I bowed as I apologized with a blushing red face. As if there was hold, I want to hide in it. Please, stop that. There is absolutely nothing you need to apologize for, Prince Rudolph. However, the more Lisbeth played it down, the more I felt like I couldn't raise my head in front of her. Shit, I always knew that Robin was an idiot, but I didn't think he was this hopeless. You too, did something happen? Looking a little sullen, Maya, who had been watching the place in our absence, questioned us. At first she was supposed to come with us as well, but Lisbeth instantly told you're not coming, and rejected her. Well, I planned to take Lisbeth to the Virgo Palace garden as well, so I too wanted to go as just the two of us, and agreed with Lisbeth, which resulted in her being so pouty and sullen like this. We ran into Robin and had a little quarrel. I see, wouldn't have happened if I was with you too. How unfortunate. Looks like we really offended Maya. No, you're right, this was my bad. I just really wanted us two to go alone this time, so I made that decision. Next time, we'll properly let you come with us as well, Maya. Exactly, how long are you going to be sulking for? Cheer up already. Fine, it can't be helped, I guess. Since I apologized, looks like Maya's anger also subsided. For a personal attendant, she's quite the handful, huh? Serious talk though, I understand that you two ran into Prince Robin, but what exactly happened? Well, about that, I fully explained what all happened at the Virgo Palace. Especially the part about him trying to flirt with his younger brother's fiancée, and emphasizing just how creepy and disgusting he was being. Prince Robin, he's completely lost the plot, huh? Right. I think this is the first time mine and Maya's opinions have matched so perfectly, though I suppose anyone normal would agree with us. But this problem is born out of the fact that Lady Lisbeth is just that beautiful, so in a way, I guess you should be proud of it. Right, Prince Rudolph? Yeah, I guess. But I would have preferred if I was the only one who knew of her true beauty, though. Can all the other men just not look at her, like at all, or something like that? Lady Lisbeth. I'm so embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lisbeth's face was blushing red, and she was covering her face with her hands. She looked so adorable that I couldn't believe it, especially because normally she was always so cool and dignified. I was lost for words seeing this gap between the two sides of her, and she completely had my heart stolen yet again. Anyway, in more ways than one, we need to be wary of Robin. We're not letting him get even close to Lady Lisbeth ever again. Your Highness, leave this to me. On my name as Maya Brandt, I promise you, I'll make sure Prince Robin never even gets the chance to look at Lady Lisbeth again. Maya put her hand on her chest and gave a respectful bow. I was curious how exactly she was going to that, but she always seemed very dependable to me. But with all this, the chances of you making an alliance with Prince Robin has gone out of the window. Finally, having calmed down, Lisbeth rejoined the conversation. Although her ears still seemed red, so it wasn't all gone, I guess. No, Robin was never even a choice in that matter. There's no point in joining hands with the third prince, and above all, Robin's mother, the first queen, is also the first Prince Frederick's mother as well. All that said, the main reason why I was never going to join hands with him was because he tried to lay his hands on Lisbeth, including the incident on that day. There was no chance I would ever work with a guy like that. If I'm following what you just said, then you plan on joining hands with the second Prince Oscar, correct? No, that's not it either. Hearing Lisbeth's words, I shook my head. Then. Yup, I plan on joining hands with the first prince, Frederick, instead. Hearing my reply, both Lisbeth and Maya breathed in with shock. Chapter 34. The person to ally with. Yup, I plan on joining hands with the first prince, Frederick, instead. Hearing my reply, both Lisbeth and Maya breathed in with shock. Well, I suppose it was natural. Frederick was obviously the prime candidate as the next emperor already, and more than that, both the first queen and his younger brother Robin were deeply prejudiced against me. Even if I joined Frederick's circle, it's unlikely that anything good comes from it. However, I know a certain fact. That Robin actually has a deep sense of envy towards his own older brother Frederick. Yes, he was jealous of Frederick. Intellect, ability, looks, Frederick was better than him in all regards, which had given Robin an inferiority complex. And to top it all off, their mother, the first Queen Alicia, was completely devoted to supporting Frederick and had zero expectations of Robin. And the emperor was the same. As to him, Robin's existence was at best only slight above my own in terms of importance. That's why Robin made it a habit of constantly scorning me, who was an even lower existence than him, and was trying to maintain what little remained of his pride, hoping to find some kind of reason for his existence. Well, I'm sure that the only reason Robin was a subordinate of Frederick was because of direct orders from his mother, Queen Alicia. At least that way, he was able to get some kind of attention from his mother, or at least that's what Robin would have thought. Well, as someone who had no one to even acknowledge me other than Lisbeth, it's not like I don't get his feelings either. That said, I would never, ever sympathize with a guy like that either. And also, what do you think would happen if the guy he thought to be even lower than him were to join hands with Frederick? Can you imagine? His pride would take an irreparable amount of damage indeed. Indeed. Then what would he do to protect himself? Why, of course, he would have no choice but to make Frederick his enemy instead. In that case, Robin would have no choice but to join hands with the second Prince Oscar instead. And when that happens, he would openly show his hostility to Frederick and Queen Alicia, who he would deem to have betrayed him. He would never, ever forgive those two for hurting him like that. However, Your Highness, I don't think it'll all go that smoothly. From Prince Frederick's point of view, wouldn't keeping his younger brother by his side have more merits than joining hands with the fourth prince? Not to mention, I doubt Queen Alicia would ever approve of all this. I understood where Lisbeth's cause of worries came from. There are a bunch of scandals always following me, and at the very least, Frederick's camp won't be too happy with my addition to their group. There's even a chance that certain group of nobles even leave Frederick's side because of me. Queen Alicia, as well, would rather pull the hair out of her head than join hands with the son of the woman she hated the most. But my chances of winning this gambit aren't zero either. I think Brother Frederick is probably already thinking of joining hands with me. No, that's not the right way to put it. He wants to join hands with Lord Falkrantz, who is now backing me. But would he really go this far just to ally with my father? Above all, if he were really so desperate to pull father to his side that he'd join hands with you, Prince Rudolph, he would have been trying to approach and recruit father more aggressively even before this, in my opinion. Lisbeth took another sip from the tea that Maya had poured anew for her, and then looked at me with her pale blue eyes. Oh, but it's precisely because Lord Falkrantz had continued to give him the cold shoulder, even after everything that Brother Frederick had given up by now. But now he had a different route, and another chance to bring him to his camp, yet again through me. Then he would not ignore this opportunity at any cost. Why would Prince Frederick want to add my father to his group that much? Because Brother Frederick does not have his own army. This was something that had been made very clear in the war records of Wilhelm as well. Compared to Oscar, who had various militaristic noble families that weren't that far off behind the Falkrantz family, under his command, Frederick's camp was mostly composed of families that excelled in diplomacy and administration, and nobles with financial might instead. Of course, when it comes to the politics within the capital, Frederick had an overwhelming advantage but when emergency situations arose, Oscar's influence improved drastically. Especially, other than the north, all the frontier regions from the east to the southwest had been banded under Oscar's banner. And when push came to shove, he could attack the central capital from 3 directions. Meaning, for Frederick to make his claim on the throne truly solid, he desperately needed the strongest warrior, the Obsidian War Demon, on his side no matter what. And so, even with my existence being a negative to him personally, Brother Frederick would still want Lord Falkrantz no matter what the price. I see. Satisfied by my explanations perhaps, Lisbeth put her hand on her lips and nodded multiple times. But still, I must say I'm quite surprised by how discerning you are with these matters, Prince Rudolph. You know the exact details of both Prince Frederick and Prince Oscar's camps, and have already analyzed it in detail, and have even considered their next. Know a step even beyond that. Hearing Lisbeth compliment me with no restraint, and seeing Maya look at me with inquisitively, I could only scratch my head and smile wryly. I certainly can't tell them that I know all this because I know the history of this country in detail from the future, can I? In any case, until Frederick comes and contacts me himself, I won't be making any moves myself. So let us just patiently wait for it. Foo-foo, yes. Both me and Lisbeth smiled, and left the serious talk behind and focused on enjoying the tea and having a more light-hearted chat. Chapter 35. A large hand. A week had passed since Lisbeth had began living with me here in the Scorpion Palace. Today, once again, I was happily enjoying my breakfast with her. Prince Rudolph, the master, Lord Falkrantz has come to the Imperial Palace and is asking for an audience with you, Your Highness. He's here. He wants to meet me, but why, and not Lisbeth first? Meyer, of course, I will attend as well. Is that clear? Just in case. Let me go confirm this with Master first. Maya made a complex expression, and then left the place. You need not worry, Prince Rudolph. If Father tries anything like on that day, I will personally stop him with all my strength. Her aquamarine eyes coldly shone, as Lisbeth nodded to herself. No, wait, can you two not have a father-daughter quarrel in front of me if possible? A master has agreed to letting you be present as well, Lady Lisbeth. Is that so? Then let us go. Sure. I took Lisbeth's hand that she presented very smoothly, and I made my way with heavy steps to the reception room where Marquis Falkrantz awaited. Knock, knock. Pardon the intrusion. Prince Rudolph and Lady Lisbeth have both arrived. Urged by Maya, me and Lisbeth entered the reception while holding hands. But why is the Marquis looking at me with that kind of gaze? He seems to be glaring at me, or rather, I can almost smell the battle maniac aura coming off of him. Surely not right. Father, Prince Rudolph is a busy man, so depending on the business, I will take care of it instead. Before the Marquis could even say anything, Lisbeth stepped forward and bowed, as she declared it clearly beforehand. Seeing his own daughter show such an attitude, I'm starting to think that the ill omen I just felt was correct indeed. What do I do? Lisbeth, I allowed for your presence, but I do not recall allowing you to speak. I am Prince Rudolph's fiancée. If it is anything that may bring harm to the prince, then it is my duty to take measure to prevent it beforehand. Even if it is you, Father, I will not withdraw. Lisbeth fired her absolute 0-degree stare at her own father, as they both glared at each other. I would prefer if this father and daughter didn't end up quarreling because of me if possible, though. So, Lord Falkrantz, what business do you have with me? Realizing that the conversation will not resume like this, and these two might really start fighting, I quickly, if timidly, questioned him. Unlike me who can never experience parental love, I would really prefer if these two remained on good terms forever. My apologies. As for my business, well, it's quite simple, really. From today, until 1 year from now when you enter the Royal Academy, I, Douglas Falkrantz, will personally train you in swordsmanship. Hearing his proposal, I ended up exclaiming loudly. No, wait, we're talking about the Obsidian War Demon himself, the strongest man in the Empire himself. A man as great as him will personally teach me swordsmanship. Surely you jest. I'm sure you have already realized from our bout the other day that I am not strong at all. There's a good chance I will only disappoint you greatly, my lord. Whether I will be disappointed or not, has nothing to do with whether you are strong or not, Your Highness. And also, unless you properly try, you will never gain the strength to protect Lisbeth, you know. Shit, the Marquis was good at riling people up, huh? If I hear something like that, I can't back down either. Very well. I will be in your care. Prince Rudolph, are you sure? Lisbeth looked at me with worry in her eyes. There was the incident from a few days ago as well, so I'm sure she was being extra considerate of me. But that's precisely why I can't back down here and try and fake modesty. If I do, my feelings to protect Lisbeth would become nothing but a lie. Of course, I do want to become strong after all. Also that I can protect you, my most precious. I smiled and grabbed Lisbeth's hand. When I did, she gripped my hand back tightly as well. Strongly, firmly. Thank you very much. Then, let us begin straight away. Yes. Together with the Marquis, we moved to the courtyard of the Scorpio Palace. Unfortunately, this palace didn't have a training hall. I should quickly have one prepared as soon as possible. Then, let us begin with swinging practice. Yes. And so, under the Marquis' instruction, I began my sword training. Swinging, forms, and bout with the Marquis himself. I was abusing my body to the limits, and my whole body groaned in pain. But if I saw each and every little one of these things connected to my growth, it was not unbearable. And also, Prince Rudolph, do your best. Lisbeth was always there, watching over me, cheering me on. That alone gave me enough strength to keep at it for as long as needed. Aghu, let us stop here for today. Taking a strong hit on my right shoulder, Marquis Falkrantz finally gave the signal to end the practice for today. I collapsed down on the floor, but I forced myself back up. Thank you very much. I gave a deep bow to the Marquis, and then, Prince Rudolph, you did very well today. Marquis Falkrantz patted my head. His hand was so big, rugged, a little rough, but also so warm. Unintentionally, tears began to fall out of my eyes. Prince Rudolph, are you in pain somewhere? Seeing me like that, Lisbeth quickly ran towards me in a panic. Father, you went way too far after all, and it's only the first day today. Right. Lisbeth shot a glare, and the Marquis inadvertently groaned. Sniff, Lady Lisbeth, that's not it, I'm just happy. Happy, you say? That's right. I was happy. For the first time since the day I was born, I had felt a big hand like that show care for me. Chapter 36. Can you stop sending letters to my fiancé already? Half a year had passed since I began training under Marquis Falkrantz's tutelage. Finally, I was starting to get a hang of swordsmanship, and now I didn't get muscular pains even after long sword-swinging sessions. Also, my body had started to become a bit firm as well, and I had a distinct six-pack abs on my abdomen now. All that said. All right, that's enough. Thank you very much. The Maruki's training became stricter and harsher by the day, and I would still collapse to the ground with the signal that marked the training's end. Prince Rudolph, good work today as well. Thank you, Lady Lisbeth. I instantly gulped down the drink she offered me, one made by mixing honey and water with a pinch of lemon. Phew, that really hits the spot. Since still, I know this is late of me to ask, but you're coming to train me every day and well, are you okay, with your work and stuff that is? Cuckoo, you need not worry. I'm doing this because I really enjoy it as well, that's all. Marquis Falkrantz chuckled as he answered. His way of laughing was also, well, weird or rather, a bit awkward. He definitely gets misunderstood, I'm sure. If someone who didn't know saw this, they'd think he was hatching up some evil plan or something. That's right. Father's doing all this because he too enjoys this, so, if anything, it should be Mother or our subordinates that should be complaining, if anything. Mew. And then came the sharp retort from Lisbeth, aimed directly at the Marquis. She too often seemed to be cold and harsh. Or at least, that's the impression she gives off, so all the servants in the imperial palace seem to constantly misunderstand her greatly as well. She was simply a little awkward, and was incredibly gentle in reality. Well, I too had my image of her from war records of Wilhelm set in my head, so I too was pretty scared when I first met her though. I should make sure to never let her know that fact. Then, I'll take my leave now, but, yes, I'll be sure to my daily 1,000 sword swings, I promise. Good. The Marquis gave a satisfied nod, and then left the training area. I'm fine with him training your highness, but I wish he'd hold back a little on coming here every single day at least. Gazing at the exit of the training area, Lisbeth sighed to herself. I imagine for it might feel like the Marquis was constantly keeping a watchful eye on her, which she certainly didn't seem to enjoy. It can't be helped. The master is simply a bit overprotective, you Lady Lisbeth. Even though I'll be a proper adult in just another half year. Seeing Maya smile wryly, Lisbeth shook her head with her palm on her forehead. But from my perspective, I was a little envious of her who was so deeply loved by the Marquis. Well, I'm sure he's also very happy to see the growth of his disciple every day as well, I imagine. Ah, why you think, I guess so. Maya's words made me so happy, I ended up unconsciously smiling. Still, there seems to be no contact from that side, even now, huh? While I was having my usual tea with Lisbeth at the garden, she muttered that with her gaze falling downwards. Of course, she was talking about Frederick's camp. Half a year had passed, but there had been no news from the Frederick camp, and it seemed like we were waiting in vain at this point. That said, I really wanted to avoid initiating contact with Frederick from our side. Not only would that make them a lot more cautious and vigilant of us, we would also give up our advantage in terms of negotiations. The first one to make a move was bound to lose in this situation. In any case, Maya is keeping an eye on their camp's movements, so if anything happens, we'll be ready to deal with it. All we can do is wait and nothing more. That is certainly true, but Lady Lisbeth, is something the matter? A somewhat proud-looking Maya asked, seeing Lisbeth slightly glare at her. Probably because I said something that showed my trust in Maya, Lisbeth was sulking a little, I think. I realized this over the past half a year, but Lisbeth was a surprisingly jealous girl and was quite possessive as well. And Maya seemed to really find that amusing, as she would often use any chance to instigate Lisbeth like this in an attempt to irritate her. I wish she'd be a bit more reserved in that regard, though. But jealous Lisbeth was also cute, so I won't ask her to stop completely. If Prince Frederick's camp finally make a move, I'd finally be rid of getting these letters as well, I imagine. Lisbeth frowned as she fluttered a certain letter in her hand. On this letter, the insignia of the royal family, the double-headed eagle, was visible. Even now, once every 3 or so days, one these comes addressed to Lady Lisbeth Ha. If he's really that devoted, why not show a little bit of this to his own fiancée? Once again, I can only deeply apologize for the sorry state of my family. Hearing Maya's sarcastic jeer, I bowed deeply towards Lisbeth once again. Looks like that idiot Robin really seriously fell in love with Lisbeth and started sending letters her way. I did ask Lisbeth to show me the contents of these letters as well, but seeing the overly flowery language, far cry from the pettiness and arrogance of Robin, even I couldn't help but laugh wryly. Furthermore, it was impossible to simply ignore the letters from the third prince either, so, as unwilling as she may be, Lisbeth did have no choice but to write something back. That said, all she wrote was, "I am betrothed to Prince Rudolph, I humbly refuse." Just that one line, every time. And yet, he refused to give up and continued to send letters. Honestly, it was admirable in a way. Well, not really. It was simply disgusting and creepy, if anything. Maya, why don't you write a reply for once? No thanks, I refuse. I think my job of having to constantly deliver your reply to Prince Robin, who is always waiting for it with a wide smile, should have earned me more than enough praise. No, seriously, I felt really sorry for both of them. Watching these two try and push it onto each other, I once again apologized in my heart again and again. Not that it is actually my fault, though. Chapter 37. The Third Prince's Late Night Sneaking. Lisbeth, why won't you accept me? While I was on my way to the training hall to do my daily swings, I ended up running into Robin of all people. Or rather, what the hell is this guy doing near the Scorpion Palace at this kind of time? Go back to your own palace, damn it. Anyway, if he notices me, that'd be annoying in its own way, so I decided to take a detour back the way I came when... Prince Rudolph, are you already done with your daily swings already? Why did you have to appear now of all times, Maya? Also, if you speak in such a loud voice, surely Robin would also notice me, and sure enough. HMHMPH, you damn dirty pig. Loitering around at such a time, you sure have nothing to do, huh? Allow me to send those words back to you as is. But Maya seemed not a little bit surprised upon seeing Robin, which meant she knew, and did that on purpose, didn't she? Seriously, why is my personal attendant just the worst sometimes? Well, I leaked a sigh and gave a non-committal answer and tried to pass by him, but he ended up grabbing my arm. Looks like this guy really isn't going to let me go off today. Brother Robin, would you mind letting go of my hand? I plan to head to the training area right now. Oh, leaving your fiancée Lisbeth alone, eh? He grinned as if mocking me and stared at me. He makes these expressions almost always, but this time I felt a strange sense of unease. After all, over the last half year, this guy had never showed up in the Scorpio Palace even once. So then why today, of all times? HMPH. Well, I'm sure you'd only trouble her by being beside her, so, in a way, it's admirable that you know your place. Oh, why thank you. I was starting to tire of simply talking to him, so I just looked into the distance and started giving vague replies. Can this guy just let go of me already? Ha ha ha, you should stay away from Lisbeth in the future as well. Finally, he let go of my arm, and then left the place in seemingly good mood for whatever reason. Hey Maya, I'm thinking of following after Robin, but what do you think? What a coincidence, I was thinking the same. We both nodded at each other, and then snuck behind him while making sure he doesn't notice us. And so, I most certainly don't think of this man as my elder brother, but this is still beyond pathetic at this point. Without a shred of shame, he was currently desperately trying to unlock the door to Lisbeth's room, or rather, a room that was actually not in use, but he probably thought was Lisbeth's room. Unable to watch any more from secondhand embarrassment, I covered my face with both of my hands. I didn't think he'd fall this low, but I still leaked some fake info just in case, but to think it'd actually show an instant effect like this. My eyes as she spoke and looked at Robin were as dark as the void itself. I mean, seriously, who would honestly think that he'd actually try to sneak into the room of his younger brother's fiancée so late at night after all? Not to mention, Lisbeth was still 14, not even a full adult yet, you know. No matter the circumstances, this was a travesty. So, what do you think we should do? Well, we should see how things turn out next and wait. Once Prince Robin unlocks the door and goes inside, let's lock the door from outside and trap him in, shall we? Lady Lisbeth. While I was discussing our next course of action while hidden in the shadow of the corridor, at some point, Lisbeth had sneaked behind us and gave a suggestion of her own. By the way, I have never seen her make the kind of utterly chilling expression she was making right now. Foo-foo, I hope he unlocks the door soon. I have feeling we'll get to see some really funny scenes tomorrow morning thanks to that. Ape. Seeing Lisbeth snicker to herself, I couldn't help but shudder in fear. Even if I know that she was a devoted woman full of deep love for me, it was still fact that she was indeed the woman that assassinated me in the war records of Wilhelm. Getting a glimpse of that side of her personality, my shivering doesn't seem like it'll stop anytime soon. Looks like he managed to unlock it after all. Maya, go and quickly lock the door from outside, and do not open it until tomorrow morning, no matter what. Leave it to me. Getting her orders from Lisbeth, Maya happily ran towards the door and instantly closed and locked it tight shut it after making sure that Robin was fully inside the room. Don. Hey someone, open this door. Ahahaha, Robin had started to shout in a loud voice and was slamming at the door. But if you do that, it would only make it easier for other servants to find out that he was sneaking inside this palace as well though. Maya, until tomorrow morning, make sure that no other servant unlocks the door for him either, understand? Of course, how could I ever let go of such a such a scandalous problem? Both Maya and Lisbeth looked at each other with a toothy grin. Wanting to get rid of this second-hand embarrassment somehow, with my shoulder drooped, I decided to head to the training area and dedicated myself to my sword swinging practice instead. Chapter 38. The grand appearance of the mother of the foolish trapped rat. Well, what is this about then? The next morning, Lisbeth muttered as she looked at the door with a shameless smile. Of course, she was standing in front of the door in which Robin was trapped. And from inside the room. Shit, is no one here? I am the third prince of the Baltic Empire, Robin Fuist Baltic himself. He was proudly naming himself out loud from inside, without a shred of embarrassment. So, has the emperor been told about this situation yet? Robin's attendants, as well as the servants of the Taurus Palace, silently hung their heads in shame. Looks like they haven't told him yet. Listen to me. I'm not going to pin this crime on the rest of you guys. In the first place, This is something Brother Robin did entirely on his own, Wilso. It is most certainly not any of your fault. I'll be sure to tell the Emperor all that as well. Yes. Hearing my words, the servants and the attendants all seemed to show an expression of relief. I mean, I get it. It's no joke if your entire family got destroyed because of the crimes of your idiotic master. And that's how it is so. Hurry up and go inform the Emperor about all this. Well, I suppose if only the servants of the Taurus Palace go, he's body to lose his temper instantly, so, Maya, do you mind going alongside them as well? Understood. Maya gave a respectful bow, and then began walking towards the Emperor's Zodiac Palace with a wide smile. It was then, Prince Rudolph, a good day to you. The person that appeared was an extravagantly dressed lady, with a folding fan hiding her lips and followed by 4 personal maids. Of course, I knew who she was. The mother of Frederick and Robin, the first queen of the Baldic Empire, Alicia Fuist Baldic. Well, if it's Queen Alicia. To appear in a place like this, did something happen? I gave a curt bow and asked her purpose for coming here. That said, I'm sure she probably heard that her son had been trapped inside the Scorpio Palace from one of her spies. Although Maya had indeed gotten rid of most of the spies in here, we did intentionally leave a couple still remaining here. Well, the Scorpio Palace seemed to be quite noisy so early in the morning, so I decided to come and check. But just what exactly happened here? Saying a barefaced lie, Queen Alicia simply smiled and looked towards the door, while ignoring the loud cries of her son still ongoing inside the room. Well, this may come as a shock, but last night, it seems a rat snuck inside the Scorpio Palace, it seems. And then, somehow, the rat managed to also lock itself inside and became unable to leave as well. Yufufu, there sure are some truly foolish rats, it seems. As I shrugged my shoulders and spoke in jest, Queen Alicia played along and snickered as well. How do I say this? The pressure in the air felt so high that my stomach began to churn. By the way, Prince Rudolph, this rat of yours, would you mind handing it over to me? It just so happened I was thinking of raising a pet in the Cancer Palace, you see. As expected, her goal was to secure Robin from my clutches. Well, she'd have no other business to show up at the Scorpio Palace after all. I'm sure even Queen Alicia would prefer to never meet Beatrice's son if it was up to her, but I wasn't going to let go of Robin that easily either. Well, this is troubling. To turn a blind eye on a rat problem like this, it would raise question against my personal competence and management skills after all. If something like that happens, how would I ever be able to face the Emperor again? Is that so? Even though I, the first queen herself, was personally asking to let me take care of the rat, I'm sure even the Emperor will understand if you tell him that. She sure knows how to talk. The moment I give her Robin back, she'd make sure to make it so that this incident never happened. Worst case, she might even get rid of all of Robin's attendants and servants of the Taurus Palace just to silence them and get rid of evidence. And sure enough, the servants and the attendants were all looking at the exchange between me and Queen Alicia with fear in their eyes. In any case, this was a perfect chance for me. If I can get Queen Alicia to owe me a debt here, it'll make my future a lot easier. Also, I should get the servants and the attendants into my debt as well. Then, let's do it this way. If you were to comply to 3 wishes of mine, I'll hand the rat over to you. Chapter 39, 3 Wishes. Then, let's do it this way. If you were to comply to 3 wishes of mine, I'll hand the rat over to you. 3, asking a little too much, don't you think? Far from it. Here I am trying to comply to your wish at the cost of putting my own position and honor in jeopardy. I believe I'm making a very special exception just for your sake, Queen Alicia. Ugh. Her smile didn't break, but I could feel her gaze getting sharper. To have to be so modest while talking to the dirty pig, I'm sure she must be seething deep inside. So, what are these 3 wishes of yours, Prince Rudolph? Of course. Firstly, I'd like the rat to never show up at the Scorpio Palace ever again, so you have to raise him outside the Imperial Palace. Let's see, I believe the Imperial Academy campus is a great place for raising. Ah, of course, if you attach a caretaker for it, that is. In the first place, even though both Frederick and Oscar went to the academy properly, it was only Robin who was using his imperial privileges to go to and fro from the Imperial Palace itself. It was quite an odd situation from the start. I was simply telling her that he should have been obediently sent to the dorms from the start. Well, from Robin's perspective, after getting constantly compared to elder brothers at the school by other noble scions, he at least had the chance to maintain his mental balance by coming back here and bullying me in return, or something. Not that I actually know for sure. I understand the first demand. Like you said, that might be for the best. Queen Alicia nodded with an expression of understanding. Looks like she herself agreed that Robin should have been sent to the academy dorms as well. Then, the second one. To allow a rat to sneak into my palace so easily is quite embarrassment on my part as well. If possible, I would like Queen Alicia to keep this fact a secret to yourself and effectively pretend that none of this actually happened. Ara, are you okay with just that? Of course. But for my satisfaction's sake, what I mean is that I want to make sure that everything remains exactly as it was yesterday. As such, the servants of the Taurus Palace that just happened to be here should also continue working as always, that's all. Yes. The moment they heard that, the servants and the attendants' expressions all broke into a smile. Basically, I just guaranteed that they get to continue on as if nothing has happened as well. Yufufu, that was a bit unexpected, but very well, I understand your second request as well. Queen Alicia showed a gentle smile as she gazed at the servants and the attendants. From her point of view, not only did I make it so that the incident will be erased without her needing to do anything, I also made sure that she didn't have to make any drastic decisions in regards to the servants, thus also avoiding any problems or discord that may have been born from it. No wonder she instantly agreed. Which means, one more left. What would that be? If possible, I'd like it if it was as mutually beneficial like the last two of your wishes, though. I'm sure she's probably thinking that the third one won't be too much of a bad deal for her, like the previous two. Unlike her previous sharp glare, Queen Alicia was looking at me as if she was curious about me instead. Yes, of course, as you imagine, I don't think the last one is that bad of an offer for you either, you know. However, she might end up getting betrayed by her son that she just tried to save, though. Then, my third wish. As you may already be aware, Your Highness, I am often subject to a lot of shame while inside this palace. As one of the root causes for said treatment of mine, I'm sure that was probably not a pleasant thing to hear. Queen Alicia frowned upon hearing that. Of course, I understand my position and my situation very well. A mere mistress, that is my mother, managed to give me, a mere illegitimate son, the right to imperial succession pure by asking for it from the emperor, as if she was asking him to buy some precious gems or something. And that's what has brought upon this ostracizing that I face every day. When I openly said all that, Lisbeth, who had appeared behind me while I was unaware, hid her face and grabbed onto my clothes. With an expression that seemed genuinely sad, "You need not worry, Lisbeth. I'm not exactly trying to wallow in self-misery here or anything. Above all else, I have you by my side after all. And that alone is irreplaceable. In the end, what is it that you want, Prince Rudolph?" Ahaha, I suppose that was a bit too roundabout. Basically, I'm saying that I fully understand my position. I personally have absolutely no interest in the succession, and neither do I think I could ever become the emperor either. I simply wish to live out my life in peace. My words were far too mature to be coming out of a 14-year-old's mouth, but this was my true feelings on the matter, so it couldn't be helped. As long as I can live a quiet life alongside Lisbeth, that alone is good enough for me. However, after getting engaged to Lisbeth, I have unexpectedly gained a backing from Lord Falkrantz of all people. And so, using this as a chance, I was thinking about deepening my relationship with my estranged elder brother. After all that I had said, someone smart like Queen Alicia would, of course, instantly get what I was implying. That I wished to join hands with not Robin, but with the first prince, Frederick. And in that case, with the backing of the Falkrantz family behind me, I would seem a lot more valuable in her eyes, I'm sure. After all, this was her path to bring Frederick the one thing he didn't have: military might. Yufufu, who would have thought that wanting just one single rat would result in me owing such a great debt to you, Prince Rudolph. Queen Alicia hid her lips with her folding and seemed to be holding back her laughter. So what do you think? The prince's wishes, I accept all of them. Not to mention, that child has been interested in you for quite some time already. Is that so? That's quite some lip service. I doubt Frederick ever even thought about me. He was an overly rational man and only acted upon whatever helped him profit the most. That's the kind of person Frederick was. Then, may I leave the rest, you Queen Alicia? Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Then, allow me to take my leave here. I put my hand to my chest and bowed, and then took Lisbeth's hand and began to leave the place when, Prince Rudolph, if I may ask one last thing. Oh, what is it? What do you think of your mother, of Beatrice? Haha, what do I think my mother? Of that woman, she asks. The answer was quite simple. Nothing, I simply think nothing at all of her. She is her, and I am me. I see. Queen Alicia seemed to make a somewhat lonely expression, and then cast down her eyes. And this time for certain we finally left the place. Chapter 40. Finally, Robin was gone. Phew. After handing over Robin to Queen Alicia, I returned to my room and exhaled deeply. I didn't think the queen herself would suddenly show up, but I did manage to get her in my debt, so it was a decent result in the end. Wait. La Lady Lisbeth. Prince Rudolph, you forced yourself a bit too much. Lisbeth suddenly hugged my head. But what does she mean by forced myself? You have me, this Lisbeth, by your side as well. You are not alone. You are not alone at all. Ah. I see. My exchange with Queen Alicia seemed to have caused her worry. The more I come to know her, the less the title of Lady of Ice seems to apply to her. Because the real her was simply unbelievably warm like this. Ahaha, I'm fine. I didn't force myself or anything, and of course, I'm not feeling sad either. Unfortunately, due to recalling the memories of my previous life, my personality seems to have been dragged closer towards my previous life as well. Thanks to that, well, that might be a weird way to put it, but when it comes to my mother, to Beatrice, I really don't feel anything special at all. Of course, I still have all my memories from when I was simply Rudolph Fuist Baldic, before I regained my previous life's memories, and all the emotions that I was burdened with are still in me as well. But in the end, the only thing that I held dear to me was the memories from that day and nothing else. If I continued hoping for something that was utterly impossible, all that awaited me was despair and nothing else. I think it was because of this despair that I became the tyrant that was written about in the war records of Wilhelm. Just like you said, I have you with me. Lady Lisbeth, you are by my side. As long as you are here, I will never truly feel sad. Saying that, I showed her a wide smile, to make sure Lisbeth understands that she didn't need to worry about me. Seriously, you are so. Thank you so much. Seeing her shed tears in my place, all I could do was gently stroke her back until she stopped crying. Well, that was certainly quite the disaster it seems. While blocking the full-strength strike I had launched at him, Marquis Falkrantz muttered with a calm and composed look. No, seriously, I have been working really hard over the last half-year, and while it's not like I expect to actually get a real hit at the Marquis anytime soon, seeing this utterly gigantic gap between our skills, I couldn't help but feel a little dejected. Yes, however, Queen Alicia accepted all my wishes, and has already sent brother Robin to the academy dorms, it seems. After avoiding the Marquis' sharp horizontal slash with a back step, I quickly regained my footing. But until now, I had been nothing more than a scarecrow that got hit over and over, so I could tell I was definitely making some kind of progress. Oops. Anyway, this all happened only this morning, but seeing the crying and whining Robin get treated like luggage and getting thrown into a carriage and sent away by afternoon, even I was a little shocked. But with this, he'll finally stop loitering around Lisbeth, and she can finally enjoy her life in the castle in peace, which made me happy. I feel like you were a little too naive, though. He drove his sword at me a little bit stronger than usual. I could only leak a bitter laugh. It would seem the Marquis was not satisfied with my actions. Then, let us stop here for today. Already. The training ended an hour earlier than usual, and I ended up saying that in surprise. No, I am happy for it, though. Indeed, I'll have Lisbeth handle the rest of your training, but more importantly, I need to first talk about what comes next. Sure. I believe he's talking about what our next actions should be. After all, without even confirming with the Marquis, I ended up making such a deal with Queen Alicia after all. Ooh, the Marquis is definitely angry, isn't he? Foo-foo, good work for today. Let us train more together later, okay? Lisbeth, thank you. Wiping my sweat with the handkerchief that Lisbeth brought, I thanked her. This too was a privilege of being her fiancée, well, perhaps not. She only does this all because it's me. Hurry up and come with me. Yes. Moo. The Marquis shot a glare at me as he urged me to move on. Meanwhile, Lisbeth pouted at him. Stuck between these two, it was certainly hard to endure, even if this had become a regular occurrence. But I can't have my father-in-law be in bad mood either, so I took Lisbeth's hand and quickly followed after the Marquis. Chapter 41. My Worth. And so, me, Lisbeth, and Marquis Falkrantz sat down around the table in the garden, but... Yep, this is awkward. But it was only natural that the mood would turn out like this. After all, this time around during my talk with Queen Alicia, I suggested the fact that they can gain the cooperation of Marquis Falkrantz, the symbol of military might of the Empire, and used it as a negotiation chip, but in reality, I had never even bothered to gain the agreement from the Marquis himself and had decided all this on my own. Especially, the entire reason why the Marquis had remained neutral and had not picked a side with any of the princes was because if the Falkrantz family, who possessed the Empire's strongest military, were to align themselves to any of the princes, the strangely equal equilibrium and status quo between the different camps would completely collapse. And I had ruined all of that. Father, in regards to the situation with Prince Robin, the moment Queen Alicia herself showed up, the option of not handing him back to her was simply non-existent. If anything, for both me and Prince Rudolph, I don't think we could have pulled any other conditions in our favor than what we got in my personal opinion. Master, it is as Lady Lisbeth says. If he had handed over Prince Robin without any conditions, that would have resulted in our side being completely underestimated, and Lady Lisbeth would have come into further danger in the future. And if our side hadn't set out the conditions clearly ourselves in advance, it would have only sown further discord between Queen Alicia and us. Both Lisbeth and Maya followed up adeptly by bringing up all the info from earlier this morning to try and back my decision. Speaking of, I'm shocked both of them had read so well into my own thinking as well. It made me really happy, though. You need not explain to me something so basic. And I do not care that the prince used my name as a negotiation chip either. In that case, why have you been making such a difficult expression for all this while, father? Faced against the Marquis, who folded his arms and glared, Lisbeth, too, sent a deathly cold stare right back at him. These two, even though they get along so well, they're both really awkward and obstinate on top, which results in them constantly clashing with each other, huh? That said, most of it was because of me, so I could only feel sorry for it all. On the other hand, Maya seemed to be enjoying their exchange, though. Seriously, this personal attendant of mine is bit weird in the head, I swear. By the way, Your Highness, I wanted to ask you, but do you really have no interest in the seat of the Crown Prince, the throne of the Emperor? Huh? I don't recall talking about this with the Marquis, and only Lisbeth and Maya should know of this, but finding it a bit strange, I glanced at them and they both averted their eyes. I see that's how it is. Well, I planned on explaining it the Marquis sooner or later anyway, so, if anything, this'll make it go faster. It is exactly as you say. The throne of the Emperor, no, the imperial family in its entirety is something that I have absolutely no interest in. Looking into his similar pale blue eyes like his daughter Lisbeth's, I spoke very clearly. Perhaps the Marquis had plans of his own, based on the fact that I had imperial blood in me, but unfortunately I could not live up to such expectations. Even though this imperial blood of mine was perhaps the only way I could ever reward the Marquis. Truly, forgive me for that. I put my hands on my knees and gave a deep bow. When I did that, Kukuku, well, that's just splendid. For some reason, the Marquis laughed happily instead. Just what's that supposed to mean then? I had thrown away the one and only worthwhile thing I had to my name, and yet, Marquis Falkrantz was happy that I had chosen to abandon the fight for the throne. I do not know if you already know Prince Rudolph, but our Falkrantz family has no other heirs beside Lisbeth. And so, upon her engagement to you, I was considering taking in an adopted child from one of our branch families instead. When I timidly questioned about his reaction, Marquis Falkrantz took a sip from his tea as he began to explain. But I see. The Marquis was thinking of adopting me into his family as a son-in-law instead now. Also, over this last half year or so, you have also received training directly from me, Your Highness, and have been properly drilled in the way of the sword. Thanks to that, while you may not be as good as Lisbeth, You are still already a much better swordsman than most noble kids of your age. Eh? Hearing the unexpected appraisal of my skills from the Marquis, I was perplexed. I mean, I could barely keep up with the Marquis during our training, and not to mention, I was just a villager in my previous life. I always thought that I didn't really have any talent when it comes to swordsmanship. Prince Rudolph, it is indeed as father says. One day, you will become a swordsman that can surpass even father. I'm genuinely confident of that. Lisbeth, too, put a hand to her chest and gazed at me with her aquamarine eyes as she spoke. Ahaha, these two, aren't they overestimating me a bit too much? Also, you even managed to successfully negotiate when faced against that Queen Alicia of all people as well. Your humble servant Maya had the honor of fully witnessing that feat. Yes, it is as she says. Cuckoo, then, there are to be no objections to it. Maya further complimented me, and all three of them smiled while looking at me. I always knew that my life had no worth to it. Even Queen Alicia only accepted to negotiate with me because she knew I had Marquis Falkrantz backing me. And yet, Prince Rudolph. Lisbeth leaned closer and gently wiped my cheeks with her handkerchief. Ahaha, thank you so much. No, it's fine, however. I want you to understand that to me, your worth is far greater than anyone else in the world, that you are an utterly irreplaceable partner of mine. Please carve these facts into your heart. Yeah, that's right, from the very start, Lisbeth was always watching me. That's why I can't keep denying myself like this. All for the sake of Lisbeth, who trusts and believes in me more than anyone else in the world. Then, my prince, I will take my leave now. Why, your excellency, forgive me for not being able to provide better hospitality. As Marquis Falkrantz got up from his chair to take his leave, I also quickly stood up in a panic and gave a deep bow. It was then, Prince, continue to work hard as you have. The Marquis patted my head and gently rubbed it. His hand was large, rough, and rugged, but I absolutely loved it regardless. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 42. I had forgotten something very important. 2967, 2968. The moonlight shone over the training area. All alone, I continued to swing my sword over and over again. However, the number I was aiming for was far beyond the 1,000 that the Marquis had asked me to do, and was fast approaching the 3,000 mark. Of course, I didn't just suddenly decide to triple it tonight on a whim or something. And right now, my whole body was aching and screaming in pain akin to the first day I practiced with the Marquis. But even so, I was simply happy. After all, this was proof that I could still get even stronger. I could live up to the expectations that Lisbeth, Maya, and Lord Falkrantz had of me. Unintentionally so, I started to laugh like the day I first met Lisbeth as kids, while recalling the sensation of having my head patted by the Marquis' large hand. 2999, 3,000. Finally, the 3,000 swings were over, and I collapsed flat on the ground. I really did completely run out energy, Lady Lisbeth. Prince Rudolph, good work today as well. Lisbeth, who I assumed would be in her room, had appeared by my side and gave me a lap pillow as she wiped the sweat off me. I'm on the bare ground, you know. Your nice clothes will get dirty. You need not worry. I just need to change my clothes afterwards, and I'm sure even my clothes are happy to help take care of the prince. A little flustered, not that I had the energy for it, I spoke to Lisbeth in a weak voice, but she looked completely unconcerned and seemed to have no intention of listening to me. When she gets like this, she really doesn't listen to anything anyone says after all. While thinking of such things, I ended up breaking into a chuckle. Moo, you think this is funny, my prince? Very well, then let me do this. Please stop. Suddenly she began to tickle my armpits, and I begged for mercy while squirming in agony. Please, my body is already in pain, Gyufu. Do you accept defeat? I do. Forgive me, please. Good. Finally, Lisbeth stopped tickling me and puffed her chest, looking all satisfied. Now I'm even more tired thanks to you, Lady Lisbeth. So, may I ask you to let me rest like this for a little while longer? Well, I suppose it can't be helped in that case. Foo. Both me and her broke into laughter again. Lisbeth, she really is simply adorable. Ever since I was able to reunite with the girl I met on that day, every day feels utterly fulfilling, like a blessing itself. Yeah, I really, really do love her, love Lisbeth, more than anyone in the world. Wait, SP speaking of which. Kaya, WH, what happened? Lisbeth jumped in surprise, seeing me, suddenly raise my body back up. But I didn't even have the leeway to answer her, as I was currently in a complete panic. I had suddenly realized something extremely serious. Yes, even though I love her so much, I had never actually put those feelings into words and told her that properly. Why, Your Highness? Lisbeth looked at me with worry painted on her face. I gave smile to her, soothing her and telling her that there was nothing wrong, but inside my head, I was racking my brains over what to do. How much more stronger do you have to be before you can win against Lisbeth, you ask? Yes. I want to at least get to the point where I can win against her at least one time in 10, but what do you think? Hey. While somehow avoiding the relentless flurry of attacks from Marquis Falkrantz, I questioned him. Just because I got praised yesterday doesn't mean I could actually match up with Lisbeth, who had been trained by him since she was a mere child, but still, I wanted to know. So that one day I can tell her my feelings. Tell her that I will protect you, forever and always. Of course, it might take several more years before I can actually get a complete victory against her, no. Maybe I might never be able to win against her, but even so, like I said, 1 in 10 times was not impossible, I think. As long as there is a possibility. Let's see. If we're talking 1 in 10 times, I'd say at least another 3 years or so. 3 years, huh? I could only gulp and hang my head upon hearing those words. Of course, making her wait a whole 3 years for this was just not possible. It'd be ridiculous. As I thought, I should just swallow this petty pride of mine, and just confess my feelings properly to her right away. However, if you are willing to undertake an even harsher training regimen, I can train you enough to bring you to a level where you can win against at least 1 in 100 times at least. 1 in 100, was it? But conversely speaking, there is an actual chance that I can beat her if I fight her 100 times. In that case, Lord Falkrantz, I don't care how strict or harsh it may be, please train me until I can get that win against her. Leave it to me, I will make you stronger, I promise, Your Highness. However, Cuckoo, to hold her in such high regard, my daughter sure is a lucky girl. Ugga. Seeing the Marquis laugh like that, I had no words to reply back. I mean, my reason for getting stronger was just so I can properly confess my feelings to Lisbeth after all. Hardly the most interesting or noble reason, really. But even so, Lisbeth, wait for me. I will get strong in the next 3 months, win against you, and then I will tell you my true feelings. Properly this time. While I writhed in agony on the floor after getting hit by a horizontal slash from Lord Falkrantz, I swore this to myself. Chapter 43. A Promise for a Duel. 3 months after I swore to properly confess my feelings to Lisbeth. Today, once again, I was undergoing extremely harsh training under the tutelage of Marquis Falkrantz. Weak. You won't win against Liz, your enemy if you stay like this. Faced against the overwhelming flurry of blows from the Marquis, I desperately dodged, guarded, and then parried it all. I had gotten strong enough that I myself could feel a clear growth in my abilities, and yet I was still far, far away from the Marquis. I need to get even more stronger. Evading the sudden overhead strike from the Marquis, I lunged in deep close to his chest. As if I'd let you do that. With a reverse motion, the Marquis used his raw strength to swing the sword back up. Feeling like this was my only chance, I decided to jump on his sword itself. This is Using the strength of the Marquis' own swing, I jumped over him and took his back. Cuckoo, this is my loss, it seems. Somehow, I had managed to win against the Marquis. With this much, I believe you have gotten to the point where you can get the result you want, like I said back then. Judging by his expression and words, I could tell that the Marquis had intentionally lost to give me a confidence boost. Thank you very much. I will continue to do my best so that I can live up to your consideration, Your Excellency. Facing him, I gave a deep, courteous bow. He has gone this far just for my sake. I need to win against Lisbeth no matter what. Prince Rudolph, that was an incredible match. To win against the master, incredible. Lisbeth and Maya ran towards me and showered me with praise. But this is all simply because the Marquis took it easy and let me have this win, that's all. But even so, Lady Lisbeth, a week from now during the night. May I ask you to face me in a duel? The moment I said that, Lisbeth's eyes opened wide with surprise. And then, Foo, very well. I, Lisbeth Falkrantz, will gladly face you with all my strength. Lisbeth showed the smile of a competitor and elegantly curtsied. Now then, the preparations are done. All that's left is to win against Lisbeth now. Wait a minute, please. A week from now, that would be the Imperial household's New Year's celebration party, you know. Now that she mentioned it, that's right. I too am the fourth prince after all. I couldn't just skip it either. That said, I can't exactly pull back now, and not to mention, I can't let some boring imperial party get in the way of my important day of me telling Lisbeth my feelings. That's why. Sorry, but Maya, I'll be prioritizing my duel with Lisbeth over the party. Same here. To refuse Prince Rudolph's ask for a reason like that would bring shame to my family name. You too, are you both actually serious? Yes, indeed. Me and Lisbeth glanced at each other, and then nodded together. Her expression right now was not her usual affectionate one that she normally had when looking at me. It was the smile of a warrior, full of confidence and dignity. Prince Rudolph, a week from now. I'm greatly looking forward to it. Me too. To seal our promise and give our good lucks to each other, we both exchanged a firm handshake. I was a complete smitten with Lisbeth's cold yet dignified look. Cuckoo, to think he'd actually managed to take my back, of all people. While gazing at us both, Marquis Falkrantz muttered to himself, while I remained blissfully unaware of it all. To ready myself for my duel with Lisbeth, I started training even more rigorously than usual. Enough to even forget eating and sleeping at times. Lisbeth, as well, would line up beside me and swing her spear in smooth, flowing motions. But it was not like a dance or something like I had originally imagined. It was simple, clinical, just 3 actions. Poke, strike, swipe, on a repeat, over and over again. Honest and straightforward, and yet her movements had not even a shred of waste to it. That alone showed me that Lisbeth had spent years upon years building up strength until this point. That said, it was because I too had learned the sword from Lord Falkrantz. I could tell just how amazing she really was. Can I even win against her? No, I shouldn't be thinking like that. I greatly shook my head and slapped my cheeks sharply, with some proper force behind it. And then I returned to wholeheartedly swinging my sword again. That's right. What I need to do right now isn't to become timid just from seeing Lisbeth's greatness. To win against her, I simply need to give it my all, but... Lady Lisbeth? Before I realized it, Lisbeth was instead staring directly at me as well. What's this about then? Prince Rudolph, your swordplay has truly become impressive to watch. Why you think so? Yes. No flashy showing off, just simple and honest repetition, however. A swing that once fired is simply unstoppable. That indeed is the very essence of our prided martial arts of the Falkrantz family. Being praised by Lisbeth, no, that's not it. Being acknowledged by Lisbeth was what made me the happiest. It just shows that I am indeed getting closer to becoming the ideal man for Lisbeth. Now then, it's already quite late. Let us stop here and rest. In this season, if you let the sweat get cold from the air, you're likely to catch a cold. Got it. I took Lisbeth's hand and left the training area and its cold winds. Chapter 44. The Fight and Settling the Matter. A week had passed since I asked Lisbeth to duel with me, and now it was dusk. The entire Baltic Empire was wrapped in celebratory mood to enjoy the start of the new year, and the citizens were all hopeful for another great year, or maybe they were not. I don't actually know. In the first place, the only times I have left the Imperial Palace is when I went to the Falkrantz house, and that's it. Well, basically, I was just an ignoramus. But since I was but a simple villager in my previous life, I remember how, with the coming of every new year, I'd get all giddy and excited. Ask my first crush out to spend the eve with me, get rejected, and spend it alone with a broken heart. I should stop remembering. All that aside, it really is cold during this time of the day, huh? Well, or night, I should say. It might even snow tonight by the looks of it. I exhaled on my hands to warm them back up. I can hear the music playing. It would seem the New Year's Eve party organized by the Imperial household has already begun inside the Zodiac Palace in the center. Ahahaha, some of the servants might be searching for me in a panic right about now as well. I doubt they ever even thought that the fourth prince might skip out on it. While I did normally leave these parties early, I did make sure to attend them at first at least, because these were the only moments I could see my mother. Well, now that I have the memories of my old life now, I have stopped caring about all that though. While lost in such thoughts, I smiled wryly. It was then. Apologies for the wait. Lady Lisbeth. A stark contrast to a lady who should have been attending the party as well. Lisbeth appeared in the training area, carrying a spear on her shoulders and dressed in her training attire. Of course, it was to have the no-holds-barred duel with me. I think this is the first time I have seen you today, no? That's certainly true. Indeed, just for today, us two had not seen each other even once before this. Well, that was in part also because of just sheer nervousness, but also, we both felt that it would better to be this way. On the other hand, it did make me feel a little quite a lot lonely. Foo-foo, even though I am to duel you soon, Prince Rudolph, I can't help but break into a smile. Well, I'm the same. We both looked at each other and made ourselves break into a smile. Seeing Lisbeth be of the exact same opinion as myself made me really happy. Furthermore, in regards to today's duel, there was only me and Lisbeth here in this training area. Marquis Falkrantz was probably attending the party himself right about now, and Maya was currently waiting on standby in Lisbeth's room. Right now, this place was reserved for only me and Lisbeth. I do not know why or for what purpose did Prince Rudolph ask me for this duel. However, when it comes to my own personal strength, that is one thing I will not concede so easily to anyone else. Yeah, that's why I will be winning this duel. Lisbeth lowered her waist lightly and took a stance with her sword. But I, too, had no intentions of conceding anything when it came to my strength as well. Also that I can protect my most precious person in the whole wide world, who is bound to be hit with sparks born from simply staying by my side, the future tyrant. So that I can pierce these feelings through to you, that's why. I will win against you, I will be victorious, just you watch. I too matched the edge of my wooden sword with Lisbeth's spear. The Marquis said that I had a 1 in 100 chance of winning this. Then I simply have to make this, that one chance. Ugh. Lisbeth continued to stare at me intently with a stern expression, but I think I was making a similar expression at her as well. This is my guess, but I think the battle will be decided in a single strike. I lowered my center of gravity and took an even lower stance. Since Lisbeth's weapon was a spear, I was at a huge disadvantage when it came to reach. Not to mention, I was only about 160 cm tall, more or less the same as Lisbeth. Then, to enter the effective range of my sword, I'll need to pass through her spear and rush in towards her. Of course, she also knows that very well. That's why I had all my nerves at maximum focus as I lay in wait, so that I can end it with a single thrust. Sue. My gaze never left Lisbeth as I breathed out. And then with a roar, I kicked off the ground and lunged at Lisbeth with all my might. Fa! As if she was waiting for it, Lisbeth aimed directly for my forehead, and thrust out her spear within a single breath. It was the same one strike that she kept on practicing over and over. It was simply beautiful. But I bent my leg further forward, and then put all my strength into my other leg to kick ahead with even further momentum. I wasn't even thinking of dodging her strike, I was simply aiming to shorten the distance as quickly as possible. The tip of the spear scratched my cheek, and I could feel a burning sensation across my face. It was then. This is my loss. The tip of my sword had already reached and then stopped right before Lisbeth's slender neck as it trembled with emotion before she finally, and quietly, declared her defeat. Chapter 45. I love you. This is my loss. The tip of my sword had already reached and then stopped right before Lisbeth's slender neck as it trembled with emotion before she finally, and quietly, declared her defeat. Hearing that, I deeply exhaled and crumbled to my knees after letting go of my sword. I felt exhausted because I had put my everything into this one single attack, but also it was dreadfully painful to even point a training sword at her for me, even if it was loaded with emotions for both us like it was today. You have really, really become so much stronger. I always was aware of the strength of your mind and heart ever since that day, but to think you would actually surpass me, I would have never imagined. Taking the hand from Lisbeth, who said all that with a smile, I stood back up. Contrary to her expression, though, her aquamarine eyes were clearly painted with frustration as well. But with this, my preparations are complete. Now, I just need to say it. So, may I now ask what was the reason you asked me for this duel, Prince Rudolph? Ah, yeah. Hearing Lisbeth's question, I fixed my posture and stood right in front of her. Now say it, my feelings, all of it. The reason I wanted to fight you was to show you the proof of my resolve. Proof of your resolve, you say? Yes, as you know, I am but a bastard child and the fourth prince. I have nothing but enemies inside this imperial palace. No, even outside of here, with the Falkrantz house as the sole exception, everyone is my enemy. Lisbeth bit her lips. I imagine she was feeling sad and regretful on my behalf. And as for you, Lady Lisbeth, who intends to stand by my side, it should be fairly obvious that you too will come under serious danger in the future. If I were to think of your safety first, it would honestly be better for you to leave my side instead. Please wait a moment. Wait, but that's not what you really want to say, is it, my prince? Her voice became ragged as she instantly tried to refute my words, but she quickly stopped, realizing that I wasn't done yet. Indeed, that's not what I want to say at all. That's why I needed strength, to protect you, who is already strong yourself. If I had such strength, I wouldn't need to be away from Lisbeth. Because I don't want to be separated from her either. I know I still have ways to go still, but even so, Lady Lisbeth, I was able to win against you. That's why. I looked straight into her moistened aquamarine eyes, and then, I love you. I'm head over heels for you. To a point where I can't even imagine living without you. With all my feelings rolled into it, I spoke to Lisbeth. To the woman I love the most in this entire world, and when I did. Finally, Lady Elizabeth. Finally, I got to hear those words from you. Large tears began to fall from those pale blue eyes. Her expression barely even changes normally, and yet, right now her face was an utter mess. I really had kept her waiting for far too long after all. I'm sure she had been patiently waiting to hear those words from me all this while. And with every passing day, perhaps I had only made her more and more anxious. Even if she knew in her heart that I cared for her more than anyone else in the world. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Is there anything better than this happiness I feel right now? I would like to hear your answer next. Of course I love you to death. More than anyone across the whole world, till eternity and forevermore. She jumped into my arms and rested her wet cheeks onto my chest. As if to confirm this warmth and carve it into my soul, I embraced her deeply and firmly. I never even thought that a day would come where I would be loved like this by anyone. I was bastard, a dirty pig, an existence that should have never been born. But you, Lisbeth alone, continued to look at me, and proved to me that it really was okay for me to be here, for me to exist. And now, she even gives me this kind of love as well. I was a misfortunate one till the day I met you, but now I am the happiest man alive. Foo-foo, Prince Rudolph, are you crying? Of course I am. You just told me that you love me so much. And aren't you crying as well? You're the one who made me cry. And you're the one who's made me so happy. Even though we were both crying, we couldn't stop smiling either. Hey, Lady Lisbeth. What is it? Thank you for looking at me. Likewise, thank you so much for always looking at me. Phew-foo-foo. Me and Lisbeth touched our foreheads and embraced each other tightly. Chapter 46. The hero seems to be stalking my fiancé. Lady Lisbeth, I say this with deep regret myself, but we should go inside already. We continued to stand there in each other's embrace, while the cold wind blew across the training area for quite a while. But if we stay like this, both of us are bound to catch a cold. So I glanced at her pretty face and urged her so. Moo, I suppose it cannot be helped. Did you hear that? The so-called Lady of Ice, from the war records of Wilhelm, just puffed her cheeks and cutely made a moo sound. Shit, my fiancé is way too damn cute. Then, let us go inside. Yes. We finally separated our bodies, and then I took her hand. The sudden drop in body warmth made me feel a little chilly, but even so, my hand was still wrapped in Lisbeth's warmth. Thanks to that, my heart was also still feeling hot, that said. Prince Rudolph, next time I will definitely win, okay? The moment we entered back inside the palace, Lisbeth pouted and said that. As I thought, she definitely is holding that against me. However, by the way, why did you become so obsessed with strength in the first place, Lady Lisbeth? This had been on my mind for quite some time, to be honest. Even if she was the daughter of the Falkrantz house, Lisbeth was a noble girl. Strength was exactly something that was necessarily demanded from her, but when I did, I made an oath to myself. On that day, I was unable to do anything out of fear. So I will surpass that old weak me that was not able to save you, and become strong enough to protect you, Prince Rudolph. I see, it was because of what happened that day, that Lisbeth. Then, I guess we're both the same, huh? Same you say. Yes. You became stronger to protect me, and I am now trying to become stronger to protect you after all. Ah, Fufu, I suppose you are correct. Lisbeth bashfully yet happily agreed. In the end, we were both in love with each other since that day. That fact made my chest feel even warmer. Lady Lisbeth, I will really protect you with all my strength. So please, continue to protect me as well, okay? Of course I will. That feeling is absolutely mutual. We swore to protect each other as we walked through the passage, and in the middle of that, at the end of the passage, we saw the figure of Wilhelm standing there. Today was an imperial household organized party, so I suppose the Svalier family must have been invited as well, so it's not strange for him to be here. That said, this wasn't the Zodiac Palace, and the fact he showed up at Scorpio Palace, well, his ulterior motives are clear as day. Lady Lisbeth, what do we do? We could take a detour if you want. I asked the frowning and glaring Lisbeth to my side. No, let us keep going as we are. Also, this might actually just be perfect instead. For what exactly? Well, that foolish man needs to understand that you and I are bound together with our very heart and souls. Irahata. Seeing her show a toothy grin, I could only smile wryly. Well, that man tried to fool Lisbeth and make her his possession, so I imagine she's not far from satisfied with the current situation. And so, wandering around in a place like this, are you a lost child? Even though you are already close to come of age. Eli Lisbeth, do not speak my name so familiarly, please. Hit with her absolute zero death glare, and her incredibly sarcastic tone, even Wilhelm flew into a panic. I was her fiancé and lover, and even I could feel my spine freeze over just staying by her side, so I imagine Wilhelm must be trembling with fear right now. Now be off, the Zodiac Palace is that way, you know. Well, wait a minute, please. It was the New Year's Eve party, and I could find you anywhere, so I wanted to resolve the misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? Is it about why you asked Prince Rudolph to hand me over to you, or something else? The moment Lisbeth pointed that out, Wilhelm glared right at me. No, she saw all that herself, you know. You reap what you sow indeed. That's only because I didn't want to let go of you, my destined partner. Even if the Emperor ignores your feelings and has you engaged to Prince Rudolph, I want you to know that my feelings haven't changed. I do not care a bit about your feelings. Also, the only person in my heart is Prince Rudolph, and him alone, ever since that day. Wilhelm tried to make an emotional appeal with his moist amber eyes, but Lisbeth brutally cut him down, and further declared her feelings for me. Thanks to that, I couldn't help but break into a smile. Are you serious? There is no way you do not know that Prince Rudolph is but a bastard, or how he's treated in the imperial palace, right? Seriously, you are truly just an utterly disgusting man, aren't you? Just because I didn't bow to you, now you dare speak ill of Prince Rudolph of all the things, have some shame. Having lost her patience, Lisbeth snapped and intimidated Wilhelm. Well now, I can't just watch this from the side any longer. Lady Lisbeth, let us leave. Prince Rudolph, however, this man dared speak like that about you. Rather than me, I would rather not see you run into any kind of trouble just because you had to deal with this man. Also, no matter what this man may think, your feelings are all that matters to me. I tightly gripped Lisbeth's hand and smiled. In the first place, in the history I know, or at least according to the war records of Wilhelm, he may have successfully managed to fool her, but now that his true self has been completely seen through, he has no chance of reversing this situation. That's why just honestly give it up already, Wilhelm. Moo, making that face, it's not fair, you know. Ahate. She gave a pout, but then soon her expression melted into a smile again. Then, allow us to take our leave. I hope you go and enjoy the rest of the party instead. Farewell, I pray that our paths may never cross again. Both me and Lisbeth ignored the intently glaring Wilhelm and finally returned to our room. Chapter 47. Now to the party hall. Yufufu, looks like things went very well. Returning to Lisbeth's room, we were subjected to a lot of teasing from Maya, who had been waiting there. You can tell. Of course I can. You two can't seem to stop smiling to yourselves, you know. Yeah. Both me and Lisbeth hid our mouths in a fluster. Was it really showing on our faces that much? I mean, it's fine. That aside, congratulations. As a personal attendant to both of you, I'm genuinely happy. Thanks. To think a day would come where I'd get to hear words like these from your mouth. You too. Aren't you just being a bit too mean now? Seeing both me and Lisbeth look astonished at her genuine attempt at congratulating us, Maya angrily complained. But it most certainly was far from her usual self, and that was fact. Fine, whatever. Ahaha, don't fret too much over it. That aside, while we were away, did anyone else come here? Yes. For Lady Lisbeth, young Lord Wilhelm himself came, and then there was also an attendant sent by Prince Robin as well. A shameless fools. With a grim expression, Lisbeth spat out those words. But seriously, can these two both stop trying to stick to my fiancé already? And also, there's more. For Prince Rudolph, there was a messenger from Queen Alicia as well. I see. A messenger from Queen Alicia for me. Which means, Lady Lisbeth, forgive me, but we'll be changing our plans a little. What seems to be the matter? I think Queen Alicia probably wants to talk to me about that thing that we discussed during the Robin incident. Yes, when Robin tried to sneak into Lisbeth's room at night, I made 3 wishes to Queen Alicia to resolve the situation. This was one of them. Using the backing of the Falkrantz family as bait, I wished to make an alliance with Frederick. Just like Robin, Frederick had also returned to the Imperial Palace to attend the New Year's Eve party. Especially for Frederick, to come out on top in the Succession War, he needed to continually strengthen the bonds with the various nobles in his faction, as well as try and pull others from other factions to his own as well. And the party was the perfect place for that kind of business. That's why, to get me to meet him as well, Queen Alicia probably sent a messenger asking for me. Well, I imagine that she probably never even expected that the 4th prince would skip the party in the first place, though. That's the situation, so I'll head out to meet Queen Alicia, no, Brother Frederick now. Saying hat to Lisbeth, I turned around to head to my room when, in that case, I will come with you as well. Lady Lisbeth too. And no, but to start getting ready and dressed up from now will take a lot of time, and the party might be already over by then. Realistically, I don't think we'll make it in time, but there's no need to worry about that. I figured something like that might happen, so I have already completed all the preparations for Lady Lisbeth's attire beforehand. As expected of Maya, well done. Maya gave a respectful bow, as Lisbeth nodded looking satisfied. Prince Rudolph, it is as you heard, hence, please allow me to accompany you. Or perhaps, would me being by your side be a hindrance? Her moist upturned aquamarine eyes gazed directly at me intently. Man, I just can't refuse that, can I? Oh, of course not, but well, the party hall will have both Wilhelm and Robin as well. Will you be all right? Yes, my main priority will always be to be together with my beloved Prince Rudolph, first and foremost, at all times after all. Lisbeth put a hand on her chest and smiled sweetly. Ah damn, she's just way too beautiful, honestly. Very well. As soon as I'm ready, I'll come back to this room to pick you up. Then, once you're ready as well, let us head to the party hall together, Lady Lisbeth. Yes. With Lisbeth's nod, I quickly made my way back to my own room and grabbed a couple maids on the way to help me get ready quickly. I may be a guy and don't need to spend too much time getting ready. But as long as I'm heading to party with Lisbeth by my side, I need to look the part to make sure that I don't bring her shame either. And so I changed into a set of clothes that was matching to both my silver hair and Lisbeth's black hair. Yeah, this should be good now. Knock, knock. I left my room and went back to Lisbeth's room and knocked on the door. Your Highness, we'll be done soon enough, so please wait just a little bit more. Got it. I listened to Maya's words and waited another 10 minutes outside her room. Apologies for the wait. Please come inside. I entered the room to meet Lisbeth and Prince Rudolph. Beholden to the otherworldly beauty of my fiancé, I was completely lost for words. Lisbeth was dressed in a gorgeous amber-colored attire, and her silky, smooth black hair had been arranged in a half-tied-up hairstyle. And also, in her left hand's ring finger, she wore the pale blue gem ring that I gifted her for her birthday. How do I look? Wah, now's not the time to stand here, completely charmed and smitten. I'll end up making Lisbeth feel even more anxious if anything. Of course, you look utterly beautiful. Even a real goddess would run away at the mere sight of you. Ah, Fufu, thank you very much. Hearing my words, Lisbeth blushed and smiled. This is bad. I can't seem to take my eyes off her at all. Seriously, the fact this gorgeous girl was my fiancée was far beyond even a miracle. My prince, then let us be on our way, shall we? Yes. Oh man, I just fell in love with her all over again. But this being the second time, even Lisbeth realized my true feelings, so she knowingly seemed happy at my befuddled reactions. Finally, I took Lisbeth's hand, and then we headed to the party hall to meet Queen Alicia and Frederick. Chapter 48, A Pitiable Foolish Woman. Please wait a moment. I must announce your arrival to everyone in the hall. There is no need for that. Anyway, we are in a hurry, so let us pass through, right now. Yes. As the palace guards and servants hesitated, I spoke in a strong tone to quickly move things along. In the first place, no one there is actually waiting for me anyway, so they should stop bothering with this unnecessary consideration already. But, Prince Rudolph, let us go. Yes. I couldn't let anyone embarrass my beloved fiancée either. Upon entering, I must be as dignified and majestic like she always is. As soon as the doors opened, we quickly entered the hall. The nobles engrossed in their chats noticed me and Lisbeth, and looked at us with complicated expressions. I could feel their gazes whether I liked it or not. I have always known that I was nothing but a hindrance in places like these. But, Fufu. I tightly gripped Lisbeth's hand and walked with my chest puffed with pride, even under their scrutinizing gazes. As long as she was beside me, I didn't need to be as servile as I always was. No, I must not be like that. Understanding my feelings, Lisbeth smiled happily as well. It was then. Sensing two gazes full of hatred aimed at me, I turned to look to their source. There stood Wilhelm and Robin. Especially Robin seemed like he was angrily speaking to the servant beside him while pointing at me. Wait. La Lady Lisbeth. Fufu, it's a great occasion to let everyone in the hall see and understand. Your Highness and me together, a betrothed couple, looking as intimate as possible. Lisbeth wrapped her slender arm around my right arm as she stuck her body close to me. Of course, I was happy about it as well, but how do I say this? She smelled so nice, and her skin felt so soft. And above all, her pretty face was so close to my own now that, honestly, I was struggling to keep my cool. But the effect of her actions was excellent as she wanted. As Robin, who had begun to step towards us, stopped in his tracks, and Wilhelm simply bit down on his lips and disappeared somewhere. As someone that had read the Wilhelm and Lisbeth romance over and over in the war records of Wilhelm, I was filled with a sense of superiority for once. Thankfully, it seems the foolish conman has decided to step out on his own accord. Seeing Lisbeth show an icy grin, I could only gulp. Her beauty was of course one thing, but seeing her utter ruthlessness towards her enemies, I was once again glad that I had the memories of that day bonding us together. If not, she definitely would have had me assassinated for sure. Yeah, for the sake of love, Lisbeth really would do anything. La Lady Lisbeth, I know you hate him, but don't go and have Wilhelm assassinated or something, okay? Of course not. I need not sully my hands for small fry like him. Although I'll dirty my hands, however much you want, if it is for your sake, my prince. Ada. Yup, I am never asking her to do anything like that in the future. That all aside, till we meet Queen Alicia, should we go grab something to eat first? We never really had the time to eat anything tonight after all. That's true. However, be sure to eat your carrots properly here as well, okay? She got me here as well, but I hate carrots though. My shoulder dropped as I walked towards the table with the hors d'oeuvre placed upon it, alongside Lisbeth. It was then, Ara, you were here. Hearing a listless voice, I instantly turned around to look. Mother. Normally you always showed up early and then disappeared soon after, but tonight it's the reverse. She shook the wine glass in her hands and drunk it down, as my mother Beatrice showed a sarcastic smile. She looked alone for once, as the emperor didn't seem to be in the hall. Which mean, this woman stayed here alone by herself. I could say the same for you, mother. Normally, aren't you together with the emperor? Oh, shush it. He had some work pop up, so he had to leave the place for now. And also, Beatrice didn't even try to hide her foul mood and then stared at Lisbeth. I'm the eldest daughter of the Falkrantz family, Lisbeth. Equally not hiding her displeasure, Lisbeth curtsied towards Beatrice. Her aquamarine eyes seemed almost teeming with bloodlust. It's almost been a year since you two got engaged, and yet you never even bothered to greet me, Rudolph's mother, even once, and now you show such attitude towards me on top. Mothers, stop right there. Silence. By whose grace was it that you became the fourth prince? And yet, you dare take this girl's side over me. Hearing Beatrice's words, my rage rose so much that my fist tightened and my teeth were grinding. Of all the things, whose grace? She asks. I never even asked for that even once in my life. It was because of her making me the fourth prince, I was stuck in this imperial palace and lost my place in the world. All for her own selfish need, for self-protection and nothing more. Lisbeth gently put her hand over my fist that I had been gripping so tightly that my nails had begun to dig deep inside of my palm, and then smiled at me. A sweet, gentle smile, filled with love, that she shows only to me. Lady Beatrice, your words, should I take those words as an insult towards me, towards the Falkrantz family, that uphold the very military of this Baltic Empire from you, who has nothing to call her own? Is that correct? What did you say? Lisbeth spoke with a voice cold enough to chill you down to your stomach, making Beatrice distort her face in an ugly manner as she exclaimed hysterically. Then, how else should I take those words? What did you mean by it all? Depending on that, I might have to send a formal complaint from the Falkrantz family towards you unfortunately. Stop fooling around. A little brat like you, I'll tell this to the Emperor and... Beatrice raised her hand and was about to throw her wine glass at Lisbeth. Rudolph, move. No, she is, Lady Lisbeth is more precious to me than anyone in this world, an irreplaceable woman. Even if you are my mother, I will not let you harm her. RUDOLFF. Crash, Beatrice threw the wine glass at me with all her strength as I stood in front of Lisbeth to defend her. But my eyes never wavered, and I continued to stare directly at Beatrice. Honestly, you might wonder what is she thinking doing something like this at a party organized by the imperial household, but that's just the kind of woman Beatrice was, so it couldn't be helped. Hysterical and arrogant, someone who mistakenly believes the emperor's powers to be her own. But deep inside, she was afraid and anxious, not knowing when the emperor might tire of her and throw her aside. A pitiable, foolish woman indeed. Thanks to having recalled my previous life's memories, I had no strong feelings towards this woman anymore, but the past me, Rudolph, still wanted to stick close to this woman, even if she was like this. But perhaps letting her make this ruckus was a stroke of good fortune. As a result, Beatrice, you sure have some nerve to besmirch the imperial name publicly like this. Queen Alicia hastily showed up due to the racket, and then spoke to Beatrice from behind her with a stern expression. Chapter 49, The First Prince Frederick. Beatrice, you sure have some nerve to besmirch the imperial name publicly like this. Queen Alicia hastily showed up due to the racket, and then spoke to Beatrice from behind her with a stern expression. The moment the emperor steps away due to official business, you always cause some problem or the other. Seriously, people like you are really helpless. Even she was truly beloved by the emperor. The one actually running the imperial palace was the first Queen Alicia. I guess even Beatrix realized that she was at a disadvantage against her, as she simply bit down on her lips and hung her head. Everyone, my deepest apologies for all the ruckus. Please, continue to enjoy the New Year's festivities as grandly as you were. With Queen Alicia's words, the nobles who were looking towards us calmed down and went back to their chats and dances. Although, I suppose it was more apt to say that they were pretending that nothing had happened instead. Beatrice, just to make sure you don't cause any further scene, why don't you retire to your private chambers for tonight? I'll take my leave then. Beatrice sent one final glance at me and Lisbeth, and then left the party hall. But judging by the shrill screams that came from the other side of the door, she must be taking out her anger on the servants instead. My condolences to the servants that had to deal with her. Prince Rudolph, there's a wound on your forehead. Don't worry. That aside, Queen Alicia, my apologies for causing all this trouble. I calmed down Lisbeth, who quickly moved to treat the wound on my forehead, caused by the glass thrown by Beatrice, and first apologized to Queen Alicia instead. Of course, this apology was simply for myself and Lisbeth's part in it all. Even if I was her real son, I had no intention of ever apologizing for the actions of Beatrice. As if I'd do that for a woman like her. Enough about me, and quickly let Lisbeth treat your wound. Understand? Yes. Then, once my treatment is done, I'll come looking for you again. Of course. Under the worried gaze of Queen Alicia, I headed out of the party hall alongside Lisbeth and made our way to the infirmary. But the cut made by the glass was a bit deeper than I had expected, and the handkerchief I was using to hold down on the wound very quickly stained with red, and drops began flowing down my hand. Prince Rudolph, I'm happy that you would protect me like that, but please, take care of yourself more as well. Sorry. I could tell she was genuinely worried, so I could only apologize in response. But if a similar situation arose again, I would still protect Lisbeth first and foremost, though. Mao, you don't intend to actually listen to me, do you? I can tell, you know. Seeing Lisbeth pout like that, I could only smile wryly. My deepest apologies for making you wait this long. With the treatment quickly done, we quickly returned back to the party hall and then bowed to the first queen. Pay it no heed. That aside, your forehead, show it to me properly. As you'd expect, seeing the queen check my forehead with a worried expression, I couldn't help but feel extremely perplexed. I didn't even know this person very well until a few days ago, or rather, until the incident with Robin. I had never even met eyes with her, let alone talk to her. Of course, I knew that Queen Alicia and Beatrice hated each other, so I knew that she hardly thought well of me, or so I thought. And yet, phew, looks like the wound has been treated properly indeed. Yes. That said, the wound might become swollen later, and will cause more pain, so let's keep this quick. Come, follow me. We followed after Queen Alicia, and entered the salon to the side of the party hall. Seeing as she had not said anything even with Lisbeth by my side, I assume she's okay with her attending this meeting as well. Well, I know, since they want to borrow Marquis Falkrantz's strength, leaving his sole daughter out of these conversations would only cause unnecessary issues from their point of view, I suppose. And thus, Brother Frederick. Already inside the room, the first Prince Frederick quietly stared at me while still seated. His amber eyes, too, had a coldness to them, albeit a different kind from Lisbeth's. In truth, the man called Frederick was an absolute pragmatist, and valued everything based on how much risk they would bring to him. As an example of that, I recalled an event from our past, when I was still 7 and Frederick was 10 years old. During a tea party arranged by Queen Alicia, the young boys and girls of Frederick's age that came with their mothers were eating snacks in the garden and talking as well. One of the young boys said, "When I grow older, please make me your attendant, Prince Frederick," and made such a request to Frederick. With that as a start, other kids also started to ask similar things. Meanwhile, the girls started asking to be his wife instead. This too was probably an instruction given by their parents to their kids, I presume. If not, even if they were kids, it was quite rude to act like this. But that's just how important and valuable it was to have a connection to the first prince for them. And, while knowing all that, Queen Alicia said nothing, perhaps already discerning which ones would actually make for good supporters for her son in the future. However, tell me, what will I gain from making you lot my attendants? With a single sentence, the entire place froze to a halt. No one there expected him to say that so directly to their faces. I will protect you, Prince Frederick. Me too, I will be of great use to you as your right hand. I will heal Prince Frederick whenever needed. The noble boys and girls all made their appeals, but after hearing them all quietly for a while, Frederick spoke. So what I'm hearing is that I have nothing useful to gain from making friends with and of you. Leaving just those words, Frederick left the place without showing even a flicker of emotion on his face. Chapter 50. I received a promise from Queen Alicia. So what I'm hearing is that I have nothing useful to gain from making friends with and of you. Leaving just those words, Frederick left the place without showing even a flicker of emotion on his face. Why do I know all this in such detail, you ask? Because at that very moment, I was glaring at Frederick from my hiding spot, with intense envy upon seeing Frederick surrounded by all these people talking and enjoying such nice food in the garden. No, upon seeing that scene, what I felt towards Frederick at the time was worse than just envy. It was closer to outright bloodlust. After all, he had something that I could never have no matter how much I tried, and yet he threw it all away. Not that I think about it, This is the first time you two get to talk face to face like this, am I correct? Yes. Yes. In contrast to Frederick's monotonous response, my reply came after a slight hesitation. Ever since that day, other than Robin who came to beat me up, all I ever conversed with were the servants, and even that was purely work-related and nothing else. But I was still always cognizant of this man in front of me, as someone that had deemed me not worthy of ever even talking to. And seeing him reply that way without a shred of hesitation, I fully understood that. Prince Rudolph, I have already explained your request beforehand to Frederick. And as compensation for that, you will indeed lend strength to Frederick's cause, correct? Indeed, it is as you say. I can also confirm that father has agreed with it as well. Following up to my reply, Lisbeth also added that. You foo-foo, then that's good. It would be a problem if either party changed the particulars afterwards. Perhaps relieved upon hearing our reply, Queen Alicia showed a slight smile. I imagine Frederick was quite dear to Queen Alicia, him being her firstborn and all. After all, she wanted him to be the next emperor. Then, Queen Alicia, I'm of course more than happy to ally myself to Brother Frederick, but what of Brother Robin? I asked something I had been curious of for a while now. Thanks to the Robin's sneaking incident, Queen Alicia moved very fast, and from my point of view who already planned on allying with Frederick, things went very smoothly indeed. However, personally speaking, I also think that it would have been far more reasonable, for Frederick's sake as well, for her to simply abandon Robin after he had shamed himself so horribly. If she had done that, she would have been able to negotiate with me on much more favorable grounds. I'm sure you realize this as well, Prince Rudolph, but that child does not have what it takes to be the emperor. Queen Alicia spoke, with her eyes cast to the ground. I of course fully agreed with those words, but then all the more so, she should have cut off Robin. That's why, even if he can't become the emperor, I would like him to live a peaceful life. That's why I made him make his own factions separate from Frederick, and when needed have him support Frederick, and when Frederick does become the emperor, I would have him granted a stable position. Basically, no matter how shit of a human being Robin was, he was still her cute child to Queen Alicia. I always thought that Queen Alicia was more of a realist, that could abandon even her own blood and flesh if needed, but I suppose I'm not as good at judging people as I thought I was yet. Queen Alicia. Forgive my impudence, but I can't possibly pardon your current words. Lisbeth, who was seated beside me, frowned as she looked at Queen Alicia. My future husband, Prince Rudolph, has not only been a victim of continuous slander by the hands of your son, Prince Robin, he was even subjected to physical abuse through his attendants as well since childhood. And yet, to not even take responsibility for his actions and be allowed to live peacefully. I'm afraid I cannot approve of that. Ugh. Lisbeth's gaze was direct, as were her words and her feelings, making Queen Alicia unable to take it as she averted her eyes. Because Queen Alicia, of course, knew everything her son Robin had done until now. And it was her personally that had left him to do whatever he wanted. But Queen Alicia, as I said before, I have absolutely no problems in joining hands with Brother Frederick. My feelings haven't changed there. Thus, I hope you will continue to show us your consideration in the future as well. I gave a deep bow towards Queen Alicia. Of course, I don't plan on simply accepting all the pain that Robin had given me over the years, and neither will I do anything like that. If I did, I would be wasting all the words and feelings that Lisbeth had let loose on Queen Alicia, all for my sake. But my alliance with Frederick was also vital to make Lisbeth happy in the future as well. In that case, I will unhesitatingly focus on building a relationship with Queen Alicia and Frederick instead. I will absolutely not do anything like asking you two to get close to Robin or anything like that. This I swear upon my name as the first queen of the Baldic Empire, Alicia Fuist Baldic. Then, we will believe those words for now. Of course, Lisbeth, too, understood the importance of making this alliance with Frederick as well. That's why, after hearing this promise sworn upon her very name by Queen Alicia, Lisbeth accepted it, if somewhat reluctantly. Fumu, mother, is that all for our talks with Rudolph? Ah, yes. Then, I have another meeting with one of our supporters, so I'll take my leave now. Hearing and seeing Frederick's sudden words and actions that didn't seem to read the room at all, even Queen Alicia was lost for a moment. And just like that, without even another glance at his own mother, Frederick left the salon. I know he's a complete pragmatist, but still, this is a bit much, isn't it? Chapter 51. Queen Alicia's darkness. Seriously, that boy. Gazing at the door out of which Frederick had left, Queen Alicia sighed. Robin was of course one thing, but this one was also a worrying one, huh? In any case, with Brother Frederick having taken his leave, let us wrap things up for today, shall we? I suppose so. But I forgot to tell you one important thing. What would that be? Well now, I thought this was just a meeting to officialize the alliance, but is there more? Yes, well, I know we are to gain the support of Lord Falkrantz and yourself, but the exact specifics of what you want from us in return are still not fully explained. Of course, we'll abide by our promise for when Frederick becomes the emperor, but even until that point, we are still on the same side now, so you can ask for any help you may need. Saying that, Queen Alicia showed a wry smile. It would seem she intends to support us even during the period before Frederick becomes the emperor. I am still the first queen after all. I'm quite powerful in my own ways, you know. Seeing Queen Alicia speak in jest, I could only smile wryly. No, seriously, I really thought she was a more strict person, you know. Then, I will take you up on your offer. I gave certain suggestions in regards to our current situation. First of all, while Queen Alicia had already made promises in regards to Robin, I still reminded her once again. Even when we enter the Imperial Academy 3 months from now as well, I want him to not interact with us no matter what. Next, I suggested her to improve our status and position in the Imperial Palace outside the Scorpio Palace. While our personal maid Maya had removed all suspicious people inside the Scorpio Palace, so there was no problems there, but a single step out of that, and I had nothing but enemies there. But if it was Queen Alicia who managed the entirety of the Imperial Palace, she should be able to reduce the disadvantages we have to deal with. If that happens, or rather, Lisbeth shouldn't have to deal with anything painful in the future as well. And lastly, my mother, this is about Beatrice. Beatrice. Queen Alicia's gaze instantly became sharper. She probably thought that I was going to ask for leniency towards her or something as well. But what I wanted to ask was the exact opposite of that. I understand how pathetic it is for me of all people to request this, but that woman has never interacted with me like a real mother ever would. Thanks to that, I have no special feelings towards her whatsoever. That's why I want to sever my connections with Beatrice for good. That's what I'm thinking. And for that, I will require your assistance, Queen Alicia. The moment I said that, a part of Rudolph's heart, the one from before I regained these past life's memories, felt a sharp twinge of pain. As if trying to refuse my decision to separate from Beatrice. Just give up already, me. That woman will never look at me no matter what. Prince Rudolph, are you truly fine with that? Yes, I am. Queen Alicia asked that a bit timidly, but I spoke with smooth and clear words, as if abandoning all the feelings and yearning that I had for that woman. And also, I already have someone else, someone who feels sad for my sake, someone who would so gently hold my hand, as if desperately trying to console me, the love of my life. That's why I don't need to cling on to hopes of ever getting any love from my family. I understand. Queen Alicia seemed to show a pained expression. I didn't know why she made such a face, but regardless, I'm glad she was willing to accept this request as well. Thank you very much. You have really given me some peace of mind. Then, we'll take our leave here. Saying that, I took Lisbeth's hand and stood up to leave the salon when, Prince Rudolph. I hate her, that woman Beatrice, I despise her. Queen Alicia. Since the day I became the first queen, since the day I was betrothed to the emperor, I have given and dedicated my everything to this empire. And yet, my everything was simply thrown to the side. Queen Alicia grabbed the hem of her dress tightly, and her clenched fists trembled. Her expression was filled with bitterness and frustration. Of course, I understand, the emperor has a duty to give birth to an excellent successor. That's why I had no qualms with him taking Katerina as the second queen. But even so, Queen Alicia stared at me directly. I could see tears welling up in her eyes. That woman barged into this imperial palace and sullied it. This very palace that I have loved and protected for so long enough that I could call this palace my own child as well. That's why, in regards to your request to sever your ties with her, You can well and truly look forward to that. That woman, Beatrice, I will utterly destroy her, in a way that will surpass even your wildest expectations." Saying that, Queen Alicia showed a dim, dark smile. I had no idea what all had happened between Queen Alicia and Beatrice. But in that moment, I ended up feeling a bit of pity for this person in front of me. Fare thee well. And this time, finally, both me and Lisbeth left the salon. Chapter 52. Robin, it's time you finally learnt your lesson as well. Now then, our work here is done, so what do we do next? Leaving the salon, I asked Lisbeth. Or rather, there's a chance both Robin or Wilhelm might be at the party hall, so I personally had planned to return back to the Scorpio Palace no matter what. Yes, that's what I was thinking, but in that case, I would like to visit the garden in the Virgo Palace. That garden, eh? Yes, today, I finally got to hear your confession of love to me, Prince Rudolph. It is my greatest day. I would like to truly relish this happiness once more in that very garden where we first met. Lisbeth looked at me and flashed a grin. Well, if I hear something that nice, I couldn't help but do what she asked happily as well. And so, it's beautiful. Illuminated under the moonlight, the jasmines were unfortunately non-existent as you'd expect, but in their stead, snow daisies were in full bloom all across the garden. Your Highness, may I take one of these for myself? Of course, there's plenty in bloom after all. Foo-foo, thank you very much. Lisbeth plucked one of the flowers and took a moment to enjoy its scent. This back and forth was also similar to that day as well. Speaking of, that day as well, Robin had shown up here, and I quickly hid her in the bushes to keep her safe, didn't I? I have always wondered, but why is it always Robin that shows up to be a hindrance to me, I wonder? Is it some kind of curse? Maybe. Prince Rudolph, just what are you thinking about right now? Just recalling the events from 10 years ago, that's all. Almost a year had passed since I reunited with Lisbeth again. The first 3 months, I was simply afraid of being assassinated by her hands like in the history books, and was constantly worrying over how to annul our engagement, or at least, how to build just enough of a good relation with her so as to not get assassinated, wasn't I? Ahate. Moo, now you're laughing even. Just what are you thinking about, I wonder? It would seem that she suspected me of having some bad thoughts instead, as she pouted with displeasure. No, well, I suppose I can confess this to you now, but until I realized that you were the girl from that day on your birthday party, I was actually thinking of ways to break off our engagement, you know. AHH. When I revealed that, Lisbeth's expression instantly changed to one of despair. Oh dear, I think I have made her misunderstand things again. WL, you see, all the rumors suggested that Lady Lisbeth was in a relationship with that Wilhelm instead, so I felt a bit guilty that I may have stolen you from him, you see, so. Of course, telling her the actual truth that I feared being killed by her was out of the question, so I decided to come up with a believable lie instead to explain. Well, that misunderstanding was also partly true, though. Whoever spread those rumors, I will never forgive them. Seeing Lisbeth make a stern expression, my face cramped with fear. Yeah, I better not make an enemy of her ever. That said, I don't think that's then possible any longer. Right? Please say that I'm right. Anyway, can we just stop talking about that man already? My entire life, the only one I had feelings for was you and you alone. Yes, yes. Lisbeth puffed her cheeks and grabbed my face with both her hands, so I quickly replied in a panic. But even this expression of hers was just so unbearably adorable to me. Moo, why are laughing again? Sorry. Lisbeth's face grew even redder, and she began to repeatedly hit and poke at me in frustration. Ow, that hurts. Messing about like that for a while, me and Lisbeth continued to soak ourselves in our memories held within the Virgo Palace gardens, and continued to enjoy the moment, that said. Huo, it's a bit cold tonight now. Yes. As the sudden gust of cold wind blew, Lisbeth hugged her own body for warmth, and so, my dearest one, you mustn't catch a cold here. I took off my coat and draped it over Lisbeth's shoulders, making her break into a heartwarming smile. My dear fiancée, isn't she just the cutest in the whole world? I won't accept any objections. As reluctant as I am, I think it's time we headed back. Foo-foo, I had fun. Likewise. I took Lisbeth's hand, and as we began to make our way back inside the palace, RUDOLF. Standing in our way was, of all people, Robin himself. Eek, this guy, Why does he always show up to be a pain in the neck every time we come here? Or was he actually aiming for this? You bastard! You dare trick my mother, and are trying to tear me and Lisbeth apart. You mere dirty pig. Evidently, Queen Alicia already seems to have taken measures, but the fact that he's here means that she's already failed, though. Can't you be a bit more strict with this guy, please? Brother Robin, enough with this farce already. I believe Queen Alicia has already warned you to not approach me or Lisbeth ever again, has she not? In that case, silence. Don't get cocky, you damn pig, a bastard like you. Robin tried punch at me, but I took Lisbeth in my embrace as I smoothly dodged out of the way of his attack. Even in such a situation, she was still smiling while in my arms, so I guess she's enjoying this as well. Good to know, I suppose. Enough already. I am not the same person as before. If you dare lay a hand on me or Lisbeth, you'll be making an enemy of not just us, both the entire Falkrantz house as a whole. And all you do is cause further problems for both Queen Alicia and Brother Frederick. Ahizu. I guess it took until I explained all that for the realization to finally set in for him, as Robin seemed to groan in annoyance. No, seriously, you're supposed to be older than me. You should be more aware of these things already. Robin continued grimace and glare at me for a while until, in that case, I have my own plans as well. He muttered so, and then Robin left the place. Chapter 53, Robin's Betrayal. In the end, just what did that man want from us? Who knows? Me and Lisbeth looked at each other and tilted our heads in confusion. He was an annoyance as always, but before leaving he seemed to actually be in some kind of deep thought, a rare occurrence for him. Regardless, this garden is a precious place of my memories with you, my prince. I don't want that man to sully it. I wholeheartedly agree. Hearing Lisbeth's cold statement, I could only chuckle and nod with a smile. But that only made her expression grow even worse. Wait, you're misunderstanding things again? Okay. I just thought that even that expression of yours was very adorable, and I ended up laughing, that's all. It'd be a problem if she continued to misunderstand things, as I quickly explained myself. Moo, I'm quite angry right now, you know. But if you say things like that, I can't help but break into a smile as well. Still grabbing onto my clothes, Lisbeth glared at me with upturned eyes. But her lips were shaking, unable to maintain a serious expression. How cute. That aside, let's go back to our rooms already. I'm sure Maya is eagerly waiting for our return as well. Fufu, that's true. I took Lisbeth's hand yet again, and then we made our way back to our rooms. But we should have paid more heed to Robin's warning back then. A rare, regretful decision on my part, and that's because... The morning of next day, upon receiving the call from Queen Alicia, I was in the reception room of the Cancer Palace. Queen Alicia was pressing down on her forehead and breathed a deep sigh for, I think, the 17th time now. Just what had happened? Well, that fool Robin had just done something completely crazy. To think Brother Robin would change allegiances to Brother Oscar's camp. Please, don't even say it. Hearing me, Queen Alicia shook her head. I mean, I get her feelings. Her own son had decided to switch to the enemy camp. I won't deny it. By joining hands with Frederick, I was expecting a dispute to arise between Frederick and Robin, and Queen Alicia by extension. And in fact, I'd say that it was something I was directly aiming for to happen even. But even so, would anyone normally decided to switch directly to the enemy's side instantly? Truth be told. For now, I decided to explain all that happened last evening to Queen Alicia as well. I think that was the last straw that made Robin jump to Oscar's side, in my opinion. How pathetic, even though he already has Sheila with him. This Sheila that Queen Alicia was talking about was in fact Robin's fiancée, the noble daughter of the Anderson family, an Earl household from the remote regions. Her household, the Andersons, were located on the western border of the empire, a decorated and respected family that were tasked with being the first wall of defense against the neighboring Nordia kingdom for many generations now. And so, they of course, also possessed military might, or so you'd assume, but in truth the Anderson family maintained the peace at the border with their incredible wealth and diplomatic ability instead. Thanks to them, currently Baltic Empire and Nordia Kingdom maintained cordial relations, and trade between the two was flourishing. All thanks to the great work of the Anderson family. Basically, the Anderson family was also an important ally needed to become the next emperor. And normally, their daughter would not be wed to the third prince, who had no chance of becoming the emperor. Not to mention, while not as bad as myself, Robin's reputation among the nobles wasn't exactly very high either. But in spite of all that, the reason why Lady Sheila was engaged to him was all thanks to the hard work of Queen Alicia, who was currently sitting in front of me. And yet, Robin had thrown that fiancé of his to the side and instead had fallen for Lisbeth, and now had even gone as far as betraying Frederick and joining hands with his direct rival in the succession war, Oscar, instead. Thanks to that, even I had my jaw on the floor from shock. So, what will you do? This must be a blow to even brother Frederick as well, I imagine. That said, considering how honorless and impertinent Robin consistently was, I wouldn't be shocked if all the noble families backing him would instantly drop support for him as soon as news spreads. Also, Robin's camp was made up of nobles that had been arranged for by Queen Alicia as well. Firstly, I'll have to start by apologizing to Lord Anderson. Worst case, I might even have to talk about annulling the engagement with Robin as well. Gee, good luck, I suppose. Those words were all that I could offer her right now. And I must ask for your apologies as well, for all the trouble caused yet again, even though I quite literally swore on my own name just yesterday that I won't let Robin get close to you too. And yet, Queen Alicia, please, you need to worry about that. However, the next time Robin does show up in front of my prince again, we may go a little overboard with how we deal with him as well. I must warn you. Hearing that, Queen Alicia was even further at her wits' ends. But now that Robin had completely detached himself from Queen Alicia's hands, he was most certainly going cause havoc, I'm sure. Which means, we'll have to deal with even more annoyances in the future, so even we will not be in any position to show any further consideration or restraint, even if it was for Queen Alicia's sake. Then, we need to start thinking beforehand on how to eliminate Robin for good. In any case, we will continue to support Brother Frederick, so you need not fret over us for now. Thank you. After giving one last glance at Queen Alicia, who was hanging her head, me and Lisbeth left the reception room. Chapter 54, The Second Prince Oscar. Even Queen Alicia looked a bit defeated back then, didn't she? After returning to the Scorpio Palace, Lisbeth muttered so. Even though the queen had pampered and spoiled him so much, that dumb child really went and betrayed her own mother like that. The phrase, "No child knows how dear he is to his parents," has never been more applicable. In any case, we need to be ready for whatever actions Robin might take next. I doubt that even he'll do anything too stupid inside the Imperial Palace itself, while it's still under Queen Alicia's control though. That's true. Albeit, if he actually tries to brute force the matter, that would actually make things a lot easier for us though. Saying that, Lisbeth showed a brave and imposing expression. No, I know that you are a lot stronger than most people, but let's not instantly resort to violence, shall we? But still, even though last night should have been our greatest ever after finally confessing my love to you and receiving it back as well, and yet, thinking about yesterday, today, and the tomorrows to come, my shoulders slumped. Normally, can people show at least a little bit more consideration for me during times like these? It was like this during Lisbeth's birthday party as well, but every single time, someone tends to show up to be an hindrance between us. It is indeed, as you say, Prince Rudolph. This will absolutely not be forgiven anytime soon. As it had the reverse effect. Lisbeth's expression only became more and more severe. If Robin actually appeared here right now, she really might tear him apart limb by limb. Hold up. How are you feeling now? You damn dirty pig. Ah, seriously, how does he manage to always show up right on time? This utter idiot. Am I really cursed or something? You must have heard it from Mother already, correct? I have decided to join up with Brother Oscar instead. Yes, I did hear it. Queen Alicia was quite lamenting the fact as well. Exactly. Now even Mother knows what happens when you join hands with a pig like you. Now, not even a fool would consider doing the same anymore. It's no use. This man is just completely clueless. He has no idea just how many times she had bilayed him out already. Enough with your nonsense already. What? I said I'm sick and tired of your nonsense already. Do you have any idea how many times she has helped you until now? How many times she had cleaned up the messes you have created? Because of you, do you even have any idea just how much trouble Queen Alicia had to deal with? No, how much she was hurt because of you. Do you have any damn idea about any of it? Unable to tolerate Robin's nonsense any longer, I angrily raised my voice and shouted at him. I mean, can you blame me? He had everything I had wanted his entire life, and yet, he threw it all away just for his petty little selfish desires. Listen to me. Queen Alicia raised you till this very day with love and care, and yet you betrayed that very same mother of yours, did you not? Same for your fiancée, Lady Sheila, her father, Lord Anderson, and everyone else that supported you, you betrayed all of them. You. Perhaps not expecting the guy he usually looked down on to act like this with him, Robin seemed bewildered and faltered back. That's all because you deceived my Lisbeth. This is all your fault. None of this would have happened if you had let go of Lisbeth already. Of all the things, this guy actually tried to shift the blame to me, and even dragged Lisbeth into it. Seeing this complete and utter fool who was beyond all saving, I could feel my own heart grow icy cold with every second. Robin, I will say this to you. If you even dare touch my Lisbeth, you're going to have a bad time. So prepare yourself for it. That's my line. Release Lisbeth right now, or you'll regret it. Robin shouted that at the very end, and then quickly left the area with quick steps. But, Brother Oscar. At the end of the corridor, stood Oscar, who lightly patted on Robin's shoulder as if consoling him. Robin seemed to be complaining about something to him frantically as well, but, as if he was already very trusting of him, he also showed a couple of smiles in the midst of it all as well. It was then, grin. Oscar shot a glance towards us and gave a smile. Oh, not only did he manage to skillfully bring Robin to his side, he's even sending winks our way as well. So it would seem. But to me, Prince Oscar's smile is the one that feels eerie instead. Oh, I agree with that. Also, his expression towards Robin might seem like that of a kind older brother trying to console him, but I can't even feel even a shred of compassion in his eyes. Among us 4 brothers, he was the only one with dark black eyes. Perhaps that was the sole reason behind it. However, to me it always seemed like there was deep darkness hiding within those eyes. Let's leave this place. Yes. Me and Lisbeth turned around and returned back to our rooms. Chapter 55. If it's mutual love, shouldn't we have nicknames for each other? 2 months had passed since the day I had properly confessed to Lisbeth. Spring had come to the Scorpio Palace as well, and in the garden, Lisbeth's favorite jasmine flowers were in full bloom. But, Fufu, the wind is quite pleasant today as well now. The beauty of the girl sitting in front of me as she sipped on the tea was far greater than that of any and all flowers in the world. While lost in such thoughts, I too brought my cup to my lips. Speaking of, both your Imperial Academy uniforms have been finished and come from the tailors, but would you two like to try them out first? Pouring more tea in an empty cup, Maya asked. I see, then I suppose I might as well. Lisbeth took a fleeting glance at me and then answered so. I feel like she's acting a tad too proud for whatever reason, but I'll let it slide. However, while I am certainly excited to see Lady Lisbeth in her uniform, knowing that I'm bound to run into those guys at the academy as well, I can't help but feel bitter. I powerlessly laid down my head on the table. It may not be a very classy thing to do, but do understand my feelings as well, will you? After all, after entering the Imperial Academy, I'll have no choice but to meet Wilhelm, who was my same age, and Robin, who was a year older as well, you know. And the academy required you to stay in dorms, so I can't run away from them either. I hope some nationwide emergency occurs, so I can skip school. Prince Rudolph, you mustn't say such ill things, okay? Lisbeth was quick to rebuke me, making me feel even more depressed. Speaking of, by the way, I do have a request for you, Lady Lisbeth. For me, what is it? Lisbeth looked at me with a surprised look. Well, I don't know if it even qualifies as a request per se. No, this is in fact very important, I swear. Well, reuniting again since that day, and finally making a true bond with each other as a betrothed couple, almost a year has passed. It has, yes. And yet, Lady Lisbeth, you continue to call me as Prince/Your Highness, so formally. I find that quite frustrating, to be honest. I was being a bit roundabout, but what I wanted to ask was this. Upon entering the Imperial Academy, if you could start calling me as simply Rudolph, well, that would make me quite happy. I started to feel embarrassed as I spoke out my request, and my voice grew a little weak by the end, almost too quiet. No, but it sounded like I was behaving like a spoiled child, okay? But I did want the distance between us to grow a little more closer too. And then, "Oh, why, you want me to refer to you, L like that, you say?" Her usual dignified look was nowhere to be found, as Lisbeth seemed to look flustered with her face completely red. But she continued to glance at me over and over as well, so she clearly wasn't entirely against it either. Thank God, I won't be shot down, it seems. Ah, in that case, why not make up nicknames for each other as well, now that the opportunity has come up, that is. Well said, Maya. I'll raise your wages for that. Alright. Lisbeth's embarrassment peaked, and she hid her face behind her hands. But even like this, she was simply the most adorable and precious thing alive. WL, Maya has made such a great suggestion. We should do our best to not disappoint her. Giving a thumbs up to Maya, I followed up. That said, imagining calling Lisbeth with a nickname, well actually, I was already calling her with all sorts of sweet names in my delusions, so I didn't feel that strange about it. But it was a bit more embarrassing to say it out loud, and so, well, how about simply Liz? You. The moment I said that, Liz made a really loud yet cute sound out of shock. Shit, she's way too adorable. Come on, it's your turn next, Lady Lisbeth, okay. Oh, Maya, you're enjoying this, aren't you? From the gaps of her fingers, Lisbeth glared at Maya. Maya was being Maya, of course, as she was making the most obviously delighted yet evil-looking face. But just this time, it was nice in my book too. Liz. OTH then, Lord Ruddy. Hearing myself referred to as Ruddy, I ended up shouting almost as badly as she did. The destructive power behind those simple words were absolutely no joke. Lady Lisbeth, I believe His Highness specifically asked you to not use any formal prefix like Lord and such, no. Please. Just spare me on this one, okay? I won't be able to handle any more. It wasn't just her face anymore. Even her ears and hands were tomato red, and her voice sounded more like a squeal. Maya really showed no mercy. But again, well said. That said, even I'd start to feel a bit bad if I forced her to go any further, so I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much. Then I'd prefer to be referred to as Ruddy in the future as well. Why yes, of course, Lord Ruddy. Hearing Lisbeth say my nickname in a meek voice, I ended up making a strange noise yet again. Chapter 56, My Gratitude for This Miracle. So, how are things on that side? Returning to my room, and while trying on my new uniform, I questioned Maya. Of course, it was in regards to Wilhelm and Robin, and also Oscar. In regards to Robin, with his connection to Queen Alicia Cut, most of the nobles that were supporting him have started to pull out, as if they were running away. Among those, the Anderson family was also one of those. That was of course the household Robin's fiancée, Lady Sheila, belonged to. Finally, even the chief of his faction has abandoned him, it would seem. Well, that guy actually ignored her own fiancé and has fallen for his younger brother's fiancée instead. He might as well have thrown mud directly in Lord Anderson's face after all. Soon, their engagement will be officially broken as well, and Queen Alicia has also accepted that fact. But, that man, Robin, has been actually acting very happy about that news, and has been even known to be talking about how he can finally shower Lisbeth with love without restraint, at the academy as well. That guy really is the absolute worst, huh? But that explains why the letters from him have started coming back again. Of course, Maya was tasked with burning them without fail though. Then, what about Lady Sheila? Nothing unusual just yet. She seems to be taking part in tea parties with other noble ladies as normal as well, and she doesn't seem to be very bothered by their broken engagement either. I see. Hearing that, I felt a little relieved. I had of course never met Lady Sheila, however. I imagine it must have been painful to have been betrayed by your fiancé and have your engagement broken, I imagine. Just imagining what I'd do if Liz did that to me, my heart feels like it would burst open. Next up, as for Wilhelm, apparently his older brother, meaning Svalier family's eldest son, has fallen ill and is bedridden. Ill, you say? I see. I have feeling his older brother will die from that illness. And that's how Wilhelm will become the heir to the Svalier family, like in the history books. Lastly, Prince Oscar is continuing to gather more nobles to his cause. Among those, there aren't just the nobles that were originally under Robin. there's even some that were with Prince Frederick as well. That's the nobles that have switched to Prince Oscar's camp did so after seeing the discord between Robin and Frederick. No, Queen Alicia, and made that decision. I see. Seriously, I doubt even Queen Alicia ever imagined that Robin alone would end up manipulating her so much. But I'm sure Oscar took Robin in because he had probably expected something like this to happen. I recalled Oscar's eyes when I saw him then 2 months ago, and I felt that my deduction was right. In any case, if they plan on causing harm to me or Liz, I will show them no mercy whatsoever. Thank you, as expected of Maya. You flatter me, my lord. Maya bowed deeply and in a dignified manner. Normally, she acts a lot more relaxed and friendly, partly because I requested it as well. But when she's doing her actual work like this, she reverts to her usual excellent spy-esque mannerisms. So, Prince Rudolph, what do you plan on doing next? For now, we wait and watch, is what I'd like to say, but it's clear that Robin's been getting a bit too cocky, and I'm sure brother Oscar won't miss this chance to further build up his strength. Then, I'm thinking it's time to make it public that I have joined hands with brother Frederick. And of course, also the fact that Lord Falkranz is back me as well. My engagement with Lisbeth has very recently been made public, but because of Robin's known attraction to her as well, there are people that are doubting it and are expecting my engagement with her to be broken as well. Also, they don't really believe that Lord Falkranz has suddenly decided to take a side in the succession battle after staying neutral for so long as well. Then, we'll use that against them and tip the power balance to our side instead. Understood. Then, I'll go and inform this to the master as well. Yeah, I'll talk directly to him during my training too. My training with the Marquis continued even after my victory against Lisbeth as well. Thanks to that, right now I am able to win a round once every 10 times against him. Of course, the Marquis was holding back against me though. Now then, I can't let Liz wait for me any longer. Let's head to her room. Of course. With Maya, who returned to her usual self, in tow, we headed to Liz's room. And there. Oh. Seeing Liz in her uniform, I couldn't help but exclaim loudly in admiration. What do I do? My Liz is so adorable, I want to pick her up and take her home with me. We're already in my palace, though. As I thought, Liz, you're the prettiest girl in the whole world. To have this girl as my fiancée, gods, I am truly blessed. Oh, I can't take any more of that. Please, stop saying such things so directly. Liz hid her face while saying that, but I could clearly see that her lips were smiling from the compliments. Liz is quick to get embarrassed and a little awkward, so she's not very good against compliments though. But it still makes her happy and delighted for sure. I learnt that over the course of last year. Lord Reddy as well, you look great. If anything, I'm worried that other girls might fall in love with you as well. How? Shit, Liz actually countered back. Am I happy? Hell yeah, I am, anyway. Liz, I am, truly, genuinely glad that I met you. And I want to continue being happy with you far, far into the future as well. The feeling is mutual. To have met you is the greatest joy of my life, Lord Ruddy. We held each other's hands and stared into each other's eyes. My destiny was to become a tyrant, but after recalling the memories of my past life as a villager, I was able to avoid that horrible future. And now, Lord Ruddy, the woman that was supposed to assassinate me according to the war records of Wilhelm, the Lady of Ice, was in fact the woman of my destiny from that fateful day, and was now my most precious fiancée. Liz, take care of me. Once we're students at the academy as well, okay. Likewise, I'll be in your care as well, my dear Lord Ruddy. And so, while giving our gratitude to the miracle that brought us together, we slowly and gently touched our foreheads together. Chapter 57, Interlude. There's no need for two of us in this world. 1. Wilhelm von Svalier, point of view. Patrick. Yesterday, the man lying on the bed in front of me, my older brother Patrick, passed away. And the person hugging his body and crying right now was my father, Duke Joran von Svalier, grieving and moaning. Me, I was simply staring this all from a little far away from them. I didn't feel much even upon Patrick's passing, and I certainly don't care about my father either. In the first place, I never even considered these two as my family. Not even once. My father Joran was a short-statured man who had ambitions that didn't quite match his physique. Almost regularly, he boldly proclaimed that he was in fact the true and worthy heir of the Baltic Empire, and that there was no one more suited than him to be the emperor, regardless of the occasion. Of course, that was always met with jeers and laughter from the nobles around him. Joran's father, meaning my grandfather, was actually the previous emperor's older brother, and normally, he should have been the emperor based on seniority as well. But my grandfather yielded the throne to his younger brother, and secluded himself after being granted the title of a duke and some land in the eastern region of the empire. And that fact had aroused some needless self-pride inside Joran, I imagine. If only his father had become the emperor as it was meant, he would not have needed to be satisfied with just the position and power of a duke. But there was nothing he could do about any of that at this point, so I didn't see what was the point lamenting over it now. Compared to the fool Joran, that was how I saw it as I observed the man that perpetually compared me to my older brother Patrick, often hitting me, and would continue to resent my very existence at times it seemed. It was about 10 years ago from today. Alongside Patrick, I was taken to the Imperial Palace for the first time by Joran. Normally, Joran would do nothing but insult the Emperor, but now that he was actually in front of him, he was so docile, you'd think he was but a mere servant, and was shamelessly indulging in non-stop bootlicking and flattery towards the Emperor. Seeing this two-faced fool and staying beside him would only ruin my mood further, so I came up with some random reason and left the place. The Sphaler mansion was quite spacious as well, but the palace was magnitudes bigger than that, like a maze, so I made sure to remember landmarks so that I can find my way back without getting lost. It was then I saw a young boy around my age that seemed to be acting all high and mighty, while followed by his servants and a young black-haired girl that seemed to be running away from him. It seemed like that the young arrogant boy had found some fault with the girl. But well, the only kids who could act this pompous inside the palace would be one of the princes and no one else. Realizing that, I knew that getting involved would be a trouble, so I decided to ignore them, however. "SHH, they're chasing you right." A young silver-haired boy appeared from the corridor's shadow and pulled the girl towards him. Seems like he was helping the girl hide. Well, it wasn't like I had anything special to do, and was simply wandering about, so for whatever reason, I decided to follow those two in secret instead. They headed to the gardens of the palace, a place where white flowers were in full bloom. Inside that garden, while I wondered what the young boy and girl were curiously loitering about and doing, turns out they were just plucking out a flower and enjoying it with a wide smile. All that seemed really boring, so I left the place, but I remained a bit curious about those two, so I ended up returning a while later. And when I did, Og, the pompous prince that I saw a while back, and his servants were violently beating the silver-haired boy, just like how Joran beat me. Wondering where the girl had gone, I hid behind a wall to check, and it seemed like she hid inside the bushes and was trembling with fear, at the verge of crying. Well, that boy tried to hide the girl, and that's probably why the current situation was happening, I assume. And then, finally, the prince and his servants left the garden, and soon after the girl ran to the boy in panic, she did burst out crying while making a mess of her face. Was there anyone that would cry like that for me? I started to feel envious of that boy, and this feeling of jealousy grew inside me. Even though I have no one like that, why does he get a girl to cry over him? Here, I'll give this to you. The girl gave the boy something. Unfortunately, I could not tell what it was from where I was standing, but it made the boy really happy, and he began to frolic joyously. But that only made me even more irritated. I really want to mess him up. I muttered to myself and finally left the garden for good. Chapter 58. Interlude. There's no need for two of us in this world too. Wilhelm von Sphaler, point of view. Afterwards, I learnt who that girl actually was. The girl's name was Lisbeth, and she was the sole daughter of the Marquis Falkrant's household, the great family that is said to be the very symbol of the military of the Baltic Empire. Of course, when I rejoined back with Joran, who was groveling this time to Marquis Falkrantz, only Lisbeth had been brought back by the servants of the palace. Even as she was being scolded by her father, she looked somewhat absent-minded, and would even seem to blush as if she recalled something nice, and would break out into a smile. It would seem Lisbeth had fallen in love with the boy that had gotten beaten for her sake, and that fact, too, seemed to ruffle my feathers a bit. Wilhelm, we're leaving. Yes. Having finished his talk with Marquis Falkrantz, Joran left the palace with me and Patrick in tow. And on our way back, I thought of this. I want to destroy their relationship. Of course, at the time, I was only 5 years old and had no authority or power to do anything. Not just that, Joran completely shunned me anyway. There was nothing I could do. But even so, dark emotions began to swirl inside me whenever I thought of those two, and those feelings only grew worse as time passed. I don't even know why I suddenly had this surge of emotions inside me when I saw those two. But those two know, just that boy, I instantly hated him. That's why I wanted to steal from someone that was the same as me. And so, 8 years after that day, came the day of Lisbeth's 10th birthday party being celebrated at the Falkrantz mansion. By thoroughly acting obedient to Joran for many years, I had earned a certain level of freedom, and I ended up going to the party as a proxy for Joran instead. That said, originally it was Patrick that was supposed to go there, but through sheer coincidence, he just happened to get injured, and so the responsibility fell on me instead. Of course, I was not going to let go of this chance. I was going to erase that boy's existence entirely from Lisbeth's mind, and I will turn her feelings into one of hatred for him instead by the time they truly reunite. And so, we finally meet. My destined lady. Standing in front of her, I boldly declared that. When I did, her aquamarine eyes opened wide, and she seemed like she was about to cry. But Lisbeth was no fool either. She quickly regained her composure and questioned me what I meant, but I had no intention of falling back at this point. I still recall the day I met you in the Imperial Palace on that day. When I said that, she finally seemed to understand, no, misunderstand, that I was the guy she met on that day. From then on began my once-in-a-month rendezvous with Lisbeth. I personally would have preferred to do it openly, but being a girl that had not yet achieved adulthood, meeting another boy her age would perhaps not be seen very nicely, so we kept it a secret. Well, to improve my own position inside the Svalier house, I did tell about my relation with Lisbeth to Joran though. Thanks to that man finally began backing me a bit more, as he really wanted to build a connection with the Falkrantz family as well. I would prepare expensive presents for Lisbeth every time I went to meet her, and would even resort to flattery that didn't befit my age. Perhaps because she was still too nervous, unlike the day of her birthday party, Lisbeth didn't show much change in expression and simply continued to keep my company. Her aquamarine eyes always seemed like they could see through my heart, as if she was pushing me away. What's so different between me and that boy anyway? It only made to scar my heart even further. Speaking of, Lisbeth would always ask me about what the present she gave that boy on that day was. As I mentioned, I was not able to ascertain what that was, so I would have no choice but to avoid the topic. I can't imagine a 5-year girl having anything that was too precious on her, so I could maybe get that info from her during our chats. Or at least that's what I was hoping for. But I never could have thought that it would end up becoming the main reason behind my lies being exposed. In the end, Lisbeth's messenger inquired me once again of what that item was, so in a desperate attempt, I said brooch. Looking satisfied, the messenger girl suddenly told me that her lady was breaking off any relations with me and then left. Soon after, the Svalier mansion caught fire and a majority of our belongings were lost as well. I have a strong feeling that that messenger girl was behind all that as well, which meant that I was getting retribution for deceiving Lisbeth. And then, that Rudolph and Lisbeth were happily engaged to each other. As the coffin holding Patrick was buried under the earth, I quietly mumbled to myself. Now that the eldest son had ended up like that, I was the only one who could inherit the house. No matter how much Joran may scorn or despise me. Yes, I will one day take over everything our Svalier family owns. And that one day will be coming very soon. And when I do, I can begin my preparations to steal Lisbeth from that dirty pig, from Rudolph Fuist Baldic. Just as how Lisbeth was deeply in love with that man, Rudolph too was deeply in love with Lisbeth. So what will happen if I steal Lisbeth from her? Maybe his heart will completely break, just like my own from who he stole Lisbeth from. Foo-foo, this will be fun. Now that I know everything, I finally understand why I hate that man so much. That man is exactly like me. That's why there's no need for two of us in this world. End of Volume 1.